goodness. Okay, friends, hopefully we're live and on the air checking the stream health. Please let me know for buffering. We got a situation in Eastern Oregon. The Cow Valley fire is huge. I think it's gone in 24 hours up to 20,000 acres. That's our latest acreage. And we've got some live images right now that are pretty messed up. I don't see that Watch Duty knows about that. They don't seem to know that there is a camera image of it. But this very large fire, the Cow Valley, is near the Bonita Road fire, which is sizable too. But it is Malheur County, which we don't have any radio for as far as broadcastify is concerned. Malheur County is Eastern Oregon, mostly a kind of a very dry desert. It's very vertical. It's like strangely for a county, it's goes from the California border throughout much of the state, like almost goes to the top of the state where the border of Washington is. So it's huge, very sparsely populated. But over here on the major highway called Highway 26, which leaves Portland, we're not talking about the 26 on the way to the coast. That's called the Sunset Highway. But Portland going east, the major road, Highway 26, goes through, goes to Portland through Sandy, past Government Camp on your way to Mount Hood. Then it can go straight southeast through Jefferson County, past where the Juniper fire and such is. Goes all the way to Prineville. Then it goes north a bit to the tiny areas by Mitchell. Goes due east. Goes to John Day, which also is a very small community. Goes up through Prairie City. Goes towards Civilization, which is over there by Eastern Oregon is basically like Baker City, excuse me. You could call it like the capital of Eastern Oregon is the best way to put that, but it splits off. 7 goes to Baker City, but Highway 26 goes through the small town of Unity to here where we are. And then Highway 26 eventually makes its way to Civilization again at the Idaho border going to Ontario, Idaho. So this thing is gigantic. We do have, thank you for being here. Hello guys. No buffering, thank you. Let me know how you guys are doing. I'm trying to explain what we're looking at right now. We don't have a radio, but the Cow Valley fire roared to life today. It has been just eating up the landscape. Smitty and I were discussing. He says, "Is this basically like a prairie fire?" Sort of, but there's hills, so you can see. This is the clear day switcheroo button for the Cottonwood, Oregon camera that was socked in with smoke for the last couple of hours, but now as we're getting towards night, you can start to see the flames through the smoke, and there are huge amounts of a huge smoke column, just large amounts of smoke being generated by this. It is on both sides of 26, I believe now. If you think of Highway 26 in this area as a east-west, generally a highway, I haven't been quite to this area. When I drove through John Day years ago, and I took 7 up to Baker City after staying at John Day for a bit camping. This is extreme weather out here in Eastern Oregon. It's a tough room to play in, very tough to live in. And they've had, oh, there we go. We were just waiting for that. We can now see through the smoke and see through the dark here. You can see that the clear day image, in case the little button, can't see it's the button's hidden by my webcam. But this button shows clear day, like if there's a cloud in front of the camera, what you're supposed to see. So you can see that it's hills and it's flatland. Sagey, grassy, tumbling tumbleweed kind of situation for Eastern Oregon. Sorry, let me check the phone. Great, thanks for being here, Cogito. Hey, long time no see. Glad that you've come here. Good to see you. Hi, are you doing anything west of the West Shore of Lake Tahoe? Encountered smoke, haze, and hiking about around Markleyville today? Hey, where have you been, Cogito? Good to see you. Cogito's the first firefighter to take me under his wing and say, "Girl, you need to forecast what fires could potentially do, as well as just provide uh, scanner radio and official sources." So he taught me huge amounts of fire behavior. So always much love for Cogito. Please, friends, hit the like button so we trend. I apologize. I am sick. I have a sinus infection and I just slept like the dead. Even though I went to bed early, I woke up and I tossed and turned and saw the dead phone on my chest. I had set up all kinds of alarms and things, and I pulled the charger out of the wall and I think I destroyed it. So I had no cell phone and I tore the house apart trying to get a decent one, found a really slow one, and couldn't check anything related to my messages. I finally got back in touch with people. Um, this is the biggest fire of concern right now. It's heading towards the community of Brogan. Um, and I want to just play for you this Cow Valley fire. It's over 20,000 acres and it's grown to that in I think less than 24 hours. So let me these are live views of it. It's You can see the huge smoke column. They slammed it with aircraft today. Aircraft just left, I believe, for the last time. The other Oregon fire, the Larch Creek, where they reduced the evacuations from level 3 to level 1, thank goodness, by Tygh Valley. It's further west than here. This is our current view. Excuse me. Um, but you can see how this is just huge. So it's gone back into color mode. Let's go back to a 6-hour time lapse if we can. You can see some of the VLATs, the very large aerial tankers that are working this. But the only if you guys have any information, we may have to comb through social media and try to find locals posting photos on things like Facebook and Twitter. Um, the nature of these fires in eastern Oregon and across it's almost like high desert, mostly interspersed with areas of irrigation. It's high elevation compared to, say, the Willamette Valley, and these just rip roar past the landscape at lightning speed. I don't know the cause of this. There's several others in the area, but this is of gravest concern because the wind shifted today and started blowing it east a couple of hours ago. We have almost no information since. So I'm sorry, I'm really sick and out of it. Yeah, the Royal Fire. Yeah, we've been covering that, Cogito. They found missing hikers on the Royal, which is by Truckee, and it looked bad in the first days, and they slammed it with aircraft and just pounced on it. And then Placer County had some really good weather. I'm sure there's still some smoke. We'll go down there and look at it. But this is roaring towards a community. And if you've ever been to Eastern Oregon, they have almost no rain. It's almost all irrigation from their river systems, which are there's like no topsoil at the top. It was all scoured away after the ice age ended with huge floods, the Missoula floods, if you ever want to look that up. So they have a very thin layer of topsoil. It's windswept, and they can't really have a lot of forests or any kind of topsoil that would support, like, say, grasslands or true plains. It's very thin, and so you have massive dust storms. The Pacific storms that come over from the ocean squeeze out all their water pretty much on the west side of the Cascades of Oregon, and then what's left is more like dry lightning storms that just with extremely high winds that leave everywhere from like the Mount Hood area and rip across here towards Idaho. So if you've ever been to Eastern Oregon, you'll find out really quickly as you're just driving along, these storms can just appear out of nowhere, and you'll have flashes of lightning and almost hurricane force winds. You'll have to pull over. Tumbling tumbleweeds will bury your vehicle, slam against the side of it. The wind will start knocking over tractor trailers in front of you or semi trucks. Then there will be a haboob dust storm kind of effect. You'll start praying to God in your car as dust covers your car and visibility goes to nothing. you'll see lightning start multiple wildfires all around you as far as the eye can see. They'll start ripping across the landscape and the grass and whatnot, and then lightning will continue. Lightning will continue, then all of a sudden torrential rain will dump all over and pour, turn off the wildfires. And then the sky will clear, and then it'll be completely sunny again. And this might just take an hour. And then you go, oh my God, crawl out of your vehicle and push the tumbleweeds off of it. Ask other drivers if they're okay. This kind of stuff can happen like in June. That was my experience trying to get to John Day and Fossil, Oregon, and other kind of places. It's absolutely wild in Eastern Oregon. What's been happening with the weather is extreme red flag and high winds that have been coming from the west and mostly blowing many of these fires for the past few weeks that have developed due east, but they can spread out in all directions as soon as the wind stops pushing in them in a particular direction. So I want to put surface wind on there. It has shifted around. I don't know if it's on the south side of Highway 26 right now, but at first, this particular highway, which is this north-south one, I can't tell. They were trying to keep it on one side, and it breached. I have very little information about it unless we can go back to little like social media. Like we're looking at Malheur County Sheriff's Office. So let's refresh it. We'll be checking on the other ones too. I know that activities happened at the lake and others. I'm sorry, friends. Please hit the like button if you could. I woke up at like 8 o'clock at night with a dead cell phone on my phone because I destroyed I apparently rolled around it like a burrito and kind of wrapped it around my shoulders. The USB and ripped it out of the wall and damaged the charger. So once I got that set back up, I realized, man, I could barely breathe, and I've got a massive sinus infection, and I'm really not feeling so well. So please bear with me. Beyond the badge, thank you. Good to have you here. Good to see so many faces come by. Hey, Smitty and Angela, you guys are amazing. I just read on my cell phone a bunch of their reports about what has been happening here. Please let me know if we are buffering. So far, I think we have excellent stream connection, but I want to make sure. I had to do a little bit of troubleshooting and checks with the internet connection before I could finally go live. So what's very frustrating about that is we just can watch the train wreck happening right now. Hopefully, it's blowing it south away from Brogan, but if we look, we're almost due north here. Like if we watch fire's progress in the last half an hour, like north by northeast, you can see it is moving towards the east side of the screen, the right side of the screen. So it is progressing. Wow, towards the camera. It is very zoomed in, I believe. I don't expect we'll have a camera burn over. That's possible though, because of the enormity of the fire right now. It's going to 20,000 acres in 24 hours. That's pretty nuts. The one thing that Brogan has for it is lots of irrigation. These towns are almost always where there's farming communities and irrigation. Otherwise, you have pretty much Oregon east of the Cascades is one of the most sparsely inhabited states of the entire union, and some of the most desolate, like no people around areas of all of North America in some spots. I mean, the desert. The true desert states like Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada are coughing and saying, "What about us?" But look, Eastern Oregon itself is a very low population state. People forget that there's not a whole lot of people out here. In Malheur County, some spots there's like 15 people for 50 plus square miles. So we continue to watch this, and if you guys could check social media for Eastern Oregon, Malheur County, towns of Brogan and whatnot, even western Idaho. It could run for Idaho. But at least Brogan, which might be in its sights next, does have some good irrigation. So this is the John Day Highway here, portion of Highway 26 East. But man, this has been a bit nuts. Scooper planes right now are relocating. We had straight up until nightfall. They were working around Tygh Valley and other areas. So I am doing a experiment with trying to make the words bigger on maps, where there is a, let me know if there's something weird in blocking and stuff. Apparently you can just hit the control button and the plus button to make words bigger on maps, but you actually are zooming the actual website. There's no way to change website font size, but it's a workaround. So it might just kind of if you click on a plane, it's going to dominate most of the screen. And I can't really fix that. But if there's something you need to know about the plane, like its altitude or something else, let me know and I can scroll around. Some planes are just looking gigantic, and it's not making it perfect. I'm just explaining. If it looks a bit weird, that's what is going on. They'll need to have a good mapping plane out here. I want to get CalTopo on this. Please let me know if we need to look at any other fires immediately. This is just of a grave concern right now. The enormity of it. Now, the one thing is it's not like currently that I can tell a forest fire. So if you want a little bit of like context, that's a huge spot right there. It's northwest of Boise, central eastern Oregon, just almost on the border of Idaho. Some of the next largest towns will be Ontario, Idaho, but this is enormous. So never mind the little snowflake dots for Motus and Veers, which are more accurate, much more accurate cell phone heat, satellite heat detections from space. The big squares are all margin of error, of course, but they are up to date satellite, the GOES satellite. That's the one that makes squares. That one travels around and updates about every 20 minutes. You can see this gigantic, huge amount of heat detections all at once. I seldom see that. The nature of the grassy kind of fires and tumbling tumbleweed is it's light and flashy fuels, which means it's a huge flare up on things like the cameras and a rapid rate of spread. But then it's over. Wherever it quickly goes passes, you have a cooling ground behind it, and it's like over. But it'll just spread like crazy. Here, we need to look at global imagery to see if in the hills there's any forests. But you don't often see this amount of satellite heat detections for this huge amount of area. You know that if there's a prairie fire just ripping through the landscape in a huge wide arc flame front, when you see something like that, it's this is incredible. Mind you, it's all margin of error, but every single square, but somewhere within the square is a very intense, and more intense than even equally intense or just as intense as the last 20 minutes ago when the satellite went by. Now over where it's yellow, that's more than 1 hour ago since the last big heat detection. The orange here is within the last hour. So you can see it. Let's put on the wind. This will be driven by wind. But it's been shifting and erratic from blowing almost from the west out of the northwest and from the north. That's the big thing about this, is where the heck is it going to go in a huge line. So let me look back. Hey, Legit Gamer 21, Christopher Luttrell, everybody, thanks for being here. Please hit the like button. I need to tweet that I'm live. This is kind of an insano fire. Hopefully local news, maybe even if you guys could check. There's got to be some local news from Ontario, Idaho, or Boise that might just get out here and start filming this. If you could please give me some heads up. we can't hear anything about what is going on. But over the last 12 hour, there's a lot of smoke between the camera's location and here. Camera is, I would have said, far away from this fire. Maybe not anymore. We may see a camera burn over. It's just been moving as a wall of fire. You see the huge passenger jets that were working it earlier. Mind you, it is still zoomed, but looking at the massive heat detections, what we got to do is see if heat is approaching the cam. And what I want to know is if in these hills, what kind of vegetation it is. Locals, if you know, um, please chime in. But I don't know that we've reached anybody out here. We don't really have much of a presence in Eastern Oregon. It's hard to tell people that we're live. Eastern Oregon doesn't have a reputation for having a lot of good internet. That's changing. That's changing. Legit Gamer says, Legit Gamer 21 says on the TV news, the air is Boise, but tomorrow it could bring news crews from Bend or Portland. Yeah, it really could. Like they need to fly over this. They need to fly over this and get a handle on it. Okay, I just had a watch duty. There's a nearby, a couple other fires. I wonder if they'll merge. There's one called the Huntington Mutual Aid Fire near the Snake River, east of Huntington. Thank goodness, at least for that one, all the evacuations have been downgraded to level 1 per Baker County Sheriff's post on Facebook. So what they need to do is get in front of it, right? In front of it. I don't know how you do that right now because it's a huge Pac-Man shaped mouth all over the landscape. But what they would want to do is get in front of it with retardant, speed bump it, and then probably the only thing the ground crews could do to handle this is burn off the landscape in front of the fire so that it reaches black because of the rip-roaring, fast-moving nature of such a thing. Once again, like here's your clear day footage. So this camera's location, I want to see if the fire's coming towards it, if we'll have a burn over. Elevation of the camera is 6,440 feet, but everywhere in Eastern Oregon is a couple thousand feet generally, just depending. I don't know which mountain chain this is. So we're looking north by northeast, and depending on the zoom level, who knows? So let me see. I thought there were little buttons to press. Let's see. Fire perimeters. Yeah, there's some. Otis thermal satellite fire detections. Okay. Is there a way to make that show up on the map, please? Please. Okay. All right. Okay, that's Modus and Veers, but do they have a button for goes? Because goes, I mean, Modus and Veers is hopelessly outdated. That may just fly around once a day or even less than that. Goes would be the thing, so it's maybe a little bit hard to do a pinpoint here. So, does anybody know how to find out the location of where a camera is located on Alert West? I think you can mouse over and see the Cogito. Do you know can you mouse over and see its longitude and latitude? Whoop. Okay, we got more watch duty. Okay, we have containment updated for the Bonita Road fire, which is by Ironside, Oregon, which they have 25% containment on it. That's the one here. 25% containment. Hopefully it won't roar towards the camera or anything. It's looking better, but the this one, the Cow Valley, is rampaging right now. I don't believe it's close to the camera at this time, but let's look back at different map layer. Let's see. I was trying to look at, if it might get to be a forest fire if it comes south of here. Let's see. EF outdoors. I don't think there's any thick forest near here. I think it's like rolling hills and tumbling tumbleweeds. You can see the irrigation to the right. That would be the best thing going for protecting the communities. But man, when these get going, these get going. So we'll go back and look at some of the aerial tankers that were in the screenshots. We don't have any on it right now. Our Oregon doesn't really have anything that can work at night other than mapping planes. Cal Fire's got the California has the nighttime helicopters, as we saw working the Shelly and whatnot. Cognito had to leave. Oops. Okay. Whoopsie. Well, I'm glad that he was here and shows up every so often. Hey, Vicky Lewis, thanks for being here. Thank you, everybody who's donated. Please consider donating to keep us on the air. We don't want to be ad-based. We want to be ad-free and never interrupting an emergency broadcast, with Sasquatch soap or HelloFresh or anything. I mean, not that I have anything against them, but we don't want to have to do that, right? All your donations are super, super appreciated. Pinned, even $1 really helps right now. Wildcat says they didn't update Watch Duty and it said level 3. Legit Gamer 21 says, which one Wildcat? Is it the Cow Valley we're talking about? Or it could be so long before I say something and check chat. Please remember to say level 3 of like Witchfire. I really appreciate it. Legit Gamer says the fires on the south end of 26 creeping east towards Cottonwood Cam. Cottonwood Cam is almost due south, so it's yeah. If this is the prevailing wind at the moment, it's around 20 miles an hour, where it's accelerating south of where the fire is. So, in general, we've been seeing it racing east, racing south, racing different directions. And earlier today, the camera was just totally socked in. I wonder if it's an actual fire lookout. Whoa, this is weird. Panorama mode is kind of messed up right now. Let's just do our 12-hour again. I want to see it may be too zoomed in right now with too much smoke in between the fire and where it's zooming in, really distorting our images. But that'd be kind of nuts if it is coming that close to the cam. Right now, I don't think it's doing much westwardly spread. Yeah, I believe it's just super zoomed in. Let's go back frames. Let's go back frames. Yeah, you could see the passenger jet. That probably is one of the DC-10s. The passenger jet VLATs, very large aerial tankers that were working it today, but maybe to no avail. But you can just see how long the flame front is going backwards in time. And then not too long ago, as I was trying to go live after around 8:30, they the more zoomed in, more smoke between the camera, the more muddy the image is, of course, because it's looking through miles and miles of smoke. But going back and forward in time, man, they slammed at all kinds of aircraft and yeah, see, yeah, that's a DC-10 right there. We can go back in time and watch the air show. I never got and I've been trying for hours to get. That's a bird. Bird. Wings flat out. Could be something like a golden eagle. Wings up in a V is usually a vulture. But that's a very large bird. And that's probably another shot of one of the DC-10s that were working it. Let me take a screenshot. Wow. So I'll look back at chat just 1 second. But we may have to just comb social media and see what people are saying, like on their own Twitter. At least Malheur County Sheriff's Office has a Facebook. Maybe they have a Twitter. If you guys can look for me, that would be really good. Let me find a way to save that screenshot real quick. Streaming 2024. It's the 11th, evening edition. So I'm so out of it. This is I've got a massive sinus infection, just the crazy allergies and the heat wave and having the fans going on at night just pulls in all the smoke that was from the Shelly fire that came up to Oregon. And all the pollen I'm allergic to. We haven't had any significant rain for some time near Portland, so all the dust and pollen and smoke is just hitting me. I do have surgery scheduled for getting my septal deviation thing taken care of because this does hit me from time to time. I'm going to have nasal passage surgery in September, but they wanted to do it during fire season like now, and I'm like, nope, we ain't doing that. So, okay, here's a good screenshot that shows what it's like, all the vegetation towards the cam. That's sagey, grassy, tumbleweed stuff. Very high oil fuels, some of these, like some of the bushes, which just fuels it. And like I was trying to explain the nature of these fires, which is extreme rapid movement. There's a Malheur County scanner on Facebook. Okay, thanks, Smitty. I'm going to check that out. Let me look back at the chat. They were using the big jets today, and right up until nighttime, they were trying to button up the Larch Creek fire by Tygh Valley. That one's looking a heck of a lot better. So let me look at the chat. But let me replay this 12-hour again for you guys. I have to recenter my, I have to recenter my window for a different size. Whoops. And I totally forgot to put up the text thingy at the bottom, which kind of gives people an idea of what we're looking at. Please donate to keep us on the air. And keep us on air. We want to be donation based. And not have to put advertisements on. It's an incredible amount of money behind the scenes with monthly cost, and plus just keeping up with technology. I have like 150 tabs open at any given time, and multiple subscriptions to all kinds of things, such as VPNs, pro version of YouTube, pro versions of Broadcastify, different firewalls to keep other apps from accessing the internet so we can not buffer while we're streaming, pro versions of all kinds of apps behind the scenes to have special features and functions and not show advertisements, So your donations, even if it's $1, really makes a difference. In order to take this on the road, wherever I'm traveling or even going to the grocery store, I have to have a good, robust laptop, a very, very fancy one, so that I am never caught again, like in June, with all hell breaking loose, but no way to go live because normal laptops can't handle this. But with your kind donations and big heartfelt thank you, I built a supercomputer at home for myself. But I mean, the internet bill alone is $100 a month. This cranks up the heat and the energy, and then I have to crank up the air conditioning, with the supercomputer to fight the heat of the supercomputer. So there's so many expenses. Your dollar does make a difference. But don't worry, the way to help the stream is just hit the like button, hit the share, and share it with people or your own social media. The bigger that we are, the more people that donate $1, the more we can be funded, right? I'm super grateful. So the muddy images here is what is current. I don't know what's wrong with the panoramic view, but I don't think the camera is being approached by the fire. I'm still trying to figure out where it is. If there's a cottonwood fire lookout or what, just west of Jameson. So let's see if there's a satellite heat detection just west of Jameson. Okay, sorry. Where is Jameson? The GOES satellite passed over just 4 minutes ago, and I'm still incredible. I'm blown away by how much red is on the screen. just 2 minutes ago, the GOES satellite came over. Red is somewhere within each of these squares, which is the size of the, orange one, is margin of error, but within there is a flare up, like a really active fire, like causing a heat detection. You just don't see these every day. How many here? This is just enormous as an active, rapidly moving flame front. Just wow. I imagine they might start doing evacuations or putting people on notice at places like Brogan soon. They were talking about it. So we got to keep looking at Malheur County Sheriff's Office. This is just incredible. We look to see where Jameson is. Just west is where our camera is located. Where is Jameson? Just hoping this. Yeah, there's Jameson. Actually, the fire's approaching the camera. I was so wrong. It is right in front of the camera. Whoa. Our camera's right around here. The Cottonwood camera. We're going to experience camera burnover. No wonder it's not a malfunction. Whoa. Maybe we can find it here with different map layers. Okay, don't quit on me now, Caltopo. Okay, we don't have older maps. Sometimes older maps can help us pinpoint like where. Yeah, there's no Forest Service map here. It must not be Forest Service scan topos. Yeah, Cottonwood Mountains is a radio tower. It may be located right here. Radio facility. It's hard to know unless somebody knows. Yeah, elevation 6,482 feet. So the wind is blowing it straight towards our camera. It's somewhere right around here. Yikes! No wonder. Yeah, hopefully it's up high and survives. But let me go back. Where do we lose it? Here's our cam. Flames might be straight up in front of the camera right now. Hopefully we don't lose it. So this is our last image. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Wow. Wow. But yeah, so this is the fire raging up and around the camera with the flames and hot smoke right in front of it. This is our last hour. Unreal. Yikes. Dude. Okay. All right. So at 38 minutes in the stream, I think we're pretty much watching a burn over. It doesn't mean the camera's going to die. It's possible. Depends on how high it is up off the ground. The higher the camera and shorter the grass, the more likely, of course, it is to survive. So this is the Cottonwood, Oregon cam. Why is my phone just making constant noise? Sorry, friends. I don't know if you hear that chirping. Dude. They put these on radio towers, and I hope they don't lose communication towers or cell phone service. This is what's so dangerous. When fires chew through cell phone, telephone lines, power lines, and then the radio towers, people who are in the path of the fire can be deaf, dumb, and blind and have no early warning whatsoever unless somebody drives up to their front door and knocks on it. It's very, very rural and sparsely populated, but a lot of times, man, some of these ranchers and homes, people in cabin rentals and anything out here can just not be aware whatsoever that there's a problem until fire's on their doorstep. Unreal. So we can go back and look at the structures map. Let me write down that we're looking at rampaging, huge 20K plus 1,000-acre Cow Valley fire of Oregon. I really wish we had some sort of a radio. Hey, Vicki Lewis, is it windy enough to lay the grass down like in the grass mountain cams? Yeah, I don't know that it's grass is the biggest factor. It may be like tumbling tumbleweed type shrubby stuff out here. Um, Hopefully, I mean we have over 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds, according to um, watch duty. So it's 15 to 25 miles an hour. And I'm hoping that the camera's just high up on the radio tower. So let's look at the camera view again. Whoopsie, that's Shelly. Never mind. We're gonna go look at the Shelly and all that. Right now it's somewhat quiet. Um, like this is our panorama view. As long as we get an updated image, it'll be good. See, uh, did I take a screenshot? I should drink. I should have done so, but I don't know how close to the ground it is. If they do really good maintenance of the area, like if they have gravel and they're not allowing weeds to grow on the gravel, like away from the towers area, then it'll be just totally fine. You just kind of see the tumbleweed nature of stuff here. Um, but it's very intense, but it moves fast. This what surprises me is that what I would want to. Well, okay, that's Fort Jones and that's Shelly. We'll be looking at that in a second. I keep the wrong button. Excuse me. Back here to the what's going on with the Cow Valley fire. Or Eastern Oregon just had another one that was similar to this just before the 4th of July, late June, but it was by Happy Valley or something similar like that, a tiny community where it went to 20,000 acres very, very quickly too. But then the nature of this is it has to rapidly move to find new fuel. If it gets hung up on any rocky areas, or if the wind dies down and there's a good long road or highway that can stop it, but a lot of times the farmers can just make their own strip with dragging their uh, plow mode for the tractors. That could stop this as long as the wind isn't just rampaging. And just what bad thing about tumbleweeds is they're on fire, they rip off the ground, and then they just bounce fire all over the landscape. I found out they're totally invasive species. They're not native to the United States, as far as I could tell. That's part of why we have huge problems. I thought they were an iconic, native plant. They're not. They're not. So I'm thinking as long as we as long as the cameras are a little bit high up, they'll be fine here. But what we may lose is the power or the internet line. Who knows if that's on telephone poles? Most of the internet in Eastern Oregon, as they've tried to, if you can even get it, other than satellite dish type thing, oftentimes they take existing telephone lines and then they put the the fiber or whatever they've got up on the telephone poles, which tend to be wood out here. Sometimes wood from almost the last century, because it almost never rains out here. The wood poles just stand up forever. Unfortunately, that's how fire can get them. So I would think that the camera may not melt, but we may lose the power to it, just like we had with the Shelly fire. I think the cameras are okay at Figueroa, but we lost power to it, if I had to guess. So let me look back at the chat. But this is our current view panorama. Whoa, of the fire on the landscape, right in front of it. It's still zoomed a little bit. So where we see the flames in front of the camera is zoom. I wonder if it'll zoom out. But like I said, what is just absolutely blowing my mind here is and that's going to be our live image too, is what we're seeing, what we just updated. what we're seeing for the heat detections on Cal Topo, it's still red back where the fire came from Ghost Satellite. That's just incredible. It's probably larger than 20,000, and that was our last update. So let's look at Malheur County. Excuse me, that I keep hitting the Shelly fire stuff. Uh, it's I gotta get in the habit of clicking over here to the right. So that's our one and only camera view that I think we have. There's maybe one over here. Reinhardt Butte from far away. Whoa, yeah, okay, we've got another view. Let's just duplicate that. Idaho is now turning over here, looking at this crazy situation. So let me go back to Cottonwood, Oregon, here with camera burnover imminent probably, and looking to the northwest from that far away, dude. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. This is from deep in Idaho, like more than 50 miles away, I would say. Looking to when it shifts, it'll be looking to the northwest. When did it shift? Okay, so it may have been the last hour that it shifted. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse then. Look at the marching wall of fire. And then you've got civilization and lights down and below. It's got, please focus, man. Just look at it go. And the fire's moving. Oh, thank God, Cipro's here with my food. Okay, hang on, friends. Look at that craziness. Yeah, Cipro. Yes, yeah, it's the Cow Valley fire right now. We've got cameras picking it up. Look at this Cipro behind me. Everybody say hi to Cipro.
Hello, all.
Yeah, look at this. The marching wall of flames. We're experiencing a imminent cam burnover, as well as a for one of the cams, and then we're seeing that's the view from Idaho.
Is that one of Mrs. O'Leary's cows?
Shut up. Cow Valley, not Cow Fire. He's a joker. So they hit it with VLATs right now. This is 20,000 plus acres. It's got to be 25,000 now if it's anything. This is all the latest ghost heat detections. This is a huge amount of the county like on fire. I mean, it's a big county, but look how big it is if you just zoom out and just see all of the state of Oregon right there. So it's I usually with flashy fuels and tumbling tumbleweeds, just not much for fuel. You see just a strip of red in the front to have it all red in the back too with new heat detections. This is absolutely wild.
Where's the wind?
Well, as far as we could tell, it's been shifting and erratic. It's been out of the north, out of the northwest, sometimes out of the northeast. It's pushed the fire to the east, pushed it to the southeast, pushed it to the south. This is our current look, that as far as we could tell. You know, wind direction, it's been up to 25 miles an hour. Who knows what the gusts are? Let's see, let's put it on gust mode. Gusts are 30 to 35 miles an hour currently. And yeah, to the south down here where it's orange, that's 30, almost getting to 40 miles an hour with the little chart. So, yeah, so I'm going to put it back on prevailing wind speed. So this is the current, let's do the 1-hour time lapse of the Cottonwood 2 cam just about being burnt over. This is its current panorama view on the bottom. But Brogan, Jameson, Willow Creek, Dennis, and of course many smaller cabins and communities and whatnot in the Cottonwood mountains here in Malheur County is all in danger. So we don't have any radio to listen to as far as I could tell, but holy crap, this is big. Thank you. Let me give you a hug. Say that again.
Is this my DoorDash driver tip?
Yeah, a hug. Yep, that's
Yes.
all you get. Get out of here now. Now Yeah, now that you've given me my food, get out of here. What are you hanging around for? He's smiling. Thank you. See you in the chat. Okay, so excuse me, Steve Probe just left. Let me get my tray. I do need to eat. This will be my first meal of the day since I logged off. So sorry, friends. I really meant to be here earlier. I slept all the way through what I thought was an alarm. I wake up very confused, even though I went to bed pretty early. Before 3 is early. I've woken up with a crazy headache and realized I can't breathe. I have a massive sinus infection. So just bear with me, friends. My head is absolutely swimming. And like I said, I got nasal passes surgery scheduled. I just have a screwed up skull. But that'll be fixed hopefully after the majority of the summertime fires stream. And excuse me, let me prepare my food here. This is just nuts. This is just nuts. Yeah, thank you, Angela, for looking for radio. This has been quite difficult to find any information out there. If anybody's had any luck with social media, let me arrange my windows a little bit. Nathan Hand, welcome, says, looks like the early stage of the lake fire, doesn't it? There's a lot of similarities. Santa Barbara County has a different kind of wind, but Eastern Oregon it's always dry desert, hot winds in Eastern Oregon. Where's my straw? Oh, I just told him to get fast food. There's almost nothing else that's open. Oh, fries. Fries. Oh, I gotta stuff my face here, but I really thought I was resetting my schedule and doing a great job, but well, here we are. But oh, thank goodness for my throat, which is a bit sore too. A mocha frap. Oh, it's icy. It's cold on my throat. That's so good. Please, I don't eat fast food very often, but I've been trying to break my addiction. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Yesterday, thank you for your kind donations for dinner. I ate a huge amount of sushi. Very good, high quality restaurant, and that was gluten free and just what I needed. Rebuilt my protein there. So let's see what it's looking like from Idaho currently. From very far away, it's been focusing. It's looking to the northwest from like 50 miles away. It could cross to the Idaho border if they can't stop it. Since we're looking to the northwest, we're seeing most of the smoke drift to the left side of the camera. Okay, let me do my little cheat sheet mini compass thing. Looking to the north by northwest, most of the smoke is drifting south to the southwest. That would line up with, it's mostly a north wind currently. But you can see the marching wall of flame just not caring which way the wind direction is. Moving steadily east. It's just, there's a nature of fire spread where just one bush on fire touches another, and so it will keep spreading. They've had extreme red flag. Almost never rains in Eastern Oregon anyway, no matter what time of the year it is. They get all of their irrigation stuff from aquifers and like snow in the mountains that feeds, their river systems. And these narrow strip of valleys that actually have, good, decent topsoil. Hey, Afrak, thank you for being here, and thank you for your kind donations. Reminds you of the Dixie Hound acted Vicki Lewis in front of Susanville. Well, Susanville has very similar sagey, high desert kind of terrain. Yeah, so desert fires, high elevation, they run. So once the fire's past a place, it's a done deal. You can kind of ignore it at that point because it doesn't have a lot of fuel behind it to keep going. Although for some reason it's very red still on the cameras. Back where the fire came from, excuse me, I do have to take bites of food in between what I'm saying. The only thing that really explains that, since it's not like a forest fire, because usually where grass and weeds burn and the bushes, it's just boom, and then it goes cold. The only thing that would really explain that is that it's moving around erratically like a checkerboard pattern, because the wind might shift weird left, right, forward, back, and leaving a lot of unburned fuel behind it too, like unburned checkerboard. Like if you look at a checkerboard, the red squares might be burned, the white or whatever, the black ones, red and black on a checkerboard. Okay, chessboard, black and white. Black is burned, white is not. That can happen with erratic winds where like one bush gets pushed one direction and lights that stuff on fire, or some grass flies around in the wind and embers fly over some unburned stuff and then start burning ahead of it. Then later the wind shifts back and it goes back to the pasture land that wasn't burned. I hope that makes sense. Because usually in a desert type of fire, you just get one like one strip of fire moving in. It can be very, very, very long, but just moving in one different direction. So that it's always a get ahead of it and what can you do sort of thing. Don't worry about what's behind. But if I just had to guess, that's all that can explain that is that it's been jumpy, and I'd love to actually have eyes on this and look. This would be way too far away for me to drive. This would take me 12 hours to get there. But man, this is something I'd love to observe. Like, this is insane. Don't step in the grease fire. Looks like it's from the pit of hell. Yeah, this is from like 50 miles away in Idaho. It's got to be blowing up way past 20,000 acres. Let me take a couple of bites. Oh, okay. Got sea probes, the man. You guys are too for all your kind donations, keeping me fed. Since we have almost no presence in Idaho or Eastern Oregon, they don't know we exist. If you do know people out here, text them the stream and let them know about it. Hit the share button and text them, or put it on, Eastern Oregon, like these community social media pages. That is very much appreciated. I hate covering a fire and the locals even don't know that we're doing it. There's a fire in Tygh, Oregon, southwest of Portland. What? Let me look. What the heck? The point fire is looking much better, by the way. They reduced the mandatory evacuations down in Humboldt County. What do you mean there's a fire in Tygh? Called the Tygh Fire. Washington County, Oregon. Units being recalled. Incident Command says they can handle the units on the scene. It was a 30 by 20 foot area of trees on fire. Okay. Tygh it's being developed now, like with Sprawl, unfortunately, but it's got the West Hills area. There's still some bits of forest and stuff out there, and hilly nature of that would make it hard to deal with. Whoa. Glad they pounced on that. So anyway, I need to do a little bit of an overview. We'll keep coming back and looking at this train wreck of what's going on in Eastern Oregon. See what I mean about how far away the camera is? Looking at that, that's a good zoom. It's from Vail. I think that's Idaho. Maybe that's Oregon. But you see how huge it is? Like this is some massive, gigantic fire. And what I'm not sure of is some of the hills can be forested out there in Eastern Oregon. So you can go from just straight up flatland, tumbleweed, drive further into an irrigated area that has a lot of green fields and looks a little bit more like civilization. And then you go into hills that look a lot like California's hills, like grassy oak, not that many oaks, but struggling pine trees and the like. Um, and then directly into higher elevations and forest, like in the Blue Mountains. That would be thick forest. Um, the Oregon Trail, this I-84, basically is the Oregon Trail. It's the main freeway that goes from Idaho to Oregon. It goes up through to Baker City. You could consider that like the capital of Eastern Oregon. Up that way, hits the Columbia River and goes due west. But in between it, this is what I'm talking about, the Blue Mountains. These are heavy, thick, high altitude forests they call it the Little Alps. See that? That's his Little Alps. That's what the Blue Mountains are called, and that's the one good pass through them. They are extremely high altitude and rugged up at their peaks. Sparsely inhabited, but man, they used to have a lot of gold rush towns up there. Unreal. Let's look back and see if the camera's like on fire. Here it is. I'm totally unfamiliar with this region. I know a lot about the Blue Mountains. Been there, but to the south where you get to the Steens Mountains and other desert. I never took 26 down here. I went up to the Blue Mountains. So let's do a 1 hour time lapse of the fire getting towards this cottonwood camp. I just can't believe it spread this huge this evening. We'll have to look at their forecasts. Their wind gusts are insane, like up to 45 miles an hour. That explains it. Big Al, oh, thank you for coming. Good to see you. Per Sheriff, Angela says, Per Sheriff, the Brogan citizens are strongly encouraged to make preps to vacate their homes should the order come at a later time. Prepare overnight bags, changes of clothes. See, if I were talking to anybody there right now, go right now. This is coming. It's not going to be stopped. I don't see any way that they could stop it. If you have livestock and stuff, you need to be moving them to where you need to get them to safety right now. Don't wait, because knocks on the door in the middle of the night probably are coming. Just from what we're seeing, and you know how long it takes to get a rural property prepped. Do it all and don't go to sleep. Unfortunately, a lot of people go to sleep right before 8 p.m. Who work, mountain people and rural folk, because they get up before dawn to take care of livestock. Unfortunately, they may not be aware that it's gotten this close to Brogan. I think they just started thinking that it was going to get close to it right about 8:30, which would have been when a lot of people took out their hearing aids, turned off the news, turned off the TV, and unfortunately they may be sleeping on this fire. And that's why I tell people, it doesn't matter what time of the night it is, call people that you know in these areas, let them know that it's there, coming. It's absolutely huge. It's maybe some sort of a record breaker. Not for like the entire state, but maybe the region. Or maybe they haven't seen something this big in a very long time. I mean, I know there's another 20,000 acre fire in 24 hours by Little Valley, Oregon, just like a couple of weeks ago. But that doesn't mean that in prior years we've seen much of this. At least near the communities. Sorry, I've gotten two different new Lassen County. We've got a new fire in Lassen County, right, called the Ash Fire. The 50,000 block of Heather Trail and Madeline in Lassen County. Weren't we just talking about Susanville? I don't like that. So we will have to keep an eye on that. It is actually near the Oregon border, Lassen County. All right, there's the Bonita fire, which I want to do a quick comprehensive look. The Bonita down here, we just got another acreage update. Mind you, this is hopelessly outdated. This is from way earlier today with Cal. Jameson, the fire is down here, like it's down here. This is like the Cottonwood Mountains down here where we're seeing the camera burn over in progress. I don't know if the Cow Valley will merge with the Bonita Road. It's possible. It would have to have a wind shift and move to the west after it goes south. So the Bonita Road just had an update on its acreage. No, it's a containment update. They had 25% containment. It dropped to 0. Oh my. I thought it was an acreage update. It's a containment update. All right, we got to look at it. What are the satellite? The ghost detections. See how they might merge now. I don't know what just happened for them to drop their containment to 0 on the Bonita Road. Multiple trailers are on fire in Lassen County. Angela says, thank you for, yeah, this is insane. It's still growing. It is still growing. Anybody from, okay, being very specific, not just Brogan, the next thing in line here in Jameson, being very, very specific, this thing could truck all the way to Idaho. It will be pushed. I know that there's a lot of irrigation over here, but up in these mountains, it's going to go up in these foothills or mountains, whatever they're called here. It's going to race along these, and then who knows what the wind will do. I would say even Ontario, Idaho, all these communities on the way to Ontario, Idaho, towards Boise, I'll have to be on alert that this fire is rip-roaring and moving quickly towards them. And this freight train doesn't seem to have brakes. So the Bonita Road fire is supposed to be around 2,000 acres earlier. I'm not sure why we went from 25% containment to nothing. Oh no. Flapping Wings says we just lost a firefighter today to the Salt Creek. Oh my God. Yeah, we'll look at that. What happened? Was it like a car accident? Okay, here's another. Just remember, it's not calibrated, so most of that's hot smoke. That big white blob. Oh, look how far away we're looking at from Vail, a bit west of Ontario, Idaho. If it marches due east too, it can get towards I-84 and Huntington. Not that that's a big community, but there are ranches and things in between here. This is a freight train without brakes. Just see how the view of the camera stops at Brogan's doorstep. That's because it is here. It is here. Never mind where the snowflakes are. That's hopelessly outdated. From a while ago, that fire actually is here. It's got to be on either side of 26, where the termination of this camera view is at. And see where this camera is down here. That's the other one. That's basically burning over right now. So there's a massive wall of flames there. It's this big, okay? This huge gesture of my mouse, I hope you can see that. It's that big. It's touching up against where that is there. Man, I gotta get my third monitor up so I can paint on the screen again like a sportscaster. It's this freaking big. That. So call them. It doesn't matter. It's the middle of the night. They need to know right now. Anybody you know in this entire region needs to be packing up and ready to go at a moment's notice, because I don't know what's going to stop it. I don't know when the wind's going to die down or change direction or whatever. But the more people know ahead of time, the more stuff they can save, and or prep their own structures. Get on your tractor and start making your fire breaks around your barns and stuff. This is insanity. It may, if we're lucky, stick around, be herded around the hills, and they may be able to use some of their good irrigation that they have here. I don't know the current status if the fields are green or not, but they should be maybe perhaps getting ready to turn it on and cooperate with firefighters. There's got to be a convergence of many thousands of units right now. Is Oregon going to invoke the governor should be invoking the Conflagration Act for this one if they can, and they need units from everywhere. They threw VLATs at it today in huge aerial tankers, and to no avail. You know, I mean, maybe they saved some individual, not a 12 hour, excuse me, 1 hour. Maybe they saved individual ranches and stuff, I'm sure. But best case scenario is they can keep it out of the irrigated farmland by Brogan, Jameson, and Willow Creek, but it's going to rampage around the hills and the mountains and go wherever the heck it wants right now because of the lack of road access and the huge remote hugeness of the fire and the remoteness of the area. Remember, here's the bad thing. You might look. Sorry, remember what I said. The really bad thing about Eastern Oregon that I say when I try to educate people about it is they have no topsoil really at the top of their land. It was scoured away by the Missoula floods. So they have a thin layer of topsoil up there, but there's no like creeks and water available at the top. All of their drainages, all of their creeks and rivers are in canyons that are super deep because the Missoula floods at the end of the Ice Age picked up boulders and stuff of unimaginable size, and it was an unimaginable flood, and it deepened the canyons so deep that today, whenever there's rain or anything, all the creeks and rivers are down deep in canyons, like more than 100 feet down usually. This goes for the whole area, even the flatlands. So when you put roads, they didn't want to put if you put roads on the flatlands up there, there'd be way too many bridges. It wouldn't be economical. It would be like road bridge, road bridge, road bridge because you see all these canyons. So they put the roads deep in the canyons where you can't see the horizon. Every once in a while you get a decent valley like this. I don't even know what this one's called. So you can see a little bit out to the left or right, but all you're seeing is hills. You can't see the horizon. So what does that mean for fire? When the fire's up there at the top, it jumps over these canyons. The roads are not good fire breaks in general. I mean, 26 here, decently. This is kind of decent flatland. I don't know the status. I believe, yeah, it went south 26 a long time ago. Sorry. The camera's like burning over down here. So uh, that means there's really nothing to stop it but aircraft, a lot of hard work by farmers running around their properties, or sometimes it's big corporations that own huge tracts of land out here. The name of the game can sometimes be just save individual properties and let it go past you, and God knows how big it'll get till next rain or something exists to stop it. Something like the Snake River Canyon, God knows. I think that's what that is down here, the Snake River Canyon. Basically, this is where the Oregon Trail is. So there's a Huntington Mutual Aid fire, which is big over here too. They had a Huntington itself, I don't think is at risk anymore. They had evacuations downgraded. It was going better over here, but now the threat from the west is, could this Cow Valley fire run to Huntington if wind changes? Yeah, if the wind comes out of the west, absolutely. So this is an incredible event, and hopefully there will be some citizen journalists that like go out there and cover this, and the media itself. Just whoa! Remind you, I remember it's this big. It is this big on the map. Never mind the red dots there. It's out of date, way out of date. where that blue, the camera, the camera's in process of burning over. It's not out of the question that if this wind event and stuff keeps going, uh, especially if the wind keeps shifting around and pushing at places, all three could merge. It's not out of the question. So it would be like protect the little communities. They probably are very defensible, like down here where the irrigation is at. But how do you keep it from roaring on either side through these canyons and the upper elevations? So everybody's got to be ready and know about this as soon as possible in this general region. So if you know somebody, you call them. It doesn't matter. It's in the middle of the night. They may need days to prep. Okay, which Facebook page, Angela? As I haven't seen the Malheur County Sheriff's Office. Excuse my eating here. Hey, D-Train says Oregon Peak camera. There's a new fire. Do they have a name for it? Tony Risbo. Hey, welcome. And Nathan Hand says Oregon is legit surrounded. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, I can, Tony. When I look back at chat, if you want to get my attention, if you are on a PC, do this. Type in @ and then KATH, and then there'll be like a little pop-up. Click my name as a pop-up. This doesn't really work on mobile, and then it will highlight my name, and I will definitely see it. Yeah, Tony, where are you watching from? Do we have any news media right now covering it? Thank you for the link, Angela. Oregon Peak camera. Which state? Which state and which fire? Sorry, I've notifications coming in as fast as I can even click them. Sorry, I have to take more bites of food. Hey, welcome, Tony from Denmark. It does do us good to know that other people around the world are concerned in your support, and being here with us is heartwarming. This is quite a bunch of disasters we've been having out here. I do have a friend in Denmark. He's super awesome. I would love to go visit that one day. I have an invitation. One of my friends in Denmark had a medical emergency on Discord, which is like Skype, and I didn't know where he lived, and I didn't know his full name, so I contacted the Danish embassy in the United States and said, my friend is like going to die right now. Can you please find him? The Danish embassy did a lot of detective work and found him just as he was like flatlining and saved his life. So his family was like, "Come to Denmark. We want to throw you a party." But by the way, friends, that's what you should do if you're ever on the like Skype a call or something, or Zoom, and somebody's having a medical emergency. Go look up the embassy of their country in Washington D.C. They have a 24-hour phone line. Call them and say, this is what's happening. They found him through his Facebook page. And they, even though his real name wasn't on his Facebook page, friends and family had enough true names to figure out who he was, and then they did their magic and arrived just as he was dying. Yeah, angels are watching over, hopefully, yeah. Hey, Bob Rob, how are you? Angel says could be closer to Rough and Ready or Grass Valley, monitoring Nevada County. The new fire near North San Juan in Nevada County. Yikes. Desi says, what's my Venmo again for those who want to donate? That is on the pinned chat message. all the donation links, Desi. It's also in the description of the video. Look at this insanity. Let's go back and look at the satellite images, and we'll look at California about the new ones breaking out. We do have a scanner for Nevada County. Okay, when you guys are sharing those links on my phone, it is really difficult. Please put them here in the chat. I don't have push bullet set up anymore, so let me click on that Facebook link, and we'll look back at Nevada County because something just broke out. Thank you. I see now the Organ Peak one of Nevada County, California. So there's a lot of different organ this or that in the West Coast. The 3-hour time lapse will still continue, of course, to monitor. They're rampaging 20. It's got to be 25,000 acres plus fire called the Cow Valley in Oregon, and camera burnover is imminent. So, okay, looks like it's pretty small right now. Fingers crossed in Nevada County. Thank you guys for alerting me to that. Let me look how far away. That's what I was going to do. See if Vale is that Oregon or not. Let's see, Vale, Oregon. Yes, it's Oregon. It's a little town, so that's where that camera is looking. Pretty far away. It's the city in and the county seat of Malheur County. Okay. That's one tiny town. So Vale's where our camera is. It's just west of the border, so it's not Idaho, but that's still quite far away from Brogan. The fact they could see that far is amazing. Fire's got to be on Brogan's doorstep. Oh, thank you, Small World Life, for your kind donation. And you guys are keeping me fed. There's no way I can have any time to cook for myself. And C-Prob's #1 mod right now, actually fetching me food on the road. But you guys are paying for it, so thank you. Flapping Wing says Salt Creek, a firefighter has died. Don't know what happened. The Forest Service did not release a lot of info. They got 20% containment and is still fighting it. Oh man, that's sad. A lot of times these firefighters die in car accidents, getting to and from the scene because of the smoke obscuring. Do we have an actual Cow Valley update? Nothing from just 2 hours ago on watch duty. I can't believe they're not linking the camera views. I don't know if they're just unaware of it. Bigger than 20,000 acres, absolutely for sure. So if we go to our heat detections, which are that's still just incredible. We have heat detections on the doorstep of Brogan right now. Now the defensibility of it down in the irrigated area is quite good. I imagine it'll split and go on either side of the hills and race through the hills. So the actual camera is right down in here. It's got the red all over it where it's at. This is where the Cottonwood camera is. That's currently like on fire. Excuse me, wrong cams. This one. So this is our live view. You can see exactly where it is. On that slope in front of the cams. Panorama we cannot do. A time lapse. Keep doing the 30 minutes. The other cam is zoomed in too much, just to zoom out as much as possible, hopefully. But Jameson could come, it could come from Brogan and go to the southeast, but Jameson, if we're watching the flames go to the right side, Jameson could be threatened just straight up from the west. I mean, the flame front is just so huge. We do a 1 hour time lapse here. This is just unbelievable. Remember, this is from Vale, Oregon, more than 50 miles away, looking to the northwest. Now, most of that's hot smoke. The actual fire is probably just a little strip on the ground, very small. Let's do a 2-hour time lapse. They just haven't calibrated the cam. See, that's like reality. So when it goes into nighttime mode, the heat in the smoke can no longer tell the difference from the actual flames. Legit Gamer says there's a Cow Valley Fire info page. Thank you. I do need to look at that. Tony Risbo says some of you are with you just can't be seen since we're shadow banned online in almost every media. I don't know, and but thank you for being here. Very touching, you know. It matters. I'm so sad to hear a firefighter die on Salt Creek in Oregon. That's northeast of Medford. We're gonna look at that, but look at this. This is our live image. So what we're seeing is, I believe it probably jumped this, whatever it is, drainage is, and it's up on the plateaus up above where Brogan is. So it's on each side of this little valley. I don't know what it's called, and hopefully this camera survives. Doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing, it will climb the hill towards the cam. So let's go back and chat. I need to click on a couple links. Thank you for providing them, friends. Cow Valley Facebook, Cow Valley Fire info page. Okay. Like. All right. So 23 minutes ago, Vale, Oregon, the Cow Valley Fire is burning on private and public lands 9 miles east of Ironside, Oregon, on the north side of 26. It's on both now. Thursday is estimated to be 20,000 acres in size. It's beyond. Fires moving towards Malheur Reservation, threatening 30 to 50 homes in the Brogan area. Malheur County Sheriff's Office is advising residents to prepare themselves in case of evacuation order. Yeah, expect one. Just expect one. Just get ready to go and leave before you're told. Motorists are advised to avoid the area. Early in the day, power was shut off to approximately 50 homes earlier due to the fire threatening the lines. RFPA personnel were helping ranchers move the cattle out of the path. It's got to be so many wandering cattle. Eastern Oregon doesn't have a lot of fences, so you'll be surprised to know that the speed limit is 55 miles an hour. You cannot go a hair over it, or they pull you over and say, seriously, go slower. You might be like, why? There's like no people out here. Why is it not 65 or 70 like in California? They said because there's no cattle fencing. The cattle roam. So they wander across the highway all the time. And you can't see in front of you because almost all the roads are down in the canyons. So you turn left, you turn right, you turn left, you turn right. Screech on the brakes because there's a herd of cattle in front of you. A lot of people hit the cows all the time. So they really don't want you going fast. And I was pulled over and told, because they don't have speed limit signs out there either. The default max speed limit is 55. So I was arguing with my friend a long time ago when I was out there, first time ever. I said, what do you think the speed limit is? I was just going about 58, trying to figure it out, looking at maps, confused. We were lost. Cop pulls us over and goes, do you know how fast you're going? And like 57 or 58. Yeah, that's too fast. There's a lot of cattle out here. Oh. So he gave us the rundown, and he goes, you really might just want to go 50, especially in the windier spots where you can't see ahead of you. Oh. So the poor cattle, they wander around, and eventually they're rounded up, you know. Sometimes there's people looking after them and following around, but usually not. So 1.16 aircraft were assigned to the fire. Yeah, we saw a lot of DC-10s dropping water retardant throughout the day. 7 engines of 4 dozers were on the ground. They need a hell of a lot more. A second fire was reported 2 hours earlier in the same area. The Bonita Road fire burning 9 miles south of Ironside on the south side of 26. It's about 2,000 acres. You can tell the cause of both is under investigation. So that's something to watch. Malheur County Sheriff's Office, I don't believe they have an actual. It's like doing dentistry in a horse. I don't think they have an actual evacuation map set up, but we'll have to check Malheur County. Do they have an Office of Emergency Services page? Meanwhile, rampaging. See how close the camera's getting. Fire's getting to the camera. Check the current wind direction. It's been erratic. It's just generalized. So okay, there's actual gray heat detections. You can't tell. It's just very hard to see there. Gray is ghost satellite heat detections, meaning beyond 6 hours ago. That was the last one. But they dropped the Bonita Road containment percentage from 25 to 0 just recently, and that may be because the Cow Valley is just going to merge with it or get up to it, or it's super hard to say. But this red is the gigantic enormity of this Cow Valley fire. I'm hoping that later tonight the wind dies down a bit and gives them a little bit of a reprieve. But when they're saying it's on the north side of 26, look, it's well past both sides. I really hope the media goes out there and covers this. This is quite an event, but Eastern Oregon gets ignored in general. Okay, keep me informed about the others. The Tunoi fire, 28,000 block of Road 222, North Fork of what? Jose has been tied in. Princeton Command. Where the hell is that? Excuse me, where the heck is that? Madera County, California. That's a 6-acre vegetation fire. Over by Fresno. Okay. Keep an eye on that. Whoa. So, any new Cow Valley fire updates on Facebook? Let's go back and look at the crazy cam images. 1 hour just shows you how it's just moving around. Dude. Watch Duty still hasn't linked the cams. Are they even aware of it? So this Placer County, I believe, the Oregon Peak, or Nevada County, excuse me. What's the status of this one? Let's do another watch duty window. I now have like 300 tabs open, I swear. More like 215. A little exaggerated, but not by much. So let's check down here. Nevada County. What was the new thing that started? Nevada County by Grass Valley. Where is it? Do they not have a name for it? Friends? See, Probe says cattle are like deer, but more spherical. Mind you, it's cattle. It's not just cows. I mean, a lot of them are female, but cattle means the male and the female. They're like deer, but spherical. Okay, is what's going on near Grass Valley just not even... What the heck was the rail bridge fire today in Butte County? You had evacuation warnings? Oh my God. I didn't even know this happened today. I slept right through the day. Sorry, guys. I'm sick. It's a science fiction, but I'm glad that's pretty much wrapped up. Butte County doesn't need more crap. With all the evacuation stuff, forward progress was stopped. Yeah. So do they not have a name for this? On the Oregon Peak 1 camp. It's by Bullard's Bar. That was structure fires, right? Like mobile homes on fire or whatnot. Thank you guys for the links. This is our current view. Okay, watch duty's doing something. Yeah, I thought it was called the ash fire. Am I just looking at the wrong spot? A Sullivan fire has been contained in Gustine, wherever the heck that is. Let me see. Merced County. Great, I'll turn off updates for that. We have an evening update for the Larch Creek fire. 0% containment still, more than 10,500 acres. Activity was high on it on the south side of the fire, over by Friend, Oregon. And then, what the heck? There still are level 3 evacuations. Last time I looked at it, they had been lifted. I guess they put them on, reactivated them. I saw a lot of scoopers working all the way from the Dalles and flying to the Tygh Valley a little bit earlier today, even a little bit after dark. So looking back at the Larch Creek, we'll continue to watch the rampage of the Cow Valley fire here. Do our 2-hour time lapse. Looking back at Wasco County with the Larch Creek, man, I guess today got much worse than before. Okay, sorry, I'm struggling with watch duty. Excuse me, today worsened. I should just go back to Wasco County, Larch Creek. Had a new update 19 minutes ago. Fire activity remained high today on the south side of the Larch Creek fire, Wasco County, Oregon, escalating evacuations for the nearby communities of Pine Hollow and Wamak. Today, the fire crossed Badger Creek Road and spread south towards Highway 216, while resources continued ground attack and water drops all along the active edge of the fire. Crews worked throughout the day to secure the north side, building dozer lines, engaging in direct attack when possible. Additional resources have been ordered and will be arriving in coming days. Oregon Department of Forestry Incident Management Team 2 transitioned at 6 p.m. with COFMS Type 3 team led by Carson McCain, and is now unified command with Oregon State Fire Marshal Green team. Sorry, there's typos on watch duty. A little bit hard to interpret this. Tonight, crews on the Larch Creek fire, Wasco County, continue to build and reinforce the fire line along that perimeter. Structure protection continues around Pine Hollow and Shady Brook subdivisions this evening. 988 structures are in level 3 go now. 48 are in level 2 get set. And 35 are in level 1 get ready. Low temps and higher relative humidities are anticipated to offer favorable conditions for the night crews. And they still have a Red Cross shelter at South Wasco County High School in Maupin, and a second one at Y East Middle School in Hood River. Residents evacuating from Pine Hollow and Wamak should travel to the west and use the shelter at Y East Middle School. The livestock shelter is located adjacent to the Y East Middle School at Hood River Fairgrounds at Hood River. Dang. So I guess they can't use the Tygh Valley area for the livestock shelter anymore. Please move the camera. Like the fire's moving to the right. I hope they reposition it. This back to the Cow Valley fire here. This is by Brogan, and I think it crossed the canyon up there. It's up on the plateau above Brogan, which I would assume is the lights on the very far right. But meanwhile, back at the other ranch, I'm sure the fire will climb up and do a burn over this cam. Right now, it's kind of hung up down there at the base of this hill. What's the I wish this one would not be so zoomed in, so we actually see what's going on around the cam. But all we see is a whole bunch of purple. You know, it's weird. Or reddish orangey purple. I mean, that's a whole lot of nothing we can see there. So is there more than one cam? Just one. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me look back at chat. Unchained America, welcome. How are you? Horse Gulch Fire in Montana's pretty close to the Canyon Ferry, like right now. D-Train says no, they haven't named that fire in Nevada County yet. Yeah, thank you, D-Train, for letting me know about it. We're monitoring a different one. Let's see, do we have more views? Bowman Ridge. This is just by Bullard's Bar. He used to do a lot of recreation there. Water skiing. It's pretty small. Angela, are you listening to it, or? I think she said she was trying to get a image. I wish the organ house cam was back online. That would be good. All right, let me make it darker. I hate how bright this is. All right. Okay. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Sorghum Peak 1 is looking southeast. So be approximately its location as long as the other camera, Bowman Ridge, is looking at it, which it is. Okay. So this approximate location would be very rural, but what is that little road right there? Yeah. Southwest of North San Juan, there's a little old gold rush looking blurb on the map. Just can't remember what it was called. Southwest of North San Juan. We'll find it. Let's do a duplication of the tab of Caltopo. We'll go to North San Juan, California. That's where they did a lot of hydro mining. A lot of these communities instantly died one day in 1879, whenever the courts ruled hydro mining illegal. That's, yeah, Sevastopol, which is more of a place name than a like town or anything, as far as I can tell. But I don't believe this is exactly where it's at. We don't have a satellite. So let's see. Turn it on to the to Forest. It's gotta be Forest Service maps. All right. So Sweetland. Yeah, where it says diggings, Sevastopol diggings. They just hose mountainsides away. Very intense looking landscape. Vegetation fire, South Carnegie Drive, and East Hospitality Lane in San Bernardino. Ring a ding ding. All right, so looking back at our cam, let's try to pinpoint that. It's North San Juan, 49. Yeah, by Rough and Ready. It's Rough and Ready down there. Trying to remember my French Corral. No, it's not Rough and Ready. It's French Corral. Oh, okay. Okay. Man, French Corral barely survives wildfires year after year. Okay, so right around here, Birchville, Sweetland Diggings, Birchville area is right about where the fire is. With wind out of the northeast, of course, down canyon winds. This is a Pleasant Valley Highway. Yeah, French digging. Okay. All right, we will take a look. We'll continue to monitor that. Push that over here. Let's push the. Okay, I've got a different tab group. Refresh to make sure. Yeah, that is one hell of a flame front still moving around. So back where it began, we're seeing yellow where there's no flare-ups or hot spots. With the enormous Cow Valley fire here in Eastern Oregon. Orange is no new heat detections. I mean, of course, there's still heat there and there's still fire there, but bigger than before. That's what a heat detection means. For any of these small, well, big squares to light up, the satellite comes around every 20 minutes or so. To trigger another heat detection, it has to be just as intense or a little bit more intense as before the last time the satellite came around. With high desert tumbleweed type fires, usually that will only trigger like once or twice. In fact, that is a huge, enormous area still triggering again and again and again. It's just mind-boggling. Super mind-boggling here. Let's do a 2-hour time lapse. Hey, Katie Gordon, how are you doing? Welcome, and hit the like button, guys, if you're still here with us. This is, it's now called the Freedom Fire, Sweetland, Nevada County. Thanks, Angela. And Big Al says the fire in Nevada County has now been named a Free Fire. Okay. Fire near Bullard's Bar is the Freedom one. Okay. The Freedom one. Gotcha. So the Free in Nevada County, do we have any kind of view on it? Why is this camera not pivoting over? Come on, camera, move. Move to the right. Like we can see now the split. That's that canyon. I believe this canyon here is where what split the fire, and it's down in the flatlands just north of 26, and then up on the plateau it has gone over the main large canyon. What is that? Is that the John Day River? Let me see. Which river is this? The Highline Ditch, abandoned irrigation ditch. What is the river? It can't be just a creek. What? That's a huge canyon for a creek. Excuse me. Little creek. Yes. Your Forest Service map. No. Willow Creek. See what I mean about all creeks and rivers, no matter what their size, are like in deep carved channels. That's what the Ice Age floods did. So that's why they're not good barriers or fire lines. The fire just went, pew, yoink. I believe it's already hopped over. It's just looking what the cameras are seeing. If it hasn't, that would be good. But I believe it has. The satellites will come back around 10 minutes, and I wouldn't be surprised to have a heat detection right here. It'd be really good if it hasn't, but this really may be no barrier. It could burn down and up on the other side, or just spot over in the wind. It'll be great if it doesn't, but just don't count on it. So, just looking at, see how it looks elevated up there, and it looks like there's a thing in between. Like I wouldn't, yeah. See how the beam is looking right there. It looks higher, you know. It's like a higher elevation. Oh, come on. 1 hour time lapse. It looks like it's up on the plateaus above the town. So best case scenario, they might be able to stop it like down there in front of Brogan where the irrigation begins, but it'll probably just rampage on either side of this little valley and go run the hills. So Katie Horton says it's up by Maupin, the Larch Creek fire. Yep. We've been I don't know if somebody asked that, but thank you for answering anybody's question. We keep reading about the Larch Creek. It was looking good for a couple of days, and then today all hell broke loose again. The scoopers worked until even after dark, I think. They scooped out of the Dalles. Did a lot of airplane work there. But we've never had a good camera on the Larch Creek, so all I was able to do is look at Flight Radar 24. So there's a plane. It's taken off from Ontario. I just have no idea if it's to do anything with this fire, go look at it or something. Just Cessnas take off from little airports all the time. I've got a filter for altitude. Low flying planes tend to be ones involved with fires. So I don't see anything around here. It would be nice if we had a mapping plane or something that would give us some better ideas. So looking at the fire from two different directions. And this one's been crazy compelling. This one's from Vail, Oregon, like 50 miles away. Somewhere between 25 and 50 miles away. And we probably are going to see the burn over the Cottonwood Mountains camp. And it could be behind the camera already, and that's why it's like a solid pink glow. But the area right in front of it hasn't quite burned off, just down in the valley. Okay. We do have an update on the Freedom Fire by Sweetland. What is that, Nevada County? It's 2 to 3 acres in heavy brush and grass and oak and woodland per the first arriving unit. My ulcer thing is acting up. Please follow the fire. This is the best view we have of it. There's another camera that's turned its attention. We may have a third camera view. Hey, beyond the bands, let me look back. All good. We all need fun times in these intense situations. Oh, there's somebody joking in the chat. Sorry. Big Al had a correction, same fire. Okay. All right, let's go back up here. Big Al says two task forces from the Umatilla and Multnomah counties, which is Portland County, coming to mutual aid for the Cal Fire on a Twitter status. Okay, let me log into my Twitter back there. I totally forgot to tweet I was live. I wonder if people can't find us. Okay. I wish that happened automatically. I just want to press buttons and go and not worry about, hey guys, I'm live. Okay. Sorry, what was that? Phone jingled. I don't know what it was. There was a small earthquake just 4 miles south of Brentwood, California earlier today. So some heat warnings and stuff. Oh man, I have way too many notifications on the phone. I don't know if somebody just gave me an email. I'll check that in a second. Yeah, Office of Oregon State Fire Marshal. The Vail BLM district says 30 to 50 homes are. And I'm going to retweet that. Thanks, Big Al. River Vale is where this camera is, looking to the northwest. So, got a lot of good info here. Let's look back at things. Wasco County has a little bit of fire. Yeah, the ash fire. We were monitoring that. Hey, Nick, how are you? Thanks for being here. This is crazy. Let's look at our possible third camera view. the big lookout seems to have pivoted over to look at this enormous Cow Creek fire. Yeah, this is in the Blue Mountains, I believe. Big Mountain Lookout, looking way past the Oregon Trails and this Highway 84. Wow. So this is looking to the southwest. See if there's a 2-hour time lapse. That's good. You see the huge amount of drifting smoke. Yikes. Man, this is going to rampage. It'll probably be 40,000 acres by dawn if it continues spreading really quickly. So, just wow. Okay, I got to ventilate the house. I got to go open some windows. So, please hold down the fort for a minute, mods. So I'm going to leave you this live image. Just looking to the southwest. This is our third camera view. I'm linking it in the chat of the Cow Valley. You keep me informed and put in the chat what we're looking at. I gotta go open and close some windows. I will be right back in a few. Okay, just a second, friends. I'm gotta put some food away too. This is our live view of the enormous, kind of indescribably enormous right now, fast-moving Cow Valley fire. And I asked Alexa here to give me a little bit of the weather forecast for Bronson, Oregon, as the fire's trying to eat that town right now. But right now it's pretty hot. It's 84, and there will only be a low of like 75 tonight, which makes it worse. The current wind speed is at least 12 to 15 miles an hour, gusts 17 to 20 out of the northwest. In general, it might die down a little bit past 3 or 4 a.m., but they're going to have a constant 10-mile-an-hour wind, gusts at least 15 miles an hour until like 9 in the morning. So it just might rampage and run around throughout the day. There's also some special weather statements like fire weather watch and excessive heat warnings. So the excessive heat until midnight on Sunday, Idaho, Lower Treasure Valley, and in Oregon's Lower Treasure Valley. Dangerously hot conditions through Saturday, especially across the lower elevations. And so fire weather watch, potential for abundant lightning this weekend. National Weather Service of Boise has issued a fire weather watch for lightning, which is in effect for Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening. Scattered thunderstorms with little to no precipitation and abundant lightning possible Saturday through Sunday, and outflow winds up to 50 miles an hour. Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening. Hold on to your butts. So let me put my food away for now. We also have the potential for thunderstorms around the Shelly fire too. I just don't know about the rest of California for the weekend, so just hold fast. What a week, guys. At least the last couple of days has had better weather for California than expected, and that's really helped the Shelly and even the lake scene. So let me put away my food and I'll be right back at the keyboard. Of course, you know what the weird, ironic thing is that some blessings kind of come in disguise. As bad as the weather and such is today, feeling this nightmare fire, monster fire, there's a silver lining here. Oh shoot, I have to wipe off the glass desk here. Hang on. Think about this weekend with this abundant lightning for the region, right? And 50+ mile-an-hour wind gusts. Now, wherever the lightning strikes this weekend, it's already just burned just now. It ain't gonna do anything. Or if it finds a little pocket of the unburned stuff, it'll stop. It'll run into the black where this fire's already burned. So this is a less severe wind and condition. This is going to be protective of these local communities here where the fire's already gone past them. So as long as the buildings are saved, of course. It'll be protective of the even crazier weather coming down the pipe this weekend. If you think about it, the other gigantic fire, what was it called, the Little Valley Fire? It was 20,000+ acres, and then the others that got huge over the last couple of weeks have burned off the sage and the weeds and the grass for large areas around here in Eastern Oregon. So when this crazy lightning storm, or whatever they're explaining it might happen this weekend, comes, a lot of the lightning will just hit and do nothing in the already previously burned areas. So we must remember our little blessings in disguise. Of course, they're going to take loss here, and I really hope none of the cattle just died or got affected in this region. I have no idea. But there's always some little thing to be grateful for. Okay, but I just wiped down the desk. This is a live view. This is looking northwest to the southwest of our insane Cow Creek fire. That's trying to eat the town of Brogan right now, and trying to eat the other can. Yeah, thanks for the little heart things here. Maybe on the badge says, yeah, this is Cow Valley Fire. This is Oregon. The Cow Fire is in California. Yeah. Yeah, Small World Life says this is in Oregon. Yeah, this is Oregon. So I put that on the see the text at the bottom of the screen? I put that it's the Cow Valley Fire, Oregon. Just rampaging. So the cow we should go back and look at, that was on Indian land, and the night that it broke out, we were trying to track it in the one camera down there. So I had to stop looking at it. Couldn't hear any scanners, so there's not much we could do. Down there in southeastern California, kind of sort of by Fresno. This is enormous. This Cow Valley fire is enormous. This is absolutely hopelessly outdated. These heat detections. There's just sort of a vague outline about where this is. These little ones here. These lines here just give you a sort of a better idea, but it's deep. It's deep down to about here where our camera is located, the one where the camera is trying to be eaten, right here. So it's just massive. In less than 24 hours, it's gone 20,000+ acres. It's not. There are no two cow. Yeah, I know. It is confusing, but the one in California is called Cow Fire. This is Cow Valley. So I know. I think that there needs to be reform on how they name fires. They usually just name it after the nearest road, so that responding fire crews can go directly to it. These are live images, by the way. But there needs to be a banned list. Like, they need to consult a quick list of, no, you can't name your fire that, because there's one that sounds like it already in progress or has been recent. Or there's a famous fire with the same name, and you should never repeat that fire name. Like the campfire with Paradise burning down. You should never call another fire the campfire, period. You just shouldn't, because it's gotten so much media coverage. If anybody needs to know emergency information about the fire affecting them right now, what happens with search results? They find the old fire from years ago goes to the top of their search results. They cannot find their current fire info. This is just stupidity that these rules haven't changed. We've had several fires called the exact same thing in several different states at the same time. Thanks so much, Curtis Mitchell. You're so wonderful. You know the South Fork fire of New Mexico at Ruidoso that devastated that town and obliterated like 14,000 buildings and killed several people. I think they're still missing people. That was called the South Fork Fire of New Mexico. Well, you know what California did? Named a couple other of their own fires, the South Fork Fire. Well, the South Fork Fire in New Mexico is still ongoing. So how are the people of California supposed to figure it out? There needs to be reform in this whole system. Right now, it's in stupidity mode, like a lot of the current systems are. So we'll see a camera burn over this, I'm sure, eventually. The 12-hour time lapse lets you know a little bit more about how the fire was going, even though it was looking far away from the beginning. Saw huge aerial tankers working it. This is looking north from the Cottonwood 2 cam. Thank you so much, Chris Mitchell, for your donation. I'm so sorry. It's very difficult to keep up with phone notifications and notifications of people emailing me and then other folks trying to constantly give me a notification about which this or that camera or this or that piece of information to read. With the other methods, Venmo and PayPal and Cash App, is so hard to look at the camera, look at the phone, and know that somebody's donating. I'm very sorry, but all of those of you who have, please, you have my thanks. And those apps don't take 30% like YouTube does. Like here, we had earlier lots of VLATs, very large aerial tankers, passenger jet planes working this Cow Valley fire in Eastern Oregon, and to no avail. Oh yeah, I need a screenshot of this. Like, what does the landscape look like in general? Right there. Let me save that. So that people can know like what in general is fueling this fire. A lot of it's the bushy, flashy, oily, tumbling tumbleweeds, grass and whatnot. So like the normal fuels. Okay. Now what's the panorama mode is live. So, but where the camera zoomed in, you just kind of see solid smoky flame. So what could be happening is there could be fire like where the camera is right now that swept over from the ridge to the left, and it could be running right around the camera, showing our current you know just solid red smoke. The ridgeline, I believe, is on fire. We've seen heat detections, so it may have climbed like further west of the cam, and the ground could be on fire directly in front of one of the cam views. I think it's high enough. It seems to be on a radio tower that it probably won't burn up, but we call it a cam burn over anyway because it burns over where the cam is. Hopefully it survives. I'm just worried that it'll lose power or internet connection, and we'll perhaps lose our vision of this cam. I want to go right here and do a 2-hour time lapse of this is what? Yeah, this is looking from Vail, Oregon to the northwest of Reinhardt Butte view. and we're seeing it try to surround Brogan or go past it, and it's not tilting to the right. This has been a sobering look. It's practically in Idaho, and it's 25 to 50 miles away, looking to the northwest. And you can see it trying to surround Brogan up there, the northeast tip of the fire, where it's just rampaging. I believe it crossed Willow Creek Canyon, and it's on the plateaus to the right. So I believe that hopefully, as long as they've got enough units to defend it, that what will end up happening, is that the fire will go on each side of the valley and go past it. But the irrigation systems down here will hopefully protect a lot of the homes and ranches and farms and such in the valley down there. But see, this is where the cottonwood cam is with all the bright flame. I'm not sure which little peak it's on, but you can see that the Cottonwood Mountains, this ridge, is all on fire. And strangely, with the other Bonita Road fire, we had a 25% containment percentage. Very little information about it on watch duty, and then they dropped it to 0 right about as these heat detections came close. I don't know if they're expecting the Cow Valley fire to merge with it, or if it did, or if it jumped, or why they lost containment percentage on Bonita Road fire, which is nearby. 3 different fires broke out, and it says they're all under investigation, I think. I don't believe there's been any lightning today, just high winds. The Huntington, which is a little community mutual aid fire, the Cow Valley, which is enormous right now, and the Bonita Road. We'll just have to wait for some updates, but with the 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the forecast and the abundant lightning storm that's forecast through the weekend here, the only positive thing here is that, ironically, if lightning tries to strike this area where the fire is already burning, nothing will happen from the fires that have already happened this summer. Nothing will happen. Eastern Oregon has seen a lot in the last couple of weeks. It's just, yeah, thank you for hitting the like button, Fab Daddy, and leaving a little comment. Did I sleep? Yeah, unfortunately, I slept all through the day. I have a sinus infection. I woke up really sick and confused almost 9 p.m., even though I went to bed early before 3 after concluding the stream. I could have streamed all night, but I didn't. I thought, great, well, I'll wake up by 11 or 2, or I mean 11, and maybe start the stream by 2 to 4, depending on how hot it is here today. I wake up, all my alarms never went off because my phone was dead on my chest. I had wrapped around it and tossed and turned in the heat, and ripped the cord and the charger out of the wall, and it damaged, so I've got to buy a new one. So I had all the people trying to let me know about these fires breaking out couldn't reach me, and I had to dig around and find some older phone chargers that they're weak. As I was charging the phone, I tried to use my watch to call people, and then like free messaging services, like from a different phone that doesn't have a SIM card in it, tried to get a hold of people and say, look, it's charging, and getting on the computer and trying to go live. I searched all around for any sort of radios of any fire, and I can't find any comms, not the lake, not the Shelly, even though I saw some helicopters and things by the Shelly. I saw a huge amount of scoopers where all hell broke loose today back at the Larch Creek, which is further west in Oregon, which is by Maupin. So this is the Larch Creek by Tygh Valley, just east of Mount Hood. That red spot. Remember, all red spots are huge when you zoom out. It just doesn't reflect fire size. But it's big, and they increased evacuation areas. So that's the one by Friend, Oregon, Kingsley, Tygh Valley. and it jumped one of the highways to the south, I believe. So they started evacuating Pine Hollow and Womack. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make anybody sick. My scroll wheel is after many years of use here. I bought a very nice mouse for like $88, thanks to your kind donations. But after constant use, the scroll wheel lubrication is dead. I have to take it apart, add some, and hope that that fixes it, or buy a new mouse. So that's the other one. That's a big threat in Oregon. And these three broke out today, I believe. And we have almost no info because we don't have any scanner radio things out there. There's very few watch duty people that monitor out here. We got 3 cams. That's lucky. But my God, is there going to be some bad weather coming? This weekend too, the Shelly fire by Siskiyou County in California might have lightning storms. So I'm going to check the radio. Let's check a weather app too. Please move to the right. The fire is out of view. You're watching it. This was our best view. It was looking northwest from like 50 miles away. If I move to the right, the camera's not moving to the right. These are the city lights of Brogan in the foreground to the right, as far as I can tell. But come on, follow it, camera. We got a third view now that from deep in the Blue Mountains, pretty far away, like 40 miles away, of our third view looking to the southwest. And this has been crazy. This is more calibrated than usual, but out of focus. So you can see it rampaging. Mind you, this is looking to the southwest. You can see it moving east, right? Moving east. So let me make a couple of notes here. Now we're at 2 hours, 28 minutes in the stream. We have multiple views of the rampaging Cow Valley fire of Oregon. Like I said, the only positive here, since an enormous amount of Oregon has just burned in the last 2 weeks, eastern Oregon out here, wherever the crazy lightning storm that hits at 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts this weekend, wherever it hits already burned areas, it's not going to do anything. And some of these communities will be a bit more protected than those where nothing is burned nearby. So, fire history button on CalTopo mainly deals with different years. And unfortunately, if we go to watch duty and you zoom out, they have already taken off the map a lot of the really big fires that I'm referencing here. I haven't even got to all those that have just kind of started, like this Falls Fire, I think is new. But the ones from like last week and 2 weeks ago that were by, they're already totally gone from watch duty. I think we can go to InstaWeb and see, like the one at Little Valley, that was 20,000+ acres. That also spread just as fast, but it was really the middle of nowhere with no camera views. So I could mention it, but I couldn't cover it. Let's look at, but at least on watch duty, you have the prior fire burn scars. Like, it should show like the Little Valley. That's the Willow Creek of 2022, Cane Creek of 2020, Little Valley right here. So you don't have any more of the information about it, but that just happened like a couple weeks ago. So some of the communities might be a little bit more protected because wherever lightning strikes here, it's going to find nothing, right? That's a 16,000 acre or something fire. Let me look offline. But this is our current view, 1 hour time lapse at least, looking southwest from Blue Mountains, and so see it mostly traveling to the east. Hey, Brokefish, you're back a little bit. Thanks for being here and jumping in. And look back at chat. Sorry, I had to open more windows. I might have to do a little bit more. Thanks for being here, Broke. I know you got a birthday party to attend, a late night virtual birthday party for somebody who lives far away. But hey, Husky, welcome back. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was so ill. I slept through most of the day. I wanted to be online at least by 6. See if it's still some of the hottest and most humid days of the year. That's just killing us here in Portland. And I don't run the air conditioning very often around here, but it's just not worth it to spend a couple $100 on maybe a window unit to heat everything. Um, um, when it's going to run maybe one or 2 weeks of the year. So I don't usually have to shut down because of room heat, but I've had to last couple of days. I can't, this supercomputer that tracks the fires puts out so much heat by its own. My existing air conditioning unit can't keep up with it, and I can't just buy another one when this almost never happened. So I hope you guys understand. Yeah, I know, Tyler, about why they called it the campfires. It was Camp Creek Road, the one that hit Paradise. Remember, deep in the Feather River Canyon, not anywhere near Paradise. I mean, vaguely near, but not adjacent. And they typically name fires right after the nearest road that goes to them, just so that firefighters are not confused. So Camp Creek Road, they tried to go put it out, but PG&E's power lines were still arcing, sparking, and dripping molten metal onto a lot of vegetation straight up underneath the power line. They could have put out the campfire immediately. They were helplessly watching it from the fire crews were from up in the Feather River Canyon and the fire access road, and where they're not supposed to allow vegetation to grow up underneath the lines directly was a whole bunch of trees and brush. So get this, even though it was 75 plus mile an hour wind gusts on that night that the Paradise, camp fire broke out, wind usually blows out fires at that speed. Yes, if you hold up a match and put it in front of a room fan, it goes out, right? But because the power lines had touched each other and an arm broke off, and power lines touched each other, the long distance high tension power lines, back here in 2021, molten metal was dripping into the weeds, grass, and trees and shrubs below, and so they couldn't get to it because the fire access road was overgrown. And even if they could, with the live power lines, they'd get electrocuted if they, put water directly on the power lines. And they were hanging around and swinging and touching each other and dropping molten metal down. So it's not like you could get right underneath there. So very few things can actually start a wildfire in very, very, very high winds, like what happened with the situation at Paradise, the Santa Ana's and Diablo winds, because the wind blows them out. But power lines are one of them because they just continuously fry the vegetation. So ironically, that's how that happened. But yeah, let's go back up. Husky says the lake fire is very active today. Yeah, I saw there was increased evacuations. Let's look back at Malheur County Sheriff's Office and see if they've got any kind of evacuation map or something. But this cam burnover thing, if you look back at the 3 hours, this particular cam is zoomed in too much to see if there's actually flames right up next to the camera. So looking at the panorama view, this is the southern end of the Cow Valley fire. Panorama view is showing us more like what's happened. We've been watching it go up over this hill and to the right. But like I said, since the fire's on the ridge to the left, the fire could have already burned all the vegetation right underneath this camera and just gone along its happy way. The heat detections are just insane. Some of them are starting to fade out, but it was red for so much longer than I expected, given the fact that it's mostly tumbleweeds and dry grass, and things just don't burn for more than a minute or two. The only thing that really explains continuously pinged heat detections for hours like we've seen is that the wind may have been blowing so fast. We've had some massive wind gusts up to around 38 or so, just looking at Caltopo and its primitive, weather stuff that's on there. What we're probably seeing is that the wind just spotted it out ahead of itself, flaming debris running around in the wind, leaving a lot of unburned patches behind it, which later the wind changes direction and it eventually burns, right? But the nature of these fuels is usually when the fire goes past you, like in a desert flash fire like this, it's done. It's done, and you don't have to worry about it anymore because there's nothing else to burn. Just short grass and some bushes. It's done. It's ash. It's gone. So, what I would like to know is how far past Willow Creek has it gone? Looking up from the southwest, I believe we have seen the fire up above and over Brogan. I thought it was quite right here, but it may have been, it's hard to tell, like up here. But you can see that if it goes all the way past Willow Creek, which because there's heat detections up that way, I imagine eventually will make its way down there. I expect it to go on either side of this valley, up in the hills. They'll probably be able to save pretty much everything in the valley as long as enough crews are there due to its irrigated nature. But who knows how big and huge this will be and how far it'll run. It could definitely run down to Ontario, threaten Ontario, Vale. We're talking Ontario, Idaho, if it's unchecked. So the way they'll try to check it, I guess, is they could probably just build tractor lines like dozer lines, but here up in the hills, this is a lot more difficult. There just may have to be a rainstorm or something. If high winds persist, if high winds like die down, we know they won't really until at least 7 to 9 in the morning, and that just gives them some time. Aircraft dumps possibly do it, but they'd have to have several days of just constant aircraft working it, everything from crop dusters to the VLADs, and they may just dump retardant just directly on it, like just to put it out. The nature of the fast-moving grass and tumbleweed sagey fires like this is usually it's just a very thin strip, like in a line marching really fast. So sometimes even crop dusters can kind of like put out that line in a strip and just keep working it. It's just so wide. It's extremely difficult now. We haven't had any new updates to that Facebook page or to the sheriff's office. Let me see, is there a Malheur County Office of Emergency Services that might have an evacuation map? If you guys can check that out for me, great. My VPN sometimes blocks them. I don't know why. Losing all things can be freeing. That's yeah. Fab Daddy 44 says I know and communicate with many campfire survivors and PTSD is real. One lady said, "Been there, done that. I just can start again." Yeah. Well, I love you too, Tony. Well, that's a really depressing sentence from Janis Joplin's song. Freedom is just another word for you don't have anything left to lose. Yeah. A lot of people just don't want to start again. depends where you're at in your life. And it makes it hard. Campfire survivors got screwed with the governor signing the bill to limit PG&E's liability, even though the power company destroyed their neighborhoods, many different towns, not just Paradise, and their homes. They're not getting full compensation. My brother lost way more than he'll ever get back, and got so traumatized he had to leave the state, so it broke up my family. And this is unfair. This is ridiculous. Then PG&E, instead of liquidating their assets to pay back the victims and turning them over to the state, because the state, it'll take state and federal resources to fix all the power lines that they neglected and the rickety state that they're in. Decades of power line neglect and maintenance. It'll take federal billions to fix them all to make California safe again. Instead of liquidating the assets and seizing the company, which normally would happen, and hopefully with justice, seizing the assets, the private airplanes and the $1 million homes and whatever, the corporate CEOs and all their millions, to properly compensate the victims and give them their lives back, and rebuild the infrastructure that's critical to California. Instead of that happening, they got their yachts, they got their millions, they got their corporate parachutes, and they killed people and got away with it. You and I can't. But that's why a lot of Paradise victims are still homeless. They're still living at river bottoms and at other people's homes. A lot of people who live there but couldn't prove it because all of their mail burned up. I've spoken to them and they've gotten nothing. They can't even get anything from the funds where people donated to the charities because they can't prove they live there. I mean, this day and age where a lot of California housing is so unaffordable, a lot of people are just bunking up with their relatives, and they build little tiny homes and sheds in the backyard, which may or may not be code and legal. Different communities outlaw or allow tiny homes in the back of properties. They're called ADUs, accessory dwelling units in real estate. Well, a lot of times somebody might be living in it and it's on the hush. It's a little thing in the back of the property, and it's, or trailers, RVs and such that your friends are living on, otherwise they'd be homeless. A lot of people who are in Paradise like that, but not officially living there or having an official address, lost everything and then could not prove they were ever there, so they got nothing. Nothing from the victims' funds, the charities, Red Cross, nothing, absolutely nothing. Nothing from PG&E, no compensation, no stock options from PG&E. Like not like that's good stock to have, but nothing. So they're homeless or still just living with friends, and it's just unreal. So I sometimes freedom is bad. That's what I'm just trying to say. Oh, at least you're free, not having possessions, free, and in poverty and struggling and every day of your life. If the last thing you had was a trailer that you bought, a travel trailer behind your pickup, and your pickup was worth, 20 grand. The travel trailer was worth 17 grand, and it's gone. And how do you get it back? Somebody gave you a tent from Goodwill and you're at the river bottoms suffering in 115-degree weather. Like, that's when freedom sucks. Nanny says this may be my opinion for all being involved, but I had to leave California due to the impact. Even Chico, yeah, I know. Everybody losing their homes at Paradise, and then the other fires too, La Marica, Bangor, all the housing that was destroyed, Santa Rosa, everything from the other major fires too that get forgotten about. So many little towns and cities, just part of them erased. Raise the rent for everybody else everywhere else. So I was about to move down to California to help take care of my dad who's going blind, and I can't afford it. So I'm not there. It's it's unreal. I wouldn't be able to even afford the power bill to do this, or keep on air conditioning like every day. Like, I'm trying to buy a travel trailer. I'm looking into that so I can spend part of the months down there in California and then part back in Oregon. I take care of my mom up here and hopefully take care of my dad down there. Yeah, it's just saying that losing everything can be freeing is a silver lining way to look at it. I don't think it's necessarily romanticizing it. It could be in the context. I think that's a survivor's way, though, of trying to look at a very thin silver lining. So I don't think that that's a bad thing to say. But outsiders romanticizing losing everything is of course very, very bad. But in this context, somebody was saying that I heard a survivor say losing everything can be liberating. So I understand that psychology. They do have to grab onto anything, any amount of hope. You know, look at it, looking at anything in a positive way, or trying to look as positively as possible at utter devastation and a stupid preventable corporation caused mega disaster. Um, you have to do that to go on. So here's our. It looks like daytime, doesn't it? It's nighttime. This is our live view of the incredibly fast-moving, growing nutso Cottonwood, Oregon cam, Cottonwood Mountains cam of the mega large sagey high desert Cow Valley fire. So yeah, that's not very nice. So you get banned. Laughing faces in the chat. Just go to hell, honestly. Practice says having to start over. Yeah. Yeah, by outsiders. If outsiders came in and said that, I'd be like, what the hell, man? But no, we were having a good conversation about, how they deal with it. I'd like to interview more survivors. When I went through Paradise, I was so shocked myself, just absorbing myself, what the place I used to know, what became of it. I wasn't even in an emotional state to interview anybody and not just sob along with them. I can't be breaking down and then putting a microphone in somebody's face. I meant to go back, um, but if after we get a laptop to the travel trailer, I do have a ball hitch in the back of my car. That'll allow me to take this show on the road for real, and then also do what I wanted to do, which is film and photograph the historic places of the West and interview the old timers. And we got some watch duty updates before their knowledge is gone, and too much history burns up. That's what I wanted to do. Not I don't want to do fire tracking. I do it because somebody has to. Right in San Bernardino, just a small vegetation fire. They released all units and it didn't become big. This one is rotating, or it just looked away from the fire. Why? Why? You created a test video? Sweet, Big Al. Yeah, we'll look at that in a minute. Shenanigans says I did an interview with Chico State Library and that audio recorded people's stories. Oh, do you have a link to that, Shenanigans? Can you link me to this? I'm unaware of that. If I ever want to interview, you're free. Yeah, please. Cause I'm gonna nail PG&E to the wall. When I was in Paradise, I saw some people filming there, and a lot of people have heard this story. There were two British guys. They were filming at sunset, and I was there with my aunt. My brother did a special request and said, "Could you go to my house and see if there's anything left to retrieve?" So I went, okay. So I did a little bit of filming. Didn't have any good cameras like cell phone, GoPro in the car, and um, I go there, and on the main street up from Chico, I can't remember if it was Skyline or there's a good photo opportunity of the setting sun. So I get out, and there's two British guys there. So they explained they were making a documentary, and I said, "Oh, really?" And they said, "Do you live here?" And I explained, "No, I just used to take horseback riding lessons here as a kid, and my brother did." So I used to ride some of his horses. Um, so they said, "Well, we're making a documentary. Can you help us out with it?" Um, exchanging information for a moment there because I thought they're in good faith. They just seemed on as forthright youth, getting a career started in video production, and I was like, "Oh, okay." I said I had recorded, when I first started Firestream ever. I didn't have a microphone or a webcam. I was just monitoring the fire myself. People came in and asked me. I had like 16 viewers at the time at the most. I had scanner radio going on all night. Had these maps, and so mostly the survivors asking me, "Can you check on where the heat detections are and see if they're over my neighborhood?" And then later when they had the destruction maps, yeah, of course, you Nanny, I'll do the best job I can. Of course, I'd be honored if you talk to me. Um, so what I did was look for people at the destruction map to see how much of their home was still standing because they didn't want to see the pictures. They just wanted me to describe. Um, so that became what I did at the time. And then later, when the 2020 crisis happened, that's when I started doing Firestream for real, with learning about fire and whatnot. But ironically, my history show, the first episode was going to be at the Gold Nugget Museum in Paradise. It was going to be about the Dogtown Nugget. It was going to be Paradise, Magalia, and that district, and then it was going to be Plumas County, and then down to the motor load. And these fires have been destroying things before I can film them. So I had just gotten in contact with the Gold Nugget Museum at the time. And ironically, this was what happened. That's why I need a travel trailer. Your donations will, hopefully, the next goal will be towards that. I now have a good camera to interview people with at least. I just need a little bit more sound gear. I have a very nice camera now. You look back, I just got some watch duty updates. So ironically, these two gentlemen were there. I just want to explain this real quick. They were from England or whatnot. Shoot, we lost two cams are now looking away from the fire. Two good cams are looking away from the Cow Valley fire. No, no. Oh, seriously. That's all we know. 6 minutes ago, there's an update. Red Cross and its partners are opening a shelter at the Malheur County Fairgrounds in Ontario. Wait, is Ontario still Oregon? I thought it was Idaho. It's on the border. Oops. Have I been saying Ontario, Idaho? I Oopsie. Whoops. Okay. The fairgrounds can house large animals and has space for RVs. All Red Cross services are free. Fires moving towards Malheur Reservoir is threatening 30 to 50 homes in the Brogan area. According to a press release by Vail Bureau of Land Management, Malheur County Sheriff's Office is advising residents to prepare themselves, as they have been for several hours, in case of evacuation orders being issued. For the most current evacuation info, go to the Sheriff's Facebook page. Here. So the link is in the description of this video, I believe, guys. Which there hasn't. Okay, the American Red Cross made a comment. Yeah, opening the shelter. Newest comments. Espanol thing, great. Yeah, a lot of people are worried about so many cattle being out there. Hopefully they can find shelter in little places of unburned areas. Um, okay. Um, anyway, just to finish my story. Let's see. Somebody get out of line. No conspiracy talk here. It stresses out my my viewers who are evacuated. So a long time ago, I used to just give my opinions and talk a lot about whether or not lasers or weapons could be involved or all sorts of situations. I'm fine with discussing that, and I'm a doubting Thomas personality, so I may prove it to me, that person, but I have an open mind. So I will look completely open-minded at any evidence, any photograph, and give you my 2 cents. If you ever want to know if there's no evidence of something, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. But philosophically, if the only way to really kind of know what happened, if evidence might be gone, is you do a sort of Socratic method thing philosophically. You need to figure out what answers all questions about a situation, and that's likely what happened, right? So I used to accept challenges and look at any evidence, photos, questions, and see if anything else can explain, natural fire behavior. And I like doing that. And I as long as people are nice and respectful, and it's a respectful conversation. But then I got tapped on the shoulder, and the people who are evacuated said, "Please don't talk about that. We don't want to hear anything about weapons and being targeted possibly, and all we want to know is and we don't want to see any images of devastation. No homes burning down. We want to get the fire info that's verifiable, and then, if we have to speculate on where it's moving or whatnot, just we say that." So I accepted that that's what my viewers wanted. So we made a rule that we're the facts only resource on the fire, and if I'm going to take a challenge about, what do I think of this situation, and could there be different explanations? It has to be on somebody else's channel at another time when emergencies are not happening. I'll be happy to be a guest, or do a special like off-season special where I just make a video that says, "Let's explore alternative theories." Right? It just can't be during the emergencies where evacuees are here listening. They say, I will stop watching if you go into that. It stresses us out. So I've made that rule listening to them, and it's being sensitive to their needs. So that's why you have that rule here. People ask me for it. But so far, I have never seen, every time I've been challenged, and every time I've looked, fire aftermath and gone everywhere. I often go to the big places afterwards. I've never seen anything that can't be explained. I now understand fire behavior a lot better than now I'm learning from real firefighters who take me under their wing, where for structure fires and wildland fires. So some things just are weird phenomenon that people are not aware of mostly. And a lot of these images that look weird and compelling turn out to be hoaxes. I have a photography background, and I'm pretty good at spotting fake images. So I hope you understand, but that's why the rules are there. We only joke about it sometimes. Some people have barged in here and been so rude, you wouldn't understand. You have to talk about space lasers and or the new weapons that the shadow government is using to kill everyone. You have to. I'm like, no, I don't. This is my show. You go ahead and discuss that on any other channel. All I have to do is die and make choices. That's all anybody has to do. And then people yell at me and say, "Well, you're helping them kill more people." I'm like, bye bye. I don't go to your channel and be rude to you. You're not going to come to my channel and be rude to me. So we make fun of those rude people, you know. But you know, I like the thinking of the people who dabble at alternative theories. You know, those with a true open mind and um, but logical reasoning. I respect them a lot, but um, I've been abused by a lot of people who just barge in here and scream lasers. So we make fun of that. There's only one way to deal with that stress, and that's comedy. So I hope that explains that. Dang it, I want the other cameras to go back. Come on, why, why are they not looking at the progress of the fire anymore? There's nothing to cover anymore for the Cow Valley if the cameras aren't going to look at it. I know they're looking for other heat detections. This just frustrates me so much. We have a rampaging megafire heading towards communities, and sometimes the cameras just quit. I just go around and look at one spot in a random landscape. Seriously. And that would leave us with a satellite only. This Cow Valley fire, wild one, it's trying to eat the town of Brogan, Oregon. Zoom out, somewhat near the border of Idaho. Are we buffering? See how that stuttered? That's the internet deal. You have to troubleshoot more my internet connection. It shouldn't be that slow. See how chunks are trying to load and they're not? I may have to redo my connection. So you can see it's right around the Idaho border here. They had 3 start today that just went nuts in the wind. They've had red flag, high wind conditions. It's enormous. The fact that all this is still red every time the satellite passes by is so unusual for a fast-moving high desert kind of a fire. And sagebrush, sagey area. The wind shifted several times and just it got away from them. Even though they had massive response with huge airplanes today, retardant, it just got away from them. I wonder if there's a Veer's progression, usually only day after day. See, it starts over here by Cow Valley Road, that's the name. Don't know why. Don't believe in any kind of clue here. I don't think they've had any kind of lightning. So they said it was burning towards the Malheur Reservoir. That was a long time ago that it was going towards it. The wind shifted and it just went south, southwest, and southeast. And it may have merged or may merge with the other fire down here, which was called the, let's go back to the all satellites mode. Benio Road fire. They had a 25% containment on this little guy. No current goes heat detections. Not for hours. Not for more than 6 hours. However, they updated containment from 25% to 0. Just as see all these heat detections here on the right are from the rapidly expanding, crazy, huge Cow Valley fire. And we have a cam burnover in progress. Or the just a base of the hill, at least. It's unclear if up on the ridge the fire went right past the cam. Sorry, I was in the middle of a conversation about Paradise, but I had to address that one question about whether or not we could discuss dues and stuff. No, not when so many people are evacuated and watching. So, yeah, Shenanny, I may be able to come interview in person. I wanted to come to California in June. If we can get this laptop going, maybe sometime soon. Yeah, I'd love to talk to you. So when I was in Paradise, not too long after it happened, like the next summer, I believe. I'm there. I'm filming best I can with a cell phone and just absorbing the enormity of it. I was asked to check on my brother's house. No, nothing was left. I just told him don't bother going back. It's not going to be good for you to see that. But your rose bushes are alive. There's a little retaining wall right next to the mailbox, and it's sheltered the rose bushes right next to the curb and the street, which of course don't burn. So that was it though. So I was there. I meet these two British guys, youth, young 20-somethings. They said, we're here just filming very short duration, and we're going back to England to create our Paradise documentary. I said, okay. So what have you been doing? And he goes, we've been interviewing survivors. I said, oh, wow, okay. What's your documentary going to be called? And we're exchanging info, whatever. And then he said, do you have anything you want to submit? I said, maybe some of my own photos here. My brother's Facebook was insane. He was a missing person, and then he took pictures, not really driving through flames. He was a little busy at the time, but he took a lot of pictures from Chico and seeing the black cloud coming and turning day into night. They go, oh, wow, could you email them? I said, I need to know more about your documentary here. And what shocked me, what they said do you have any of the tapes of the 911? And I said, well, the dispatch, yeah, I recorded that a little bit on my PC. It's heartbreaking, like really freaking heartbreaking. But no, I don't have the victims calling 911. That's Freedom of Information Act request stuff. I don't know that they released that. They go, okay, well, scanner radio would be good. And then I said, okay, what's your documentary about? They go, well, what we've been doing, we're very disappointed. We can't understand the locals. And I said, okay. And they said, what we want them to realize is that it's kind of their own fault. Record scratch. What? Well, California's uses a lot of burns a lot of fossil fuels, and a lot of oil comes out of California. What? Yeah, this is clearly a global warming incident. What? So at the end of our interviews, we're like, do you believe in global warming now? And they just kind of stare at us, and we'd like them to say yes. Like, would their own town burning down convince them? They just, I don't know what's wrong with these people. I said, wow, I can't believe you're not beaten up, man, already. I would suggest leaving. What? Okay, global warming has nothing to do with what happened to Paradise. The power company burned their town down during the seasonal, happens every single year, Diablo wind season. What's Diablo winds? Oh my God, they happen from October through January. They're hurricane force winds that come out of the desert because the jet stream changes every October through January, and that's when everybody's supposed to be fire safe, but the power company has been neglecting their power lines for several decades now and had a policy of letting the lines fall down and then only repairing them at that point. And that's why 85 people died here. So how the hell would you feel if a power company burned your house down? So stuck a microphone in your face, said, do you believe in global warming now? Then that's your own fault. I'm surprised you haven't been beaten to a pulp, and I suggest you leave. Oh my God. They were blaming the victims. So I said, yeah, don't expect anything from me. This is disgusting, man. You even read Butte County's report. The Santa Anas and the Diablo winds have been blowing for thousands of years, but whatever, call it climate change if you want. That's just stupid. There's not any kind of example of that. Oh my God. I was so pissed. But that's what people do. They go to Paradise and they have their own agenda thing. I'm like, why don't you go to Alaska and film, how the natives are struggling with the sea level rise and the this being glaciers and it's the Arctic that's most effective. Why don't you go film the glaciers missing from the Himalayas and all those kind of issues? That's not global warming related. Sorry. They we just they had. I'm really tired of People of Paradise being used for these other agenda things that people want to prove. So my documentary will not talk about that. I think people have worried, if I'm going to interview them. No, I'm not going to victim blame. I'm going to tell exactly what happened. Because my friend died the year before, the Cascade Fire, and that's a damn power company too. Airlines go down all the time in erased towns. Even the officials are not telling the whole truth. They're saying most California wildfires are started by humans. No, not really. The big town erasing wildfires are caused by corporations for the most part. PG&E, SoCal Edison, and other power companies like the McKinney fire killed people too, and it looks like it was what Warren Buffett used to own a lot of stock in that one. Pacific Power or Pacific Core. Same thing with Oregon. It's mostly the power lines. In this era of new climate, we can't have power companies doing this. They can't act like it's okay to let power lines fall down. Everything's drier than it's ever been. So it's not like, oh, it's power companies or it's global warming. Come on, it's why not both? It's just climate's the condition, the power companies are the ignition. Why not both? This is we can't tolerate reckless arson done by power companies. Why wouldn't you? You can't. It's more likely to be out of control and insane, man. But you watch the big media news and they go, well, the West is on fire because of global warming. Global warming doesn't ignite anything. But I'll tell the whole truth. Absolutely, please, Shinani, do that, and please let me know. I want to tell it from the victim's point of view, and the survivor's point of view. I call them victims because they were victimized by the power company, just and the political corruption going on. When there's a crime, because this was a crime, there's victims and perpetrators, right? So I hope that's not an offensive term, but yes, that's I can sit there and talk about it all day and have my own pictures of the aftermath, but it's personalized with personal stories of the people affected, and that's how people care, how the audience connects and cares about it. Now, we've got a good view here of the fire marching around in different kind of waves. It's almost like waves of the ocean. And what I was expecting is that the fact that some of the heat detections that are still red is because the wind was so powerful, it blew flaming debris ahead of itself and then left pieces of unburned patches behind it. And that's why we see multiple flame fronts in a line. Just the best scenario here would be towards dawn. There's going to be a little bit less wind. Maybe it'll slow it down a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Please, where are you living at now, Shinani? Hey, sister, how are you? You might become a night person during this heat wave. I'm sick. Thanks for dealing with me on sick mode, guys. I'm a little bit out of it. My sinus infection thing happened, and I slept way too long. I meant to cover things in the early evening. Yeah, of course, anything you can save from, like, I was there, um, footage and things at the time, and then aftermath and like regrowth pictures too, like how things have changed. Yeah, good night, Katie. Thank you for being here. And I'm sorry I missed a little bit of chat here, but I'm just so frustrated. Why don't these cameras go back? Why don't these cameras go back? Oh, you know Talent? Oh my God, Talent. Were you by Talent when that burned down? Talent in Phoenix? Oh goodness. I filmed a little bit of that in late 2022 on my way back to Oregon. We were still trying to rebuild. We were covering Talent in Phoenix burning down from the traffic cams in Medford in 2022. That was just unreal seeing the I-5 traffic cams. And then people saying Talent in Phoenix are on fire. I want to look at some of the others. We'll come back to looking at the Cow Valley. What is FR? I thought FR was French fire, but Fresno area. Okay. So let's look at a couple of other issues like Oregon's near Medford now, the Salt Creek fire. Somebody said somebody died today. I don't know if it was fire related, but somebody said a firefighter died. I don't know if that was fighting the fire or what. Salt Creek fire has never had any mandatory evacuations. Northeast of Medford by the 2020 South Okeechobee scar. And Shinani, just let me know about anybody else who might want to talk about it too. I know it's super hard. Or submit pictures. And let me know in the emails if I can share them now. What I can and can't share with the public because you're all under. It's all you're in control, right? You are in control. Whatever you basically want to say is what I repeat. You know, with agenda free. You know, trying to look at the Salt Creek. It was a kind of a bad day in the Larch Creek fire too. You love bats, sister says. Okay, you were in Chico at the time of the Talent and Phoenix fires. Oh my goodness. How do you like living by Medford? It's too dry for me down there. Oh, Antonine, what? Sorry, what was your question? Or were you talking to Smitty? Yeah. What's coming down the pipe so that since we have so many new viewers, hit the like button, please. We have to explain the rules again and why they exist, but in more like a funny way than like a list. I used to put chat rules in the description of video, but it's actually full right now. Can't put as many words as you want in a video description. It's full. I have used 100% of the 5,000 character limit. So instead of making like a list of what chat rules are about to keep this from being chaos in an emergency, I thought about making a funny graphic, like an infographic. So like no proselytizing, which is no pushing religion on other people. Prayer's okay. I'm saying a prayer for people. Good, that's great. Please do. But repent, none of that. We would make, you know how like there's little signs like no smoking or men's room, women's room for, for restrooms and bathrooms. We would make it like that and just throw it up and put a link to it. So like the no proselytizing, and no doom preaching. It's the end times, it would be like the little man who shows men's room, right? And he'd be holding up a book like a holy text, and like there's a lightning bolt above his head, like no doom preaching, right? Individual like with a tinfoil hat on, no conspiracy talk. Like make it funny and just quick so people could get an idea about it. I spend way too much time explaining the rules. because I don't have them posted anymore. But it's to make it so there's no chaos and no extra stress. It's got to be a support group. Like no predicting the destruction of towns. Oh man, that town is toast. Oh seriously, man, how would you like if somebody said that about your town? I'd stop people from doing that. Mariposa's going to be gone. Shut up. Had I explained, small towns are easier to defend than bigger ones. Organ Peak is looking great. Did it move around? Did they pounce on that? The 1 hour time lapse. This is in California. We're checking on the other fires, or it moved away. Dang it. Yeah, it just moved. It just moved away from looking at it. Okay. What do they call that one? The Freedom Fire? 2 acres. Forward progress stopped. Okay, great. That's probably why the camera moved away. It's looking for new starts. Good. Let's see what else we gotta check on. Yeah, somebody, yeah, Salt Creek Fire, Oregon. Somebody came in here and said that. I just need to confirm it. I saw like 2 days ago. Information. I did not hear that today. So where did I put the Salt Creek Fire info? I guess I didn't make a tab for it. I don't know. Okay. Oregon Department of Southwest Oregon. Oregon Department of Forestry. Today they did successful strategic firing ops to help secure the southeastern edge. Overnight firefighters will continue to work on the interior of that fire, mopping up, blah, blah, blah. Southeastern corner, they will continue to monitor the activity and do strategic firing ops. Firefighters have already laid hose for water access in the area in preparation for mop-up activities. There's 300 firefighters assigned, including 12 to 20 person crews, 19 engines, 10 bulldozers, 11 water trucks. No change in their evacuation. I don't see any indication that anybody died here. They would like say so. They'd be like, in remembrance of somebody who died today. Maybe somebody was confused. Cause under investigation, just under 4,000 acres. They never had anything more than just a get ready status for mostly the woods. I'm just gonna say maybe that person may have been confused. Sometimes listening to a scanner radio for like the whole county, they say so and so has died and it's just not fire related, even though it bleeds into a fire channel. Hey Christopher, hey Matthew H said, oh really? Matthew H says, I found something saying we're deeply saddened to confirm one of our firefighters assigned to the Fremont-Winema National Forest passed away after completing a routine preparedness activity. Oh goodness. Husky, yeah, good night. Thank you for being here. Get rest. We'll need you. We'll need you. I can share anything you said. Yeah, thank you, Shenanigans. Send me anything you got. I really appreciate it. And give me your contact info because I may, drive down spontaneously to California and yeah, I don't know that it was firefighting related. So, Fremont-Winema National Forest. Fremont-Winema National Forest. Firefighter death? Oh no. Klamath Falls. Yeah, updated today. That Klamath Falls is far away from this. Oh, Black Band of Remembrance. Student support for should be a black ribbon. Keno Fire Department supports the U.S. Forest Service for the loss of a firefighter on Tuesday, July 9th. Yeah, I don't believe we lost anybody today. K Falls had some fires days ago. That's sad. Maybe they just announced cause of death today. But Klamath Falls is over here. And I don't know where the Fremont Winema Forest begins and ends, but I don't think the Salt Creek is it in it? I'd have to get a map. Now he has a fire burning. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, Flapping Wings was you. Sorry, I couldn't remember. There was a death certificate, and it was also on the news, and I'm not confused. Okay, but is this the Fremont Winema Forest? Was it the Salt Creek fire? Because why don't they say that? Like, on their Facebook I was checking. That's just what I was wondering. K Falls had fires of smaller size a bit ago. Like, and this death apparently happened on the 9th. So, yeah, this is really sad. Have they named this Maui fire? Is it big? I want to look at the heat detectors or so. Let's see. I mean, they are preparing other places for wildfire and doing a lot of strategic stuff, even if the fire's not there, in all sorts of places whenever they can, just in anticipation of so many more dry months ahead of us before the wet season. But see this mess of information, it's a lot to sort through. 16% containment. Let's see, Lori Mead says, have a good day, everybody. Time to feed the ready mix plant. Thank you for being here, Lori. Guys, hit the like button if you can, please. People come in and out. Like, look, no offense meant, but I'm on sick mode. I have my head swimming here. I read chat, thousands and thousands of sentences of chat. It's really pretty difficult for me to remember who said what. I'm now under the influence of a massive sinus infection. I'm doing the best I can. What kind of name is Bogus Fire? I know. Every once in a while, we should have a contest at the end of the year. What were the neatest, weirdest, and stupidest fire names of the year, right? They usually name a fire after the nearest road. So you get some weird ones. Camp Creek Road for the one that affected Paradise. You get stuff like Lucky Fire from Lucky Street. You get Colorado Fire for if it's Colorado Road, but it's in California. And at the same time, Colorado had a fire named the California Fire because it was California Road in Colorado. That was nice and confusing. The Pay Fire because it was a pay dirt road fire by Placerville. The Lake Fire because it was on the road to Zaco Lake. The Mystery Fire probably because it was Mystery Mine or something over there. It's almost always named after the nearest road. The Cal Fire, which is way different than the enormous Cow Valley Fire in Oregon. which has 70% containment, by the way, which we started monitoring on the 9th when it happened, which we had no real way to monitor it after the camera looked away. These are all red flag warnings going to the 14th. We should read a little bit more about the Shelly. Oh, at 7 o'clock, I was struggling to go live and broadcast a live community meeting, and every link was broken. So I was really confused. I was trying every which way from Sunday to get it live, and every link was broken because they manually did it. They turned it off so that not everybody could tune in. And so I decided that we'd just restream it when they decided to post it. But here on Watch Duty, they said it'll be live on 2 different Facebook pages. This is why I'm so upset. But they go on social media and do this. YouTube, at least, people don't have to log in to see it. But it was not available. So all of the 7 o'clock hour, I was trying to figure out if I was doing something wrong because all the links were broken. See, it said public meeting, Etna High School, cafeteria, also streamed online to Facebook on both the Klamath National Forest and the CAL FIRE Siskiyou unit. And I clicked these links, and this is what I got. Content not available right now. When this happens, it's usually because the owner only shared it with a small group of people, changed who could see it, or it was deleted. So I had trouble even loading CAL FIRE Siskiyou Klamath Facebook page whatsoever. And I went looking for it, and it was down. And I went here to this link where it is supposed to be on Klamath National Forest. They had the evening operational update, but there was no live stream, just nothing. Oh my God, look at all these dead trees. This is why the Shelly is sitting to fight. When trees grow too close together, pretty much all of their lower branches die for lack of sunlight. And then this is called a ladder fuel. A ladder up the trees to catch the entire tree on fire. The grass, most fires move along the ground. But if there are lower dead limbs, that's right here where he's planted his feet in the pine, they call it duff, the dead sticks, the shed pine needles. You see it's up to his knees, truly. It gets compacted by the snow, and so everybody thinks, oh, there's an inch or 2 of pine needles on the ground. It's actually knee height, but compacted by the snow. You start using your foot, left, right, left, right, left, right. It goes deeper, 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 deeper until you finally hit the soil. It's an optical illusion that there's not much on the ground. This is super deep. And you can see, get an idea that he's stepping deep, and it's almost up to his knee right there. And who knows if he's not still standing on more of that pine needle stuff, if he's actually standing on dirt yet. And this is as the fire comes, and that may be a control burn they're doing right here to just clear this stuff away. Looks nice and low key. See how they're using chainsaws to quickly get those limbs off. That tree just may be alive, and so they're growing too close together. Everything's dead. The lower shaded areas. That would be how to keep the tree alive. But this is why you don't want a really thick, overgrown forest. All the limbs down there are dead, and then all the fungus begins to attack the living trees, feasting off the dead limbs. The tree does its best to cut off all of its nutrients to these dead limbs and make it fall off, but the tree can't move, so it can't make the dead limb fall off. So it takes a long time. It tries to make like a patch, have defense in between the dead limb and where the fungus is eating the dead limb and then it will attack the living tree. Humans can come around and help the situation and just take the dead limbs off. And when Indians roamed the land pretty frequently and in full population, everywhere they went, this was the easiest way to gather firewood. So everywhere that people went, they were actually fireproofing the landscape by having little fires. And the Indians would see this as a huge sign of alarm, like, oh, that's too many pine needles. So in times of the year where there's not much wind and not much, it was more moist, they would set little fires like this on the landscape to get it all fertilized and do the same thing that you see modern crews doing, but with modern gear. But they're restricted. Crews can't use chainsaws in a wilderness area. They're supposed to use axes and hand saws. Can you imagine just the crazy labor of just doing this with your arm like all freaking day and it's 109 degrees and they have to wear all that gear at the same time? That's why they need to use chainsaws. Otherwise they just get heat exhausted and die, or they can't complete much of their job during the day. But in the wilderness areas, they have to get special permission to use anything motorized, including a chainsaw, because there's these stupid rules. Not national forest, mind you, the wilderness designated areas. You can't use technology basically newer than 1899. Not even a bicycle. That's mechanized, if not motorized. So I have to get special permission from God knows where, Sacramento, then Washington, and somebody else. And if they do go in there with mechanized or motorized equipment, they could get sued by fringe extremist organizations. There's a heat signature now over Brogan. Thank you. Let's look back. We were looking at Shelly for a moment. It's a good update. Thank you, Big Al. Yep. So remember margin of error for each one of these big squares. But what I'm surprised by is we're not seeing it over here by now, but with the wind kind of pushing it southeast. Remember, this is all margin of error. It may not be past Willow Creek. I believe it is, but without cameras looking at the dang thing. Yeah, thank you for alerting. Are the other cameras not looking at it still? Why? Why? We were tracking it so well this way. Oh, I'm so angry. This is looking from the southwest to the northeast. It goes off the frame, and then the camera's like, oh, I don't need to look at that anymore. Let's just look out in the middle of nowhere. Let's look at the Milky Way. Oh, my God, I'm so angry. This is what keeps the locals informed about where it is, what it's doing, where it's moving. The locals need this. Fire crews need this to know where the fire is and what it's doing. It's ridiculous. But here we are. Just now looking south. Just, why not? The other one, let's just look southeast, because why not? Wow. Thank you, Big Al. It was about the only way we have to track it now is by satellite. Okay. Center Crater Road fire in Maui. It has a name now. All right. That's right. Is it daylight there? What time is it? Alexa, what time is it in Maui? It's 9:51 p.m. It's not daylight. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. John Stoker was just in Maui. He went and looked at Lahaina's situation and said, "Oh man." 4 hours ago, Maui County Fire Department said Maui Fire Department crews will remain on scene overnight to monitor the situation, extinguish hot spots. Sounds like it's all right there. Thanks, Big Al. Is that their last word on their situation? I'll show you guys the Twitter in a second. I don't know if GOES satellites monitor Maui at all. This one, right? No. Which one's Maui? Oh, eh, this one of the volcanoes is a hot spot. One time I was like, "What's going on over there?" It was Kilauea. Oh, okay, right. Gotcha. Wait, it is Maui. Yeah, Kilauea isn't the other one. Kilauea isn't the Big Island. Wait, that's Kilauea. Excuse me. That's Kilauea. I had to zoom in and see a crater. But wait, that is a heat detection over Maui. Okay, okay. Now we don't have a volcano. There's a couple of streamers that stream games way up on the slopes. Um, and one day he was coughing and coughing a couple weeks ago, and I said, "You all right? You sick?" He goes, "No, it's the sulfur coming from the freaking volcano. It was drifting over to Maui and making him choke." I was like, "Oh man, dude." Thank you, Big Al, for the link. Show you guys. Maui County Fire Department. Sorry, this might be loud. Let me crank the volume down. Here we start at maximum volume. I hate that. Maui has incredible amounts of elephant grass and other invasive species that just fuel these wildfires. It's part of what happened at Lahaina. Elephant grass gets like, I think it was named that because it gets as tall as an elephant's eye, but I don't know. And then it'll be these 6-foot huge bladed chunks of grass that get on fire, then they detach from the soil, fly through the air. And it's like grass at long range spots. That's unusual. But it's up there near higher elevations. They get some rain at the higher elevations, but down at the lower areas it can be quite dry, and there can be a huge competition for water with the city versus the rural needs, and there's a class kind of war there that pits locals against rich, wealthy landowners, and natives versus others, and there's a big complicated thing. But a lot of the hydrants weren't operable because sometimes during the Lahaina crisis, and there's a lot of accusations about the water getting funneled away from the town to other like mega wealthy people and golf courses and stuff. Like there's a big controversy. I'm starting to understand just tip of the iceberg about it. But it's a lot more arid than I expected. And because the hurricane was during the Lahaina crisis was just offshore, they got the worst of both worlds. They got hurricane force winds and none of the rain. Thus the crisis. All they had to do was shut off the power lines, and did they? Nope. People expected the hurricane sirens to go off if there was an emergency, and they just never did it. What's so infuriating? They could have. They could have hit the button. They could have done it. Guess what? The Lahaina city or something like that is trying to sue like Verizon and I don't know if it's T-Mobile, but other. We'll watch the Shelly community meeting if is it up in a bit. I just want to see if our cameras are going to go back to monitoring the Cal Valley. What's infuriating is They didn't hit the button to do the hurricane sirens to get people to understand in the heights there's a crazy emergency and get them woken up. They had a failure of the reverse 911 system. So get this, they start a lawsuit. I see Maui suing phone companies. Yeah, Associated Press, Herald, major cellular carriers, meaning mobile phone carriers, were negligent in failing to properly inform Maui police that there were widespread service outages, that county said. So the county here is suing Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Oh, if we only knew that people didn't have their cell phone coverage, we would have known to push the button and do the sirens. These lying sacks of crap. Had emergency responders known that nobody had any cell phone service, they would have used other methods to warn people about the disaster. The arrogance here. They should hang their head in shame and bow low to the ground like they do in Japan. Like, we failed. We had a mass death event happen because we didn't push a button to make the sirens go off. They're just blaming other alerts the county sent to the cell phones warning people to immediately evacuate were never received. And boy, we just didn't know that our system was down. Like, they couldn't have looked at their cell phones in their own freaking pockets and known that nobody had cell phone service. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Maui officials failed to activate sirens. That would have warned people, the entire population, about the approaching flames. That's raised questions about whether everything was done to alert the public. No, not everything was done. I'll just answer that real quickly. In a state that possesses an elaborate emergency warning system for a variety of dangers, including war, volcanoes, hurricanes, and wildfires. Just the audacity of this crap. It's the cell phone company's fault. Sure. The county's also suing Hawaii Electric. Yeah, go for it. For saying the utility negligently failed to shut off the power despite exceptionally high winds during dry conditions. Bing, 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 bing. That's true. But really, county has blood on its hands too. Can you believe this? You can't make this up. You just can't make this up. Like their fingers were broken and they couldn't go to Verizon.com to see their outage map. That's just a lie, man. Legit Gamer 21 says I can't believe we still can't see this. Legit Gamer. Look, the landscape's on fire. This is looking back at the Cow Valley in central eastern Oregon. Legit Gamer 21, is there a new fire at the Oregon coast? I've seen something on the Table Mountain cam, and it says provided by Central Lincoln, so maybe Lincoln County. Thank you for the alert. Let's go look at it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, it's got to be 25,000 to maybe 30,000 acres here in Oregon. And the cameras just looked away from it, except this one. Can you imagine just looking out your window and seeing hell as far as the eye can see? Eastern Oregon right now. Hey, Helen, how are you doing? The Cow Valley Fire. Large area of most severe hotspots on the south side are in long, evenly spaced rows. Looks like ping pong of intentional firing. It's possible, but actually we've been watching this cam for a long time. And what I speculate, and the reason why, that could explain, thank goodness what's going on in Maui right now seems to be taken care of. What I speculate that happened about this, Helen, is there was long range spotting. Come on, load. In the high winds. We had 42-ish mile an hour wind gusts at least, according to CalTopo, in these just about red flag conditions. And so what's crazy, if you go to the GOES, is we had the largest red uh, amount of GOES squares on a fast-moving, sagey, high desert, kind of grassy, sagey wildfire that I've ever seen, where most of this was in red, a huge amount of it. So what I speculated was it was long-range spotting out in front of itself. We saw that in some of the early cams, like if you go back to the 12-hour, they had VLATs working it. Remember, this was looking, it was once a faraway fire. It was quite wind-driven with erratic wind directions. So what I think it was doing was long-range spotting out in front of itself and creating a checkerboard pattern of unburned areas. And because the winds went erratic, I'm not saying you're wrong, but because the winds were erratic, we saw multiple flame fronts multiple times and multiple cams as the winds blew back and it went back and lit the landscape behind itself. But it's so weird in this kind of fuel source of the sagey shortgrass dry area of Eastern Oregon that we would have heat detections for like 5 hours in a row. I see it. I first started looking at around 8:30. 8:30, so wait, 8:30, so 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. Yeah, we're on almost about the 5th hour of me looking at it. So, yeah, I know what you're saying. We had done that. We had turned on lettuce and beers only. But with that, but they didn't do that. Like, that's nuts. The wind was blowing out of the north. They wouldn't have done lines like this to try to stop a fire from the north. It would just spread it to the south. It was this big, huge C-shaped flame front. Man, I gotta get that third monitor back up so I can draw it for you. Yeah, this is a huge amount of land, and that would not make sense to stop the fire because it wasn't like just coming from the east. It was actually started here in Cal Valley and started going towards the Malheur Reservoir, which is to the north. We had a massive wind shift. It started racing towards the east, threatening Brogan, which is right over here. That's where Brogan is in that valley. So then it pushed it towards the east, then they had a north wind, started pushing it to the south, and it raced record time with the wind towards the south. And then there's this camera burnover. The camera, the stuff is right here, where it says Cottonwood, on this Cottonwood mountain range down here. So I know that straight lines and stuff, this Cottonwood cam looks like due north. Okay. So I think what happened is the Modus and Veers came over, and it's, I guess, at some point, let me see what time it did. 11:44 Mountain is, it's 10:44 Pacific. That one. Over here, 2200 hours Mountain. So it'd be, wait, 11 is 23, yeah, so it comes 10:44 p.m. there. Wait, 22 is 10. All right, yeah, 1 hour ahead. 10:44 there, 9:06 here. Remember, these are different hours that it comes by. And these just happen to be where it was still hot. So if you kind of look at the terrain and where it was pretty much almost a due north wind up until very recently, it was being pushed like through mountain ridges and through some of the cameras, and it spread out on either side to climb the different ridges. I do not believe that they went firing from the air. A drone can't even fly that distance. It's a huge amount of distance. It's just 25,000 acres now. I just don't believe they wanted it to get that big or do anything like that. Distance line, where it began all the way down to there. Let's see, 13 miles. Let's see, as the crow flies, whoops, measure a line of distance as it went towards Malheur Reservoir to down here. Yeah, 13, almost 14 miles. You lose contact with your drone, usually 1 to 2 miles away. If you have a super antenna system, you can, and you're on a hilltop, you can maybe have contact with your drone 5 miles away with the kind of thing that drops the flaming ping pong balls. Yeah. I believe what happened, because it's going over certain there's terrain varies here in Eastern Oregon. So earlier I got a screenshot. Let me share it with you. Maybe this will help explain it. This is like the tumbling, tumbleweed, dry nature thing. Everything in Eastern Oregon is, there's some areas that are flat, but everywhere that there's a drainage, usually is in deep canyons, even if it's a very small creek, because of the Missoula floods, scoured away all of the topsoil, very, very thin layers of topsoil, mostly just rocks, in the flatter parts of Eastern Oregon, right? And so you basically just have like kind of like a high desert, right? This is an elevation of 6,440 feet on top of this Cottonwood mountain ridge. So every single, even small creek and every single river is down, sometimes more than 100 feet down in these canyons. So it's just super arid, windswept, almost never rains, but there's plenty of thunderstorms that go by. So what you have is the wind pushes, and so we had 25 mile an hour, 14 to 25 mile an hour, as far as Caltopa was saying, constant wind speed with up to 38 to 43 mile an hour gusts, especially the closer you got to this camera. We had the VLATs and stuff working it, but they just couldn't. It was just a huge, long flame front. And this was coming towards the camera. This was against the wind, just traveling. But since it was erratic, shifted back and forth several times. This is because most of this is looking to the north. Most of the smoke and the wind was pushing the major flame front to the east towards the towns. It was still marching towards this camera and eventually caught up to it. So when you get into the hills, though, you can have forest that's like struggling small pine type forest around these areas. So you get multiple types of terrain and fuels from the little microclimate aspect. There's always these rolling hills all around Eastern Oregon. And then you get to these little irrigated valleys right here. See how it's super freaking dry? Where the communities are, you get these irrigated strips. Mostly aquifer well, but some reservoir and creek action, right? But like here, you got a really high plateau over the town. I thought that was a river. It's a creek. That's just the action of the Missoula floods that scoured unimaginably horrific floods from the end of the ice age, right? So none of the roads, which tend to be down there following these creeks and drainages, act as good fire breaks. These little towns like Brogan and Jameson have good irrigation, and that should protect them. Like here's Brogan, right here. We've got our satellite heat detections. But yeah, the scale of this is off the charts. It's probably going to be 30 to 40, maybe 35,000 acres tomorrow. just want to zoom out for scale. See a chunk of Oregon on fire. And it did this in less than 24 hours, like just ripped off in the wind. I do not think that they have any good way to do firing ops except right in front of the irrigated spots, right? Because these are like trail, dirt road things, sparsely inhabited. So what they might do is firing ops into the wind right in front of some of the irrigation to protect like some homesteads, I mean the smaller farms and smaller places. So the wind is not going to let up until around 9 in the morning. It's going to be at least a 10-mile-an-hour constant wind. We've seen it shifting a lot. This is enormous. So I know this is margin of error stuff, but let me do a crude mapping of a three-dimensional, like the polygon mode. So here's where heat detections have been. Remember, huge margin of error. This is not scientific. It's not going to be this big in size. Calculating the measurement. Stand by. 62.94 miles. Particle exaggeration. Sorry, I don't think it did what I just wanted it to do. No, polygon area, sorry. Right around here is not scientific. Not all the area, this area is on fire. It's some of it's drifting hot smoke, but that's 205 square miles. There's no way a drone can even fly in a straight line and like light an area on fire for 13 miles in a row without totally, running out of battery and stuff. I haven't even heard of them even wanting to light anything. Just hit it with the. I think it's just running ridge lines and up into the mountains. It's I think a lot more of this is filling in because you see the hilly nature and the weird drainage thing off the plateau. It's been jumping over the washboard, so to speak, and so then the fire, the wind switches directions and the fire burns the washboards in between. That's just my guess. Ubi Avatars is the company I work for, manages the campgrounds near Kachima Lake and Santa Ynez. They're in evacuation warning area. Yeah, we'll look back at the lake fire too. I'm just very frustrated that this is roaring towards the towns right now and the stupid cameras just looked away. Watch this time lapse. I see the last 3 hours. This is looking at the fire just march across the landscape. And then stop looking at it. I guess we have to go to 6-hour mode. This is from like 25 miles away, 25 to 50 miles away down there at Malheur County seat, Vale, Oregon, super zoomed in. So I'll just go back to when it finally shifted and moved and looked at it. This is what we're seeing. To the right here would be Brogan, right? It's hard to tell where, I think right around here is where Willow Creek's canyon is, but I don't know. So it's just been going around, spotting ahead of itself, moving in fingers, and the wind would shift back the other direction and going back to consume the unburned portions in like a kind of a checkerboard pattern, with the flame fronts, of course, just progressively moving east, south, east, and south. So it goes off the camera to the right, and the camera doesn't follow it and just randomly just says, oh, I'll just work with a random direction. Yeah. That's what's frustrating, but you can still see this is the fire's glow in the very left corner. That's the fire's glow in the hot smoke. It's like a big red thing. Helen says, could it be just the timing and design, the shutter action of the satellite? Yeah, I believe so. I think it's the direction the satellites are moving. I've seen a lot of this before, where Modus and Veers make straight lines, but there's never been any firing ops. It's, I think the satellite moved over from north to south, and they move fast, just maybe south to north. And it's not getting a comprehensive view. Maybe the speed of it, who knows? But when you zoom up closer, it's showing the hot spots. But it has been moving around his fingers. You see now currently there's a wind shift again. It's now out of the west, so you're going to see these marching straight lines north to south move to the east. If any of these stupid cameras would look at it. But this is looking almost due north. It's our current view. It's enormous. It's absolutely enormous. So, I have seen it before where it makes straight line, but over terrain that's so crazy. Like in the mountains, like in 2021, in the mountains of California, it would go over peaks that were like 8,000 feet tall in a straight line. It would start at like a 6,000 foot elevation, paint itself in a straight line over a 8,000 foot tall peak, go down the other side, one solid straight line. That's I believe at the peak it even was above tree line, yet it showed heat detections. Remember, they're not fire detections, they're heat detections. Look at this insane. I'm going to screenshot this. This is live. And so, because it was above tree line, what was it showing? Hot drifting smoke. Nothing is there to burn way above tree line. There's just a Rocky Mountain peak, But oh yeah, hot drifting smoke. It's just unreal. This is Cottonwood over help. We saw the flames right up to the camera. So what could have happened is, even though this hillside right up, I hope you can see my cursor moving bottom left corner, it has not burned. We saw it move over and burn this in a red line right here, and then it went down into the bottom. But what I think happened is the flames may have been underneath this camera and gone from, it was looking north from west to east, because all we saw was a lot of what looked like direct fire up in front of this camera for a long time. I think the fire approached from the ridgeline, climbed up into the Cottonwood ridgeline from off camera to the west, and then it ran the ridgeline and burned whatever vegetation is below this camera directly underneath it. I went on its merry way to the right, because now we're getting much more clear images. Yeah. So, Santa Ynez area. We'll look back at the lake fire. I'm overheating again. Let me open up more windows and stuff. I'll be right back. Be right back, friends. Okay, friends, I just gotta put some food and drink away. If I walk in front of the fans, because I'm ventilating the house, this is live view of the Cow Valley fire rampaging through Oregon, by the way. If I walk in front of the fans and try to talk to you, it's gonna make wind noise in the microphone, so let's just mute it for a second. Okay, let's get a beverage. Ooh, I still have some sweet tea. Let's get that. All right, be right back. Okay, we're gonna look at the lake, look at Santa Ynez and all that, because it's about all we can see. It's just watching devastation. Want to keep screenshotting this. Just unbelievable hell on the landscape in Eastern Oregon. Just take a look real quick. Webcam back on for a second. 1 hour ago. Refresh. What other fires do you want me to check on? I tried to look at the Shelly several times and explained that the community meeting was like was not broadcast live like they said it would be. They shut that down. I don't know if they re-uploaded it. Either that or the links are broken and I don't know where to find it. Nothing new on that. Cow Valley. What about Malheur County Sheriff's Office? I'm gonna check the Twitter for a second and but if these are live views, I have to take manual screenshots unfortunately this. Insane hell. How are you guys doing? Is it super hot where you are? We're having at least a low of 54 or something tonight in Portland, so that's why I'm ventilating. Every once in a while I have to go open up different windows and close others to make sure every room's going to be cooled off. I start different drafts in different rooms. So how are you doing, Helen? UV Avatars, we lost a work truck to the lake fire in the Figueroa Mountains. We have Paradise Canyon and Red Rock on evac warning. Hey, could you look at something, UV Avatar? When the Figueroa cams burned over, we thought we saw an explosion of Smitty thought it was perhaps a gas tank. Like at the Figueroa recreation area where the cams were, there was this red container. I thought it was like a red drone, like maybe dropping a small amount of water on something, but it looked explosive. I'll show you the screenshots. And Smitty goes, well, you know what's red? Like gasoline tanks for like farms for filling up the tractor. And sure enough, like even though it was time lapse, it looked like maybe it was launching into the air, like a gas tank, as spilling on fire gas behind it in one of the frames. The frames were taken every 15 seconds. But yeah, it's weird. So let me open that and get back to the screenshots, and we're gonna look at the lake too. I just want to take a few more screenshots of that. Let's see, fire streaming, the camera burn over Figueroa was, what night was that? 7th. Let's see. see, pay in Placerville. I still have some of the cams there that I don't know why. Do you know if the yeah, I know it would be Avatar. It was weird. I can't explain what the screenshot is. Maybe we should submit it to the incident management team and say what the hell happened with this weird screenshot. I didn't know if we lost any of the buildings in the background. It looked like some of them may have burned, but they didn't like explain. Yeah, this is a weird hellish landscape. Just check these other cams. Not looking at it. Not looking at it anymore. This is what's going on in Oregon. This crazy hellscape in Oregon. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, looking at the lake fire. This was the last image we had at Figueroa before they died, or at least lost power. I think this building is okay. So right, I don't think you can see. Maybe you could see my cursor moving around right there. Something launched in the air or was flying, and it looked like there was an explosion that night. So let's look now at the lake fire. It's going to rampage. Professional firefighter's opinion. Fire Captain John Bruno, the retired fire captain of currently lives in Shasta County. He fought and was there for the first Zaca Lake fire, the one that got to be 240,000 acres. Excuse me. And he said it'll probably be the same acreage. This one will be gigantic and probably burn in the same general footprint. Wait, Snow Peak. Wait, sorry, wrong spot. Because they didn't. There's roadless areas to the east where it's best to catch these fires on roads, right? But there's not any good roads that go north and south really to try to stop it. They've been doing a lot of desperate, good work with firing ops. Like last night, before I adjourned my stream at like 2 in the morning, I said, a lot of this is, we've had actually good weather the last couple of nights for them to light the landscape on fire on purpose. To the southeast of the fire to try to make a burned area so that it won't pass. So a 12-hour time lapse. And they've announced that they've been doing a lot of firing ops. This is 12 hours of a lake fire. So some of the smoke and some of the fire, they're doing it on purpose in front of it to the southeast. Looks like it tried to make a part of cumulus several areas several times today and was successful at some periods of time. But wow, looks like the wind blew it back on itself. That was good. The wind blew it back on itself earlier today, as you can see. Smitty says it could have been a Farmer John gas tank about 150 gallons, 8 to 10 feet tall. A vendor fills them, common on rural properties at one point. Yeah. Let me get that screenshot. Sorry, what night was that we had the Figueroa cam burn over? Let me just let the cam itself. I'll let this time lapse go. We'll look back at the Oregon hellscape by Brogan, Oregon, which is probably a battle to save the town right now. That we can't see. Oh, Oregon traffic cams. ODOT traffic cams. We gotta check that. Okay, we're gonna go back to Lake Fire and I'm gonna show you what looks like a gas can. We'll go back to Lake Fire just a second. I just thought about Oregon traffic. I'm gonna continuously take my screenshots here. Like, oh, what happened last night? Well, that. So we're gonna zip back between the ongoing hell Giganto fire in eastern Oregon that may try to go towards Idaho as well. And then go back and do a check on the existing fires, the Lake first and Shelly next. Like I said, at 7 o'clock, I was trying to stream the Shelly community meeting live, and all the links were broken. I just gotta find out if they uploaded the whole thing. But this is number one priority to track. I'm getting very little information on it. The two of the cams, unfortunately, looked away, which were the best trackers. So I'm upset. I mean, we had this great view of it. This is looking to the southwest, so the fire was marching east. And then, oh, let's just not look at it anymore. Thanks. I don't know if people leave their shift or they go to bed or what. Why do they look away from the fire? All right. That's why we're trying to figure out this is the only cam that is currently on the Cow Valley fire. So you know what? A good way to find out which day the camera burnover happened is look at the date, 7th at 2:40 in the morning. That was time of death. It was July 7th. God, it feels like it was just yesterday, but okay. So let me look at my screenshots for the 7th, the lake fire, and they did save some smaller ranches and communities on the lake fire. We were examining that yesterday. Oh, and what was hilarious was we saw Adventure Cat. I was just trying to look at the Figueroa area, like where the cameras burned over, and we saw this cat. It was awesome. Apparently, the Google Maps local guide has a cat. I was trying to figure out how to follow that guy. Saw that. This place was saved, it looks like, the Sedgwick Reserve. They said a big thank you to all the fire crews who saved it. So there's positives, going on with the lake fire. So I don't know why this is like to reload it. Just look at our other cams, the grass Groton cams that did burn over. Let's look at Grass Mountain 1 or 2. No real good view of the fire. Okay. So let me get that screenshot up. I still want to monitor current situation in Eastern Oregon. And if I have unfortunately missed your chat or questions just as I went out of the room, let me know. And I just ask it again. We're going to look at the lake here too. What I would like to know, what happened? Where was your fuel truck parked, and which area concerned you? I'm going to go back to my July 7th, Figueroa camera burning. It's all out of order, but I'm going to open it with a special this special image viewer called View. It's free. It's one of the best free image viewers. So if I go to the Figueroa camera burn over, yeah, there it is. Resume. This was what could have been, the explosion of a gas tank that may be launched in the air. Oh, sorry, it resumes every time I do this. So notice there's like a column. Could have been one of those farmyard gas tanks, 150 gallons, whatever, that launched up in the air and streamed gas down. Now to go to the frame that actually shows what may have been the container up in the air. So I'm just fast forwarding through this because it's not in order. Okay, so maybe it was closer to the right. See, I was like, what's that red thing? There's the weird little tree. Because it was different playbacks. I was doing different time lapses and different playbacks. See, that's like one of those old windmill things, water pump windmills, I believe. I don't know, but it's like obliterated by like an explosion looking thing later, right around there. So I had to do 1 hour time lapses, 2 hours, there it is. Then like 3 hour time lapses, and each one just do different frames. Like, what the hell is that? Heck, excuse me. That's what Smitty says could be a gas, like a red painted, right? Maybe a 150-gallon gas tank exploding and streaming flaming gas out of its, launching up in the air with the fumes inside suddenly getting hot enough to jump up and launch into the air. Okay, Ubi Avatars, so someone says the lake fire Santa Barbara County is getting close to the Sage Hill Campground in Paradise Canyon. Okay. Well, what do you make of that? I mean, I'll probably submit a couple of these photos to the incident management team and say, could you like explain what happened on the night of the 7th? Did any of these farmhouses and cabins and stuff make it? The fire went up right to the buildings. The next morning, the incident management team arrived, gave a 2-minute blurb. Meanwhile, we have a mystery image. We have no idea if these buildings by Figueroa survived. Why are the cameras still offline? Why did they even go down? Why are they not back up? There were power lines. Oops, there were power lines back in the distance, and the flames climbed up them briefly. Maybe they requested the power to be shut off so they could put them out. But is the power still down there? Is that why we don't have the cams? What is going on, please? What do you make of that? You show your boss in a second, okay? Yeah. I'm gonna show friends the back to Oregon real quick. If you want to email me, I can email you these frames for better analysis. You lost a gas truck at Figueroa, then what this could be is an optical illusion. This could be something in the distance, in the background. You know what I mean? Like a red object in the background illuminated by fire in the foreground or the camera. Yeah, here's my email address. If you want to email me, UV Avatar, I'll just drop these in there and mail them to you. It's captain.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. Also in the description of the video. Whoopsie. Just want to show people, meanwhile, in Oregon, this is the current view of the rampaging Cow Valley fire. Hit the like button, guys, if you haven't. Please remember to do so. And your donations are very much welcome. I depend on them to do this, otherwise I have to like stop and get a job. This is my main source of income, and it's very expensive to do this. We need to buy a very robust laptop to be able to take the show on the road, and more equipment, monitors and things, so I can monitor different fires on different monitors and quickly press a button and switch between them instead of having a million tabs open situation where I click the wrong cams and. But even $1, if anybody can spare that, is always very welcome, because we've had 2,000 views today. If 20% of the viewers donate $1, then you're gonna be okay. We'll do okay. Because if are you asking your boss to come over right now, or like are you saying that you'll ask him tomorrow or her tomorrow? But yeah, that's what we think maybe is an exploding gas tank launching through the air and trailing gas behind it. Now there's propane tanks, but they're white, you know. That night on Figueroa, when the Figueroa camps burned up. So let me take another screenshot. We're gonna go back to the lake fire and look at that campground you're worried about. Unfortunately, what happens at night, especially calm nights, they put fire on the landscape to try to stop it because they don't have a lot of good roads. It's about all they can do. Now, what's heartening, what I like about the last time lapse that we did, this is the lake fire down in Santa Barbara County, is before it got over there. Like earlier today, look how the smoke was blowing away. This is looking due north, blowing to the northwest. What an amazing opportunity they had briefly to put fire. You know, the fire keeps wanting to go southeast, right? What an amazing opportunity they had when the wind was blowing to the northwest to light the landscape on fire in front of the fire, so that when the wind blows back the other way, it will just hit black. Like if I were the fire crews and everything was safe to do so, I would have been like, do it. You know, fire keeps wanting to go to the right of the screen, but the wind's blowing the other way. So I'd be like, light the grass on fire to the southeast because it's trying to go southeast every day. What an amazing opportunity they had. So some of this could have been them just lighting the landscape on purpose. If they give updates and explanations, then we'll know for sure. But that looked like a golden opportunity to do that. So sometimes people see this and they think all new smoke is bad, all new heat detections are bad. Oh no, how did it get? Like before I was fire educated, at night I would see new heat detections and be like, how is that possible? Years ago, how is it possible? It's supposed to be a calm night, and it's them doing firing operations, stopping fire with fire. And at one point, the camera turned around. This looks like a new fire that was taken care of elsewhere. That's the positive of what I see with that today. So let's quickly look back. Oregon, where hell is come to Eastern Oregon. Do my quick. Big Al said, "Oh, he's sleeping." Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, I just want to jump to a conclusion. I'm thinking like, oh, somebody's looking over my shoulder. So, do you know more about that? Can you explain more about? Nope, don't know right now. What were your fuel trucks doing up there? Is it delivering fuel to rural farms or like to the fire crews? Yeah, what was the nature of them being up there? Do you know anything more about how it was lost? That sucks. Sorry. Yeah, Star Child. There's a bunch of reasons why there's a lot of fires. We lived in a golden age back in the day when the power companies actually maintained their lines, and they stopped doing that. You know, like in my grandmother's time, the power lines were a lot more well new and maintained, but somewhat recently, as they had to do investigations after many people got killed, like at Paradise. Oops, screwed up that screenshot. They started a policy of, oh, it's cheaper to let power lines fail and then rebuild them instead of maintaining them, and that's totally illegal. But that's the way they have so many people. PG&E started their lines failing and all kinds of vegetation falling in their lines. is what caused many of the big town erasing huge ones. And then once that got started, California doesn't have enough crews to go to the normal ones that start due to accidents and lightning. So those are left unattended and they got bigger than they should have. That's been happening in past several years. Like, it was insane. The New York Times was doing articles of PG&E even before Paradise. It started 1,600 fires in just a couple of years that we know about. SoCal Edison started the Bobcat fire in 2020, and that got so huge that other fires around the state got bigger. Like the Sequoia Kings National Park and the K&P fires that of 2021 got huge only because the Dixie Fire was so enormous from PG&E starting it that they took all the fire crews away from the Sequoias. When the lightning ran through it, it was just on mountaintops. It was nice and polite, those fires on mountaintops, and they only had 17 firefighters in the entire region of Fresno County to respond. And they climbed up the mountains and they ran out of hose. Because most of the hose of the entire state of California, and most of it in the United States, was taken to the Dixie Fire, which is 50 square miles. So they were 200 feet short of the top and couldn't bring the fire hose up there. They asked for more. They're like, whoops, we don't have any. And then the wind picked up the next couple of days, and all of a sudden the Sequoia National Park is on fire, and it's huge. They had to pull crews away from all the lightning strike fires of southwestern Oregon and northwestern California, and they left the fires just to burn out of control because there were not enough people there. So stupid decisions like the governor shutting down for the most part, completely shutting down the prison inmate volunteer system in 2020 made all the 2020 fires bigger because that was like losing 30 to 40% of the firemen in California at the same time. So it's just there's not enough units to go around. There's not enough planes. There's not enough trained pilots. Then when the power companies and such start new fires, the other ones are totally abandoned. Right now, we haven't had any reports of the power companies doing these. They're now legally required to report within 14 days, I believe, if they think that their equipment could have been involved. So some of these may come down the pipe. A lot of these are just unknown. But we're in a massive heat wave. California's the size of Italy. Some things do look suspicious, and some of those do look like it could have been arson. Like, they stayed small for the most part. Sometimes arson is like prankster arson, where somebody lights fireworks in the middle of nowhere. The ring of fire that we saw one night, probably somebody doing that, but they pounced on it. And these conditions do bring out arsonists, but they're rare creatures. So I tell people to be very, very, very vigilant. Seattle, the last couple of days, had 3 mysterious fires that were arson and 2 deaths. They made an arrest, and I hope that they got the right person. Portland, Oregon just had some arson, and I don't know if they made an arrest yet, or if they got the right person. These conditions bring out those types. And when an arsonist is loose, they repeat their behavior until caught. So everybody has to be vigilant, but let law enforcement do their thing, you know. But if you see something, call 911, something suspicious, take pictures of vehicles, license plates. See a suspicious kind of structure fire near you, film the crowd. Don't just film the fire. They like to stand around and watch their handiwork, some of these types. The lake fire started at the 4th of July, so could be possibly fireworks, but the way that California's been in this heat dome, what has just changed and why so many have happened over the last couple of weeks is that because there was no moisture and it got baked out by a whole bunch of high wind events from the deserts, there's this phenomenon called percentile. Okay? Can't remember what they call it, but when they're talking about the percentile, it's if there's a spark into dead vegetation like dry grass, what's the percent chance that the spark ignites a fire? When it's not extremely low humidity, like it is right now because of a heat dome, there's a percentage chance that a spark causes a fire. You know, depending on how humid it is. But when you have no moisture and like 10% humidity and high winds that just continuously dry out things even more, what we've been is in during the busiest holiday seasons of the year where everybody's on the road and everybody's recreating and boating and everybody goes to the water and tows their boats around. And they kept selling fireworks and up to red flag. What we've seen is that there's 100, we reached the 100 percentile. That's been really bad for the past couple of weeks. So that means that even if somebody drops a cell phone, it could potentially spark a wildfire. If it's like the metal siding of a cell phone. A firefighter came in and explained that once in Shasta County, a big, well, they caught it really quickly, but a fire that had a potential to become really big was a crescent wrench left on top of a toolbox on a pickup truck, and a pickup pulled over the side of the road, went off the shoulder, and it bounced onto the asphalt, and it chipped, and that spark started a fire. So when you reach 100% percentile, that's very unusual, but any spark that hits dead things is going to start a wildfire. And because of the extreme dryness and windy conditions, it's going to take off running. Every day in counties, like every single day, there's always some little vegetation fires, things that start in people's backyards, and people even pulling over the side of the road looking to punch in their navigation Garmin thing. Let's go back to the lake fire and see which campground we were looking at. The Sage Hill campground. The difference between somebody being able to put out their own weed whacker fire in their backyard with their own garden hose, or the local fire department rolling up and taking care of it, and it's never really a news thing. Sage Hill Campground, Fire County, California. There we go. Okay. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of camping areas and structures. Those Pietos Boys Camp. Right? I've never been to this region, so you guys' local knowledge is great. Oh, I don't think it's anywhere near this. Is this correct? I mean, could eventually run that way. Are we talking about east of Lake Juniper? The heat detections are pretty far away up there. Our structures map and warning. Go to all satellites for the perimeter map. Maybe it's on warning, but I wouldn't think so. Oh, by the way, I have the battle maps of the lake fire. If you guys want to see them, I'd have to download new ones, but I do have, like where they're constructing dozer lines and stuff. They're about a day old the moment that they're issued. It uses previous day's information. What's the current perimeter? I don't think it's anywhere near there right now. North of the 154. Yeah, Star Child Abdomen. Of course, yeah. And I think some of these were started by stupidity. Some of them may have been started on purpose. That's why I tell people to be so vigilant about arson. It comes out later, but some of the more suspicious parts of the Dixie, it turned out to be that suspect, the college professor of all people, and people's vigilance caught him. He was trying, according to the prosecutors, and he just pled guilty, and he's only getting 5 years for this. Can you believe this? Um, yeah, well, we're going to look back at the lake fire. I just want to look at the current situation and keep my screenshots going of the Cow Valley. It's insane. You can't do a time lapse of the panorama modes. So it's either I take screenshots manually or this is lost. Um, hope you can tolerate me bouncing around. Um, I'm not saying that campground isn't in danger of being on alert. If you look at the Zaka Lake fire, it was 240,000 acres. So the same fire captain who was explaining about the Crescent Ridge fire um, said he expects it to be huge like that again, maybe almost in the same fire footprint. You have the same terrain, you have the same fire started in the same spot, actually the same day of the year, which is weird. It's the original Zaka Lake fire, 2007. And because the county and the feds and all of them didn't, they were stupid and didn't make permanent fire breaks. After that fire, which cost $118 million to fight, and they keep this roadless wilderness type crap areas. Well, roads is the best way to stop a fire, so they have their hands tied with red tape. Even if they wanted to, they can't build fire lines and breaks there, and road access. So you have the same terrain, same fuels, same conditions, same weather, same time of year, same result, right? I am blown away by what we're seeing. Live images of Oregon. Just, well, so, yeah, no need to apologize. It's, like I said, I have to return to the arsonist that helped make the Dixie Fire worse. As bad as the Dixie Fire was, some good citizens called and said, and they reported that a vehicle kept going, and I can't remember where it was exactly. Kept parking at some place. I don't remember which part of the Dixie Fire it was. And this vehicle, a guy would get out, he'd go walk around, come back to his vehicle, leave, and then there would be a fire. And so I don't know if they just reported it once. If they reported it, they had a vehicle description. I think the plate number, thank God. Call law enforcement. Law enforcement comes out. I would love to know the deeper parts of this story. And this is behind where the Dixie Fire was, behind the fire crews. So law enforcement went and put a tracking device on the car. And everywhere this dude went, he would pull over and there was a new fire. And then they'd let him go, extinguish that fire, and keep tracking them. So they got, because nobody did vigilante and beat the crap out of this guy or whatever, they got solid evidence of him doing this. So he basically had to plead guilty. I mean, he was caught red-handed. Like, this is the way that citizens can help. So the motivation, they think, is that he was trying to trap and kill fire crews, and I can't even understand why. I can't understand why they're going to let him out ever. Like, sorry, screenshots, put new numbers. It was like, you can't even screenshot that. Okay, fine. Hey Jag, welcome. How are you? Yeah, red tape. There's a lot of There's a lot of ways that these fires could be a lot less bad, and that is if we learn lessons and like make permanent fire lines and breaks, because fires behave the exact same way year after year after year, as long as the fuels are the same, the geography is. You can even predict what they're going to do. If the wind blows that way during summer or that way during the summer, you could tell where the fire would go and what it would do. Really not rocket science. And now with computer modeling, it's easier. So it would be smart if we built the city walls before the Huns came around. But now we have a reactive policy, which used to work better when the climate wasn't so freaking dry. And there's other reasons for these fires to get worse, not in Grandma's time. Unfortunately, they suppressed all fires and didn't allow the Indians or ranchers who, want to keep burning the pine needles off. They didn't allow them to. So you have 75 years plus, sometimes more, of pine needles and dead branches and dead trees and brush just growing up on the landscape because they stopped all the lightning and all the control burns that Indians and ranchers used to do. So that when finally it ignites, or when they neglected the roads, some environuts are even demanding the Forest Service erase roads that have existed for a long time, and they've even freaking done it. You need fire access roads, for God's sake. So we lived in a golden age for a bit where, there was less fire load on the landscape, less flammable objects around there. And we still had good fire access roads, and the decades past, there's a lot less of these invasive weeds, but the invasive weeds are taking over. And before the 90s, the pine beetle things, that infestation wasn't that bad. I don't know why it is that bad. I have a weird suspicious eye about why are the pine beetle, bark beetle things this bad. They have killed 75% of the forest in some places. Those sequoias are, like North Fresno County. 75%. That's not natural to me. I have a suspicious, that's either invasive species or something weird happened. Like something else, some other part of the puzzle. It's been theorized that because of some of the drought, it's a 1-2 punch where fungus is attacking trees and weakening them, and then the bark beetles walk in and can't be stopped by the tree sap, right? Or the trees can't produce enough sap to fight the fungus and encapsulate the beetles at the same time. But I'm still really suspicious. Like I need this explained by biologists and entomologists. How is it that a supposedly native insect that's always been here suddenly goes rampage mode and is like 100% lethal to almost any tree it infects? The spread was first spoken about like in the early 90s, and they didn't even try to stop it. They should have quarantined the forest wherever these invasives or wherever these super beetles were, and done what was necessary to get rid of them. They just went, oh well, they're so spreading. Oh no, it's oh well. No, not oh well. Do something. You know how killer bees were an escaped laboratory experiment. They're like our native honeybees, but they're not. They're called Africanized. They're altered. They're different. They're aggressive. They want to kill you if you disturb their nest. Where a honeybee is like, hi there, want some of my honey? And they're not that aggressive, like killer bees. I remember came on the landscape, and now they're here because of a laboratory accident. They were trying to improve honeybees or something by crossbreeding them with African rabies bees, the ones that want to kill you. So I wonder, is there a lot more to the story that either they don't know about or they're just not telling the public about what's going on? I remember in the 90s they kept saying that these new beetles were invasive species from Japan and Asia, and now they don't say that. Oh, they're native. Really? Why did you say that? Why did the story change? So How are you doing, John? Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, Star Child. We're here to help. We're here to reassure. I'm oftentimes very worried for communities and very worried by what I see. But the nice thing about this is if we get our beat together, mostly if the public becomes aware of these factors, most of these can be solved. Can't solve the climate. That's a long-term project by national governments, and maybe there's actually nothing we can do about climate change. But oh well. That's why we don't allow the debate. It doesn't go anywhere. But that's a big long-term project. But most of the reasons for these fires to get big and much bigger than they need to be can be solved, like getting rid of the stupid uh, invasives. Helen Henthorne, who was here a bit ago, she's got a biology degree, was explaining that most of the grasses on fire down by the lake, which we'll go back and look at now, are completely invasive, and California's native grass never started massive fires. It was pretty gentle on the landscape. It wasn't this intense when California's native grasses were on fire, but these weeds came, like the sticker bush things you get all in freaking boots when you run around. Um, these invasives, which have mostly endangered California's native grass, they're like really hard to find these days, are the ones that make the intensity like we're seeing with the lake fire. Also tumbleweeds, like see this Holocaust on the landscape that we're watching right now. This is tumbleweed fed. Tumbleweeds are not native to America, but they're called Russian sage in other places. I don't know if they're native to Russia, but I found out that the way that they proliferate, and they do destroy native plants. That's why it's called invasive. The native ones that wouldn't cause fire to be this bad. They're meant to die utterly, and then rip off from where the roots are and tumble across the landscape, spilling your seeds everywhere, right? Well, what happens when they're on fire and there's high winds in eastern Oregon? You get this. You get this. So if we declare a war on weeds, put a bounty on them, this will be a lot different. You know, we could do a lot to stop a lot of these bad fires. Um, oh, Helen, you're still here. Thank you. Helen Henthorne says it was considered to be the zombies. Yes, yes, Ubi. Uh, yeah, Ubi, where else are you worried for with the lake? I want to go back and look at it. It was considered to be the driest period in 1,000 years in California. It's way overcrowded. The stands are way overcrowded. 25% of sequoias were beetle killed before the last big fire. Yeah, but why did they just explode in the landscape like in the early 90s and then rampaging ever since? Like we've had many, many wet years and stuff that does not explain why do they kill like every tree they infest now. Go on to the next and kill that one. Go on to the next and kill that one. There is something called a balance with the native ecosystem, and that is everything that is a prey has a predator. Trees like sequoias have been attacked by beetles since their entire existence. They have their own immune system, and they have their own way of dealing with it. They, like Jurassic Park, the insects in the amber, they bleed their sap on it, encapsulate them, and the rest of their immune system does other stuff. The prey, which is the tree, and the predator, the beetle, are in an arms race. They have been living together for thousands of years, so it is very weird in any ecosystem that a predator eliminates all of its prey. There is a balance, that arms race balance. Like wherever there's wolves and there's deer, you don't see the deer go extinct. If the wolves are very successful for a while, then what happens is they've already killed all the weak deer. That's why they were successful. They target the weak. the deer have the next generations of extremely strong and fast and swift and alert animals, and so they rebuild their population. It's just the way that part of natural selection works. Same thing with plants and the insects. Like spiders never. People say it's great to have a spider in your house. No, it's not. It'll get rid of your bugs. No, it won't. A spider, once it's full, doesn't continuously keep eating stuff. Like wolves, when they're full, they don't get up and hunt again. You know, so there's a balance. But what is going on with the beetles? True, Helen. When the trees are too thick, pathogens can then easily transfer from branch to branch and root to root. Yeah, you'll be proud of me, Helen. I was going back to the Facebook page here with the Shelly. I was explaining part of the problem that why these. What is the Shelly? Yeah, yeah. I zoomed in on this. Part of the problem why some of our fires get so bad is crews are not allowed to use chainsaws in wilderness areas, so they're in 114-degree weather and coated head to toe in a bunch of heavy gear. But this is what's critical to protect trees. These are living trees, so they're taking off the dead limbs, and if they're not allowed to use a chainsaw, they can't do much of this during the day. But that's the stupid rules of the wilderness zones. So Shelly Fire is partly in the Marble Mountain Wilderness, which, unless they get somebody to approve stuff from Washington, they can't use a chainsaw. They have to use a handsaw and just do this and work up a sweat and hurt their arms all day. But to reiterate what you'd be proud of me, Helen, is I was explaining the trees growing too close together, all the lower limbs die, and then the fungus attack the limbs immediately. All that fungus needs is darkness. Yeah, trees growing too close together, making a dark canopy. A lot of dead things to eat. Oh, there you go, a lot of dead limbs. And the tree can't move. It would like to squeeze. It would like to get rid of these dead limbs. It wants to shake them off because this is a danger to the tree. The fungus and other pathogens start eating the dead parts. If the limb is still on the tree, it tries to go inside the tree and attack it. So what the tree wants is for these limbs to go away, but it can't move. It can't shake them off. So this is a ladder. The dead limbs are how fire blind the living trees and go up and kill them. Even if they don't really climb, if there's too much dead stuff at the base, the heat rising will kill the tree. So part of why the bark beetles might be doing their thing and being so lethal to the trees might be the 1-2 punch of multiple attacks on the trees from the fungus. So a lot of the tree's immune system is focused on fighting the fungus. Meanwhile, the beetles walk in and start weakening the tree further. Can you explain, Helen, a little bit about how the beetles, what they want to do inside of a tree? I know they want to bore holes. And what else do they do? What are they eating? Are they eating right underneath the bark where the nutrients go up to the tree, stealing the nutrients? I think that's one thing that they do. But what natives used to do, and if ranchers were used to be allowed to do this, is low-key burn off the duff, the dead stuff on the ground, because that's where the fire, where the fungus is. Excuse me, you can't see it; it's invisible, but it's down there where their feet are. Underneath the dead stuff is a smorgasbord of stuff to eat. Anything dead, right? Then it attacks the roots of it. Now, what loggers do, because they're smart and allowed to do, thank God, is if they ever cut down any trees, they don't take the limbs, They don't take the limbs. They just want the logs. So the limbs are on the ground. So what loggers do after they've done any kind of harvest or clear cut is they rake together all of the limbs and all the needles and all of it and put it in a big pile, several piles. Mind you, I'm against clear cutting in those cases. Just don't shoot the messenger here. So what they do is they kickstart the root growth of the forest and want to protect it. They get all of the dead stuff, put it in piles, and then when it's a nice low key, even maybe a rainy day, they will burn it. And then they'll scatter the ashes around, which will fertilize the land. Why do they need to burn the sticks and the big limbs and junk, waste from logging? Why they want to burn it? To kill the fungus. If they don't, the wind will blow the fungus infested sticks and dead things up against the roots of the living trees. And the little trees replanted, the little baby ones that they replant and attack. So it's a war on the fungus. And fungus doesn't have to be a mushroom. It can be like white spiderweb looking stuff. But it's a serious threat to trees. But it's only one of the threats. So I'm wondering if tree viruses might be at work here too. What if there's a triple threat to the trees and the immune system just gets overwhelmed and they really can't handle the beetles too? Long before even mammals are around, trees, plants are dealing with viruses that attack them, fungus that attack them, and bacteria. If there are undiscovered pathogens doing a triple whammy on these trees, then we're just not going to know what to do. There's some piece of the puzzle that's missing. Now, the reason I'm saying this is that this has been very relevant to conservation and endangered species protection. This is unreal. Remember, I don't know, about a decade ago to 8 years ago, all of a sudden amphibians around the world just started a mass die-off. Like this. Suddenly, mass die-off of amphibians. Everywhere in the world. So, scientists were trying to figure that out. Like, why are all these frog species immediately going extinct? All over, right? Then they came up with, well, it's got to be a worldwide phenomenon. Well, what is the worldwide phenomenon in general? It's a global warming, right? So they went, oh, let's cut carbon, whatever, let's do that. Well, that of course didn't do anything. Massive die-offs still happen, and some scientists are like, wait a second, I mean, maybe there's something else going on. And so there was something else going on, but it got ignored for a while. And lost a lot of frog species because they just didn't look for a deeper answer. And there was one. It was a disease called chytrid. And it was being spread around the world by invasive bullfrogs, which are invasive most around the world, mostly. So it was on their skin. And most frog and amphibian species do not have an immunity to it. It's like AIDS for them, So where the bullfrogs are fine. So they developed a cure. And that is, why are bullfrogs okay with chytrid, but the others are not? So they figured out that there was like a way to make other amphibians immune to it, the chytrid. And once they explained that to the world all over, people who were very concerned, like citizens, scientists, and volunteers, got the antidote and they introduced it into even remote high altitude ponds, and they went to the middle of the jungles, and they went to the middle of the mountains all over the United States and all over the world to start introducing the cure. And it's been working. So while climate change in general may have started the proliferation of the bullfrog, right? It enabled it to expand and rapidly populate places. the climate was the condition, but it wasn't the reason for the sudden population crash of the other species. I believe there's just something we're not getting about the pine beetle situation in California. This is a missing piece of the puzzle. Yeah, Helen says a healthy tree pushes beetles out with sap and encapsulates them. A drought-stricken tree doesn't have enough sap to eject the beetles. Sap can be a good sign that the populations are not too large yet. So, yeah, thanks to the avatar. I'm sorry, did I'm sorry, I'm very much wanting to do my screenshots here. I do want to look more at the lake fire and see where their evacuations are, because I don't want to say, hey, it's just not near that other campground. Like maybe it's on alert because I think that the new weather system's coming in might threaten it. You know? Right now, we've seen the lake and the Shelly on kind of best behavior and even doing better than we thought they would in these past couple of days, because the weather forecasts were pretty grim, and we got lucky. By the grace of God, we got lucky. And it wasn't quite as bad as it could have been, the forecast. So I want to check the heat detections of this insanely huge Cow Creek. Yeah, and Helen says pathogens can now more easily pass from branch to branch, root to root, right? So thinning the forest is something we've got to do, either with fire or with, paying loggers to do stuff. The Native Americans used to do it, and then they intermarried with and taught a lot of the ranchers, the earlier pioneers, and those families learned, and they passed on the generations of, they want to do control burns to keep fuel loads from being huge. They want to protect their ranches and their farms with control burns, and they want to be able to use a backfire in an emergency. And the feds have actually smashed them on the heads with hammers and said, we'll arrest you for arson and confiscate your land if you do that. So, whoa, error, crash, Caltopo with satellites, what? Sorry, detections, all right. So we see the fire still moving towards Jameson and Brogan, and I'm hoping that their irrigation system and whatnot will mostly protect these communities. Seeing the erratic winds mostly blowing the fire to the south. Oh wait, it's mostly blowing it to the northeast. Whoops. Now it's blowing it to due east. They're not going to get any relief. Like 85 degrees there right now. With wind gusts, constant 10 to 12 mile an hour winds, gust up to 17 to 25. Now, mind you, this is pretty awful looking. I'd love to see if we can get any like local images here. We got to check social media, but it's a plateau and a ridge line, and the fire can sweep across these down towards the ranches and stuff. They must be struggling to prep and protect right now here in Malheur County, and that's why we've been trying to keep an eye on it. This is the only freaking camera that's looking at it anymore. I can't believe they turned the other cameras away. That's you can't hear anything. There's no Malheur County radio. I just want to show you guys a 12-hour time lapse and the insanity of the Cow Valley fire. I wonder if it's going to break records for this county. Got its enormity and just spread in a record time. Yeah. Having hard freezes kills a lot of the beetles, and have had seriously cold winters in recent years. Yeah, there was a big long, as part of the California drought thing. Most of California's water comes from snowpack. A lot of people don't realize rain's not that particularly normal. I mean, every once in a while you get your torrential rain due to, a lot of times it's El Niños and La Niña events. So people, I mean, it does rain in California. When it does, it pours, right? It never rains in California. But girl, don't they want it? It pours, man, it pours. You know. Okay, that's a really good song. I wish I could play a clip, but I can't, so I was just poorly singing at you. I mean, those events happen. But it's usually during El Nino and La Nina, and they call it the Pineapple Express storms, or the atmospheric rivers. They happen, but the majority of California's water is from snowpack, and then the reservoirs hold it, and they release it in canals for the irrigation. My God, look at the hellscape of Eastern Oregon here. So, yeah, good hard freezes didn't happen too often, but we just had a couple where the crazy blizzards of last winter. You know, everybody forgets that Tahoe's had some of the deepest snowpack they've seen in 50 to 100 years, just last winter. Because that was El Nino at the time, wasn't it? Sometimes El Ninos mean epic flooding in California because you'll have the crazy, 22-foot snow drifts and whatnot. And then it'll stay that heavy until spring, and then the Pineapple Express storms come, which are hot, rainy, tropical, almost like cyclones, but not quite that bad. They bounce off Hawaii every once in a while. Hawaii has a high pressure system. And they'll head to the Pacific Northwest, Washington, Oregon, and sometimes Northern California. And then literal rivers of water in the sky melt all the snow at once. And then that's when you have the epic flooding of California, Oregon, and Washington. 1861 and 2 years of 1862 was the worst on record. It was so bad, it's unbelievable. Like, we lost so many towns, entire towns washed away. I have not finished my tally of them. I study ghost towns. Places like Fort Cascades and Cascades, Oregon, which don't exist anymore, but were on very old maps, washed away. Monticello, Washington, washed away on the Columbia. You never heard of that place. It's gone. Lynn City, which is the opposite shore of Oregon City, washed off the map in a night from those floods. Champooey, Oregon, which is now a ghost town in Oregon, washed away in that flood. I don't know how many, also in California and other places, that were towns established just a bit after the gold rush, of 1849, just got obliterated and wiped off the map. Tons in the Feather River Canyon and other places, of course. Everywhere in the valley, utterly devastated. Sacramento, people going around in boats sinking in Marysville and whatnot. I don't know how many towns were just utterly destroyed, but more than 25. I'm still, counting. Places like Lincoln, Oregon, you never heard of that, by Salem, Eola. You never heard of that place, just the Eola Hills by Salem. This entire book called Willamette Ghost Towns of the River, where Willamette Ghosts goes to the river. I have that book. I'm just blown away how many towns we lost. Orleans, Oregon, around Malheur County. You never heard of that place either. That was wiped off the map. So, 1861. Then we saw a repeat around 1875-ish, not too bad. 1874, excuse me, was quite bad too. Then the next one was 1948, the Vanport flood, when Vanport was Oregon's second largest city. Not a town, a city, built for the war effort in World War II. It was supposed to be kind of temporary, but built to house 240,000 workers to build the warships. It's where today's golf courses right before you cross over into Vancouver, and the racetrack, the Portland Speedway, Portland International Raceway, I believe they call it. Those are the old city streets that they turned into a racetrack. One of them's called North Victory Boulevard. But you won't even understand it. Vanport, Oregon's second largest city, wiped off the map in one day, one single day. A lot of people in Portland have never even heard of it, but it was huge. It was huge. But they built it in a little bowl, surrounded by levees on all sides, 15 feet below the Columbia River, which is up here in the north part. So when the levee breached in '48, it just knocked all these wooden apartment buildings off their foundations, splintered them into matchsticks, killed a lot of people, and then everybody had to like swim for their lives. It's where a lot of black people live, and so it's just like Hurricane Katrina. Mostly black families standing on the top of the rooftops waving and like, please rescue us. This is like I-5 looking south. It's called Highway 99 back then, but in Portland, did a very bad thing. Like this is before, and this is after, and they were supposed to tear it all down after the war because it's a place that was epically vulnerable to flooding. I mean, it was onion fields. They were just irrigated before. They just needed a temporary town for the war effort. It was mostly abandoned afterwards. Portland did a very bad thing because a dark secret. Portland has never wanted a ghetto and never wanted ethnic minorities to really live inside city limits in any large quantity, especially not back then. It was blatant racist, and they don't want a ghetto of any kind. They don't want a poor part of town. So everybody thinks Portland's green by having a whole lot of electric train service, like always elaborate electric trains. And that's not to be green or anything like that, especially not in the 20s when we put that in. It was so the poor people could live outside of Portland and commute in and leave at night. The lower wage workers. So when the wartime came, Henry Kaiser needed to house his workers. He couldn't even get Portland to build any new housing or allow. They dragged their feet at making places where they could even put trailers and live there. So he went above their heads, bought a little bit of federal land, and leased it, put Vanport there, and they cross our fingers we don't have a major flood during the war, and right after let's tear it down because it's too much of a flood zone area. So what did Portland do? They encouraged all the black people who wanted to stay in Portland. There were almost no black people in Oregon there before them. And all the returning GIs who wanted to go to college in GI Bill, they built the college in there in that little flood zone trap. Encourage all the college students who were poor to live there, and all the elderly people who were poor to live there. Henry Kaiser went, "Are you freaking insane? What?" But there's really nothing you could do. So it was its own city, and Portland was happy about that. And then, of course, one of the epic floods, like I was telling you about, the Pineapple Express storms on heavy snowpack, happened in 1948. It was called Vanport College. They had to rename it Portland State and move it downtown into Portland. They were even going to rebuild it. It was a miracle that thousands of people didn't die. They only found about 15 bodies, but there's always a lot of witnesses I interview, like old timers, and they say, I was there. I saw a lot of people swimming and they didn't surface again. And they must have died. It was like a tidal wave when the levee broke. I don't think all of them are liars. Unfortunately, many of their bodies got washed out to sea, and Portland said, about 15 people died, maybe 21, but you know, acknowledged that many people were squatting at the time, being kind of free rent in the old buildings, and that people were subletting, but wanting to rebuild it was criminal, and so the Fed said, no, we can't do that, Portland. What freaking, you can't put people on a death trap. What the hell are you thinking? So Portland wasn't allowed to, and so there was a new rule that by the Columbia River in the epic floodplain zones, you can only put hotels, not permanent housing, businesses, things like golf courses and racetracks. I mean, people started the old abandoned streets. They started doing legal street racing at night, so Portland just turned it into a racetrack called Portland International Raceway. But the main drag of the racetrack is the old Cottonwood Street, Vanport, and the reason why they have a golf course there now is the old city's sewage and plumbing makes the irrigation stuff that's still running on that. So Paul Shimon says, sorry, I've been ignoring chat friends. You mean to. Hello, you do have interesting things you're saying. Personally, I have trouble listening. I think maybe your microphone ain't very good. No, it isn't. Probably you're just not enunciating very clearly. I just had a cracked tooth, so sorry. I also have a sinus infection. I do want to improve the audio of the stream, and I purchased $500 out of equipment. Paula, sorry, I read your name. It's Paul. So I still have a lot of excess salivation and swelling where the cracked tooth and filling repair happened, and it's not 100%. But what happened when I bought $500 worth of sound equipment is it's very complicated to set up, especially with this thing called Open Broadcaster software. So I set it all up and began learning it and using it, and I did private streams. So I apologize. I know that sound issues are the worst thing in video. You need to fix that. So I set it all up, and we did night after night after night of private streams, just me and people who know about sound. Excuse me, let's look back at what's going on with the lake fire. And I was going to see about the evacuation map and see if these campgrounds are actually a risk. What are they doing with their new evacuation maps? I wanted to do a history show originally, as you could tell. There we go, evacuation map. And we got it dialed in. So what you have to do to make sound good on a streaming broadcast is get a pro microphone. So I bought one. I bought a Shure Super 55 that looks like an Elvis microphone with the chrome and everything, high quality. With your kind donations, thank you, friends. Then I bought a Go XLR, which is a $500. If I got on sale, a $500. Yeah, I don't see that campground. People are worried about the Sage Hill area. I don't see that at risk, but closer and closer to what is this, Lake Kachula. The evacuation warnings and tourist places are it's expanding. So yeah, everybody down there should be prepped, and ready to go. But just because where the fire keeps going is it's trying to push southeast all the time. So what you have to do, a lot of behind the scenes stuff. You just don't plug it in. I wish you could plug it in.
Good morning, Jason Wingard with California Interagency Incident Management Team 13
Whoops.
Operations. This morning I'm here to give you your morning update.
Sorry, I don't know why Watch Duty does that. It randomly plays the videos. what we have to do to get good sound, and I have to go back to looking at Oregon for a second, is um, the XLR. It's a big cable for professional microphones, just like stage and music microphone. The other ones with the high quality USB ones are just total crap. So you can't. There's no big round plug in the back of a computer for that. So you have to buy an interface that it plugs into, and then it plugs into your computer with USB. So um, the it'll have bells and whistles on it, right? It'll have its own buttons. So once you've actually set it up and it's plugged in, what I do on my Open Broadcaster software, which is the free to everybody but very difficult to learn and use program, is you set it up and it's on, and if it's just raw audio, you can hear like everything in the room and every little lip smack and every little thing. You have to do something called a noise gate, and these are all called sound filters. So you put the noise gate on so that if something happens across the room, you won't hear it. If there's a car honking outside, it's reduced. And if I rustle the papers in front of me, especially, and a coffee cup goes up and down, you don't hear what's going on the desk, hopefully. So the noise gate will block out sounds other than me talking, and that's one of the first steps. So it's a series of these bars that you adjust them left a couple of notches. Then I have to say, hey, sound guy, what do I sound like now? And he goes, the beginnings of all of your words are clipping. So like when I begin speaking, you may not hear the beginning because it's there to filter out background noise. And there's a little slider on how fast it's going to detect human voice, right? So too far to the left and you don't hear the first word of anything I say. Too far to the right and you hear everything going on around me in the room, including fan noises and me shuffling papers, all my cell phone dings, everything. So that's called the attack on it. So you have to manually just say, hey, people listening, what's it like now? What's it like now? And a pro sound person is the best to sit there with his really good pro headset to fully be able to understand what's going on and give good advice. So once we do the noise gate on that, then there's something else called a limiter. So, and the compressor. So you do the compressor. What compressor does is it tries to take lower frequencies, like soft stuff, like whispering, make it louder. Sorry, you're probably hearing my phone making sounds right now. What the compressor does is make, like when I'm speaking softly, raise the volume of that, and also anything I'm showing, like any of these community meetings and all of the these radios we're listening to. So with compressor, it makes louder what is softer and makes softer what is louder, so that if I suddenly exclaim, "Oh my God!" If I was doing something, it doesn't blast your ears out, right? It lowers that. Or if suddenly outside there's somebody lays on a horn, a car horn or something, it won't just absolutely blast your ears out. So compressor is great. I would love it if you just turn it on or off. But it's one of the most annoying and irritating things to adjust, because what it will do is it'll make sound distorted. My voice will get robotic and sound like I'm underwater or an AM radio station not coming in clearly. So is there a compressor going on right now? Yeah, there is. Is there a noise gate? Yep, there is. Not perfect, but it's as best as I could get it. I sit there and adjust stuff again and again and again, and I've poured more than 25 hours into getting it as good as it is right now. And you have to do this for every single microphone. So this is the one headset where it has to be, there's only a few headsets on Earth that are made that can do what I need it to do. It has to have noise cancellation so I don't hear noise around me. So I can talk to you and listen very intently to the very staticky soft radio. I crank that volume up a lot more than you guys. I don't want to blast your ears out. Just trying to figure out what they're saying on the radio. So, man, what a hellish. Still can't believe what we're seeing here. So the situation with the Pro microphone. Oh, and then there's limiter. Limiter is what if there's an extremely loud sound from any source, including like what happens on the radio sometimes, the scanner radio. Limiter will limit all volumes to a certain volume. Make sure. Okay. Limiter does that, limits the volume. And if I didn't have that on there, this would be listening to a scanner radio would be absolutely a nightmare. It would damage the hearing of people that say have us on TVs and have the TV cranked up. We don't mention the do's and stuff. It's part of the chat rules, and it's also taboo to talk about other streamers and try to say, "Hey, watch another YouTube channel, please." You know what I mean? Like people leave and they go do that. I mean, if you want to, like, what I don't know what you're saying. At least, like, nobody watch me, watch that guy instead. I'm not really sure. But like like the rules about not mentioning conspiracy theories are there to keep people calm here. I love talking about all kinds of things, but my viewers, many of them are evacuated and just don't know if their horses are alive or if their help is standing. So when people come in here and talk about alternative theories about fires, they say that I'm uncomfortable. This is stressing me out. So I listened to them and said, okay, we won't do that here. Not during live wildfire tracking. If I have a different stream on a different day, it'll be like, oh, let's explore alternative fire theories, and I'll look at any evidence anybody wants to show me and examine it. Put my 2 cents in. But during emergencies, like look at this fire's trying to eat 2 different Oregon towns. The people I'm trying to help, they tell me they will stop listening, tune out, if that kind of talk occurs here. So I hope you understand that that's the basis of the rule. And usually people ask, it's just because they're generally polite to ask if they can mention other channels and streamers. Because if you do that and say, hey, watch somebody else, that's where people go. I heard such and such on somebody else's channel today, or somebody else is live covering this, and well, that steals the viewers, right? So it's just not crucifying you, but that's a curious thing. If you want me to look at something, please email me. It's in the description of the video. Now, after emergencies are over, look at things like that. But the Star Child says they said weed whacking caused, they believe, the lake fire on the 4th of July. People trying to clear the property from brush. I don't think so. It started at the lake, which is a recreational area, on the 4th of July. So I don't believe that's true for the lake fire. Hey, SoCal Boho, thank you so much. Thank you for the tip and the laptop fund. I tried to do a good comprehensive gathering of how much we made from the different sources, and I couldn't. There's one I couldn't do, and that's actually like how much we made with YouTube. I have to wait for the generated report, which we should get today on the 12th. YouTube was so confusing. Okay, let me go get some more tea, guys. I'll be right back. YouTube is so confusing that they're only giving me these weird statistics about how much it thinks we made. And I sorted it by the last 28 days, and yet it showed videos from 2020. So I think that part of the website's broken. I have to wait for the actual AdSense report, but we're getting closer to that laptop. I thank you guys for blowing my heart. Here, let me get, I'm about to walk in front of a fan. Let me mute real quick. Trying to blab on about why the stream audio quality isn't better, even though I bought $500 of audio equipment last year. Is I really thought I dialed it in. Excuse me. I really thought after doing 25 hours and like 5 or 6 separate test streams that were private with pro audio guys, everybody like volunteering from John Stoker to others. Like, listen, I'm messing around with the dials, guys. How do I sound now? 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 It started sounding great. Everybody says, wow, huge improvement. Sweet. This is great. I went live and said, guys, check out the new improved audio. And everybody said, what? We can't hear you. Like, what do you mean you can't hear me? And they go, oh, yeah, your quality's great. You're fading in and out, though. I never got an answer about that. So my John Stoker just came back from Maui, of all places. He had a little bit of a vacation. I wanted to go. I wanted to go to a hideout and interview victims and survivors there. But duty calls here. Maybe we could fundraise for a trip like that. So what we have is this headset, which cost $300. I think I paid around $220 on sale. Is one of the few on Earth that does what I need it to do, so that I can keep talking to you as I walk around from room to room. There are very few on Earth that can do what it does. It's called the JBL Containment 10. You know what? I didn't check the equalizer right now. I might be able to improve audio quality right now. Let me see. What's the equalizer setting? What? It's weird. Sorry. Clarity mode. We do very little here, but I don't know if I sound different now. It's called high-end boost. I don't know if I sound different now. This is called bass boost. This is called flat equalizer. Why don't I interview you at least? I'm not trying to silence you. I'm trying to tell you not to talk about laser weapons. So, because that makes the people here uncomfortable. People I'm trying to help right now, because there are emergencies happening right now, tell me they will stop listening if like energy weapons are discussed. Of course, I'd love to talk to you, but this look at this right here. This is an ongoing crisis. So if people can be respectful to the people who have serious PTSD in my chat right now, like there's somebody in my chat right now whose husband died in a fire. It was a very horrible story. He had burns, but they didn't make it. They don't want to hear about anything else that stresses them out. The truth needs to be heard regardless if it's uncomfortable. There's a time and a place. Listen, I'm trying to help people right now. Give them their live evacuation info. There's a massive fire going towards 2 towns. I can't help them if they stop listening. So you can make a documentary and then link it, so that people, and what happened in Lahaina is the past. You could make a documentary about it, or we can talk about it on a different section. I'd love to do that. I want to hear what people think happened. I want to hear what people witnessed, see people's eyewitness stories. I want to go there and see if I see anything that's suspicious to me. Not during an emergency, because the people I'm trying to help, if they stop watching, I can't help them. So on my channel, we have saved lives before. That's what people come in and say, because sometimes what the officials say, like drive this way or that way, is not accurate. An ongoing crisis? But Lahaina's not on fire right now. I know that there's still an ongoing, I know that there's suffering. I tried to cover it live. There was no, we couldn't hear anything. We looked from the only camera view we had. I knew things were bad once I saw the power was still on. I've seen the videos of the people filmed the power lines going down and starting fire. I tried to do what we could that night, but people there had no way to know because they didn't have power, and they didn't have the internet. They didn't have a way to hear anything, not from officials, not from anyone. I don't know why the Navy didn't respond. Why was the Navy just sitting on their asses in Pearl Harbor? Like, get over there. Airlift people out. Do something. Things could have happened. I don't get it, but officials time and time again, they fail the public, and so I try to get the information out. This is where the fire is going. This is the heat detections. They are doing this worldwide. Like my brother almost died in Paradise. I went around Paradise. And people, for example, tried to tell me that Paradise had been erased with some energy weapons, right? And so I went there, and what people don't know about Paradise is it raged for days. So the fire department were able to save some structures, letting them down, and then they went off to save others, and they couldn't be everywhere at once. So when people say, why did this house survive, for example? Well, I went there, and it's because it had water access in the back. So when the fire crews were there, they could put their fire hoses back there and refill their truck. So they had shelter in place, and the fire went past, but not. They sat there in the driveway and wetted down the house and refilled their water. What people unfortunately did at Paradise is they put all the sprinklers on, thinking that that would help the situation, and it destroyed the water pressure. So they went up to hydrants, and the hydrants were dry. I understand in Lahaina they had issues like that too, due to a lot of the bad issues there. I didn't know how bad there was a war over water. So oftentimes they were ready to save structures, and they couldn't because they didn't have any water anymore. So if you look at the checkerboard situation of where structures survived and didn't, the one where pools, ponds, swimming pools in the back and next to the creeks where their water trucks could get the water, and those will be totally fine, and next to others that just didn't make it. That melted cars and standing trees. Yeah. So I did explain a lot about how that works. Hurricane force winds. What they do is they push the grass down to the ground. There were 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts from the hurricane offshore, or whatever tropical storm it was at the time. So what that does is say there's grass under trees or vegetation or whatever. What that does is it pushes the flames, and they usually would go up in a normal circumstance down against the ground. And because grass, for example, it just burns up real quick and then it's done. Some of the bushes, the higher the wind, the faster they burn up, and then they're done. The heat and the flames didn't rise to go get the trees on fire. That's how we saw what just happened here with the lake fire. The cameras, even though they were 6 feet up off the ground, would not have survived if there wasn't high winds. If it was just like a breezy situation, the flames would have reached straight up and melted the cams. So trees have something called bark, which is basically fireproof. In order to really get them going, a couple things have to happen. Like they have to have dead limbs that are low to the ground, and then the fire can climb up the limbs. They don't, because most people in Hawaii like to do their landscaping. They're much more safe. They're much more fireproof. Now, with the cam burn over the grass mountain here and down here at the lake, I actually said I think the cameras are going to burn up. I was very disappointed. See, where's the grass mountain cams? Very disappointed about their landscaping. You have to go back to daylight because they had grass all over, like underneath the cams, right? So I'd have to go back to the burn over day. These have been looking at the lake, not looking the other direction to see if I can get it. It's not 2 then. Oh, I can't time lapse that. See these little like trees here? I said, man, these cameras, they're only like 6 feet up off the ground, so I think they're going to burn up and melt. But when the fire arrived here, it pushed, the winds were so strong, pushed the grass flat down. And the faster the winds, higher speed winds, faster whatever is on fire burns up to nothing. So the flames were pushed against the ground. We have screenshots of it. And then the grass burned up, so the flames never went up to melt the can. I would have lost $500. I said it was either a $50 bet or a $500 bet that I would have lost. And I said, I bet these cans burn up. But we were able to watch it live because it's there and see why they survive. So what happens why do cars burn up and trees don't is when flaming debris is next to the cars, like grass, what happens with the car is the tires and the gas tank are the big thing. The tires burn like insane. Like tires are, it's like having an oil drum on fire. The heat and the black smoke from tires is enormous. So if anything flaming with the wood, anything on fire, like any trash from a trash can, yard debris, sticks, parts of wooden fence blown down, anything like that is near the car and the tires go, and it's going to heat up the gas tank, and you're going to start having the gas on fire in the car. So underneath the trees, where there's just grass, it's folded down. What happens is the flame, like say they were going to be 6 foot tall from the grass on fire. Get high winds on it, it's 6 feet along the ground. So grass next to a car in a driveway, it's folded down, and the flame reaches the tire. It's 6 feet of flame along the ground. So once tires go, you lost your car. Now, the trees though. Trees have to have a lot of stuff underneath them that burns for a while to get the bark on fire, to get that going. And as long as it's like a landscaped yard like Lahaina, but not, or even orchards, grass just doesn't burn long enough to catch most trees. So that's why cars go up. I'm not a real expert. Okay. We still managed to save lives somehow. I don't have to be. It's not rocket science. You just have to know the basics in order to protect people. That's what firefighters told me. I learned from experts. Yeah, there's a bunch of fake firefighters who got onto the Lahaina controversy video. And they said, in my opinion, as a 20-year veteran of firefighting, I don't think that I've never seen a car on fire like this before. And I said, that's because you're a liar and you're not a firefighter. This is a pretty typical way that cars burn. But then people like hit the like button, like, oh yeah, man, it's so suspicious. Then real firefighters go, what the hell, man, you're smoking crack. Look, this person, Star Child, has come in here shouting and leaving a bunch of times and is trying to take over my channel and make people, it doesn't care if they make people uncomfortable. That's why I say, go away. I will always protect people on my channel. You can stay if you obey the rules. Get the hell out of here if you can't. It doesn't matter who somebody is. If you want to come in here and make my PTSD fire victims uncomfortable, get the hell out. No trauma that you've gone through allows you to barge into an emergency situation and say, you're being targeted by weapons and lasers, look out. You know, you didn't walk up to fire crews and tell them that. This is not appropriate. I've been abundantly patient with that. The stuff that conspiracy people believe in is so easily explained, and they still don't believe it. They just believe in shadow governments and evil things targeting them. That's because they are traumatized victims being targeted by fraudsters who are giggling and laughing and jerking off to convincing fire victims that they're being targeted by weapons. They are evil. They make fake evidence and fake photos, and they're tricking people. I can't stand it. I can't stand this crap. It's very sad when some people begin to believe it. But there's a psychological profile of somebody who believes in the conspiracies, being traumatized, being fearful, and wanting to believe that somebody's in control. This is why rational talk and evidence doesn't reach them and doesn't convince them. They have an emotional need to believe that somewhere out there somebody's in control. So somebody's in control. It's too scary to think that there's nobody in control in the situation. But if somebody's in control, why does evil stuff happen? Oh, because whoever's in control is evil. And that's where they go with that. There's evil, massive conspiracies of somebody out there wants to erase completely irrelevant retirement communities and rural tourist towns, very small historic towns. Somebody wants to use trillion-dollar space laser weapons in order to erase them because they're reptilian and they hate the mammals or whatever they come up with. So the only way to actually combat that is not really with rational explanations. You actually have to give them a sense of control over their own lives. I combat that by explaining to people how you can survive no matter how bad it is. But you have to learn about real fire behavior, believe how it works, and then I can train you about how to have the best chance of survival. And that's what I do. I interview survivors, and then I also go to places people die and figure out if they could have saved themselves. I don't like doing it, but I want to save lives. I consider myself very good at that. And so I can teach you how to survive and regain a sense of control. If you rebuild your property or you have property, how you can make it as fire resistant as possible and create your own shelter in place options so you don't have to worry. You don't have to depend upon any government to save you. Um, yeah. Yeah, Big Al, I understand. Yeah, that's the last time, I didn't realize it was the same person that just keeps in many different ways to come in here and be disruptive. I don't know that that's a true Lahaina victim. It could be totally fake. Mostly what these disruptors want is attention, and maybe I just did the wrong thing and gave them some. But I think it's important to answer the questions. That part. Why do trees survive and cars don't? Well, because the high winds flatten the grass down so the flames can't reach up and light the tree on fire. That's typical of a high wind fire. Why does the car go up? Because the tires light, and then once that happens, unless there's a fire department standing by ready to put the tires out, that car is going to burn. And so what their explanation is that it's microwave energy weapons, and it's the reason the car goes up is because it's metal. It's like putting metal in a microwave. How are they explaining why so many trees actually did die in Lahaina? Many of them actually did die. Because when the homes went up, the heat killed them. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Star Child. Don't worry. Tell me about your grandpa. That's awesome. He was a captain of the fire department. Um, this is about the 8th time that person made new YouTube accounts to come in here and try to take over my show, and demanding that I explain that there's shadow governments trying to kill people around the world with energy weapons. But I have great sympathy that reading about the psychological profile of why do they cling to these notions is they desperately need somebody out there to be in control. Now, the people who come in here and blame the victims and say California deserves to burn, that's the same psychology. They usually get some Bible quote about end times too, and I kick them the hell out too. I will not have people blaming the victims. It's the same psychological profile of the ultra-religious. God is in control of everything, so why do bad things happen? Oh, they deserved it. They were sinners somehow, and so that's why you get these a-holes that just run into disaster situations and leave comments. They believe that God is killing people, because punishing with natural disasters because they all sin, and it's completely stupid. Even though the greatest loss of life happens where there's bad building codes and earthquakes, not where there's the most sin. When's the last time places of sin, like Las Vegas, have been hit by an earthquake or something? It's because it's not a seismically active zone, not because of sin. But it's called Deuteronomic thinking. The part of the Bible called Deuteronomy. Jeez, I'm so tired right now. It says if God will protect you as long as you obey God's laws. But this was not in a vast scale, okay? It doesn't mean like you'll never have a disaster happen to you as long as you obey kosher laws. It was a Bronze Age way of thinking that sin causes disaster. And so the Jews stopped believing in that because they obeyed God's laws and still bad things happened to them. So they abandoned that, but it was resurrected by ultra-religious modern, some modern churches. Stupid. People like the Assyrians walked in and took over and burned the temple. Even though it doesn't matter how good you are with obeying kosher laws, you know, if a big army comes and you destroy your stuff, it does. You know, the Romans just had a good war machine. It wasn't because they stopped, uh, obeying the Sabbath, but uh, zealots, they have a message, and that's like a message of hate. It's what it is. It's how to hate and blame victims for their suffering. It's not Christian. Sorry, it's not Jewish either. It's Bronze Age, and it's hateful crap that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it requires an extreme, narrow, and warped view of the Bible. It's just people will interpret religious texts in whatever way they want to. Doesn't matter what it says or what it actually means, and then quote whatever they want to try to support it. But I don't believe Jesus would have ever blamed any victim for anything. Didn't want to do anything but heal. What did Jesus actually do? He walked around healing people and told people to love and support each other. So I try to do the same. But, you know, um, okay, good night. Good night, Star Child and anybody else. Let's go back up. Oh, I forgot to give you your heart, SoCal Boho Girl. Sorry if you're like already asleep or something. Here. What happened with Mallory is, I gotta ban the other accounts of the person. See here, who's still awake? Which fire do you want me to cover? Um, Look, there's something I call a group of people. It's just my own thing. Big Al, this is what I'm trying to say here. The conspiracy curious, right? There's a whole lot of those. They try to suck you into the message, right? And it'll start with a weird looking photograph, like explain this. All right, real firefighters can't explain this. Like, why is a car melted and next to it the tree isn't? And some people will start to click on that, and unfortunately, the way social media works is it'll start suggesting the same kind of crap next to it, and it sucks people in, right? And there's perfectly good explanations for what happened, but they say there isn't. And some of them are compelling. It's like, oh my God, what the hell's going on here? So if you do explain in general, like just a general concept, let people know that even though this weird photograph was odd, like why is there a car that's burned up next to an orchard that's totally green? They don't know that what I did. Like what I did is look at the same spot on the map. I found it on Google Earth, and I found the satellite map. I found it on Google Maps itself, and looked at what it was like before the fire. And there was this grass all around it, grassy field, and somewhat abandoned orchard. The trees were still alive, but there was pretty tall grass underneath them. So I realized, oh, in a high wind situation, the grass folded down flat, lit the tires on fire, this car. And since there was a very high wind fire at the time, look at what we're seeing, guys. Look at this screenshot. It's unbelievable. Covering the Cow Valley fire. Why in God's name are the other cameras not looking at it? We would be seeing incredible stuff here too. Anyway, That's how I used to like fully engage. I need to make a bunch of myth busting short videos, that just kind of does this as a series, right? So the conspiro curious will stop clicking on this stuff once they already know ahead of time that is explainable, and these people are just trying to fool them, the ones that have the propaganda. Right? Why is there so much misinformation propaganda? That's another thing. Hey, Ace Girl, yes, Fire Charlie, want to know more about it. Oh, Star Charlie, you're not gone to bed yet? Oh, okay, I'm glad. Where are you at, by the way? And do tell me, guys, who's still awake here, who's asleep, which fire you want me to go back and look at. We still should look at the Shelly. I'm just mesmerized by what we're seeing here. And the lake is having a quiet night, from what I can tell, which is all we can ask for. The lake and Shelly had really, really good nights. It could have been way worse with what the weather forecast is, but hold on to your butts this weekend. The thunderstorms are coming. All right, what we're looking at here, lightning and thunder, abundant lightning, 55-mile-an-hour winds, really happening around this area this weekend. The silver lining is that wherever this fire has already rampaged, the lightning is just going to hit already bare dirt. It isn't going to start anything new. So, how much of these communities are going to lose tonight? I don't know. I don't know if they'll lose buildings tonight. There's so many in danger. We can't hear what's going on. But whatever they manage to save right now, this fire is going to protect them from the even worse weather that was forecasted later. Um, yeah, yeah, Big Al, exactly. I should have looked back a little bit more frequently to see if you're still trying to shout from the rooftops about it. I I don't know if that's a real Lahaina victim or a scam artist, right? I don't know. I don't know these people. I do believe if this is a real Lahaina victim, it's actually a good motivation and wanting to warn people. Get the truth out there was repeated, and that's a good motivation. Demanding I do that, and I don't agree that's what happened. Not good, but I don't know how young the person is either. But there's a chance. But, why is all this fake stuff out there? Why, when things are perfectly explainable, do they alter photographs or say that they're not explainable? Because there's a lot of money to be made in fake news. Totally fake, hoax. That's the way that social media is set up. Why do I ask for money right now? I don't want to be advertisement based. Why do I ask for donations? Because I don't want anybody to profit off the situation. I know media has to have their ads, like the true media, they have to do their thing. It's extremely expensive to run a news, a paper or a news channel. Right? It's very expensive to do just what I do now, and I tried doing it for free. It didn't work. I didn't know I'd have to be at my computer for months on end, almost no sleep, because I'm doing the government's job, and they should be doing. Governments are still not warning people in time or at all sometimes that fire is coming. I don't want to. I don't want to do this. It's just nobody else is. Uh, for the lake fire, you can call their hotline. It stops at 8 o'clock. Most of these hotlines about fires, they shut down at 8 o'clock. They're not 24 hours. What the hell's going on at 3:23 in the morning right now? 3:32. Apocalypse is next to a bunch of community. So this is why we're up here doing this in the middle of the night. I don't want to. I want to retire. I want to go back to making history programs. So, yeah, SoCal Bohogal says, it's good to know the lake fire is northwest of me, either northwest or northeast. I'm already too tired. Yeah, I know. The only good thing about me sleeping, unfortunately, throughout the day, mind you guys, I'm off on I'm off. Because I have a sinus infection. I'm sorry I did that. I wrapped around, I woke up with my dead, 0% power phone on my chest because I was trying to look at fires the moment that I went to sleep. I was looking at watch duty. I wake up and there's a USB cord wrapped around my shoulders and arms because I rolled around apparently and ripped it from the wall and destroyed my charger and the cord. Whoops. So my alarms didn't go off. So I gotta use some of the donation money now to purchase another set. Yes, the lake fire. What has been happening? So Cal. What do you want to be called? Boho gal or SoCal? Or SoCal Bogo? SoCal Boho? Boho gal? Boho gal Soho? I'm sorry, I'm deliciously tired. I'll just call you cool. What they've been doing, and I'll do the quick. I'll go back to this. See this stuff? What do you see here? When you look at this, what do you see? Excuse me, I gotta go get more tea. What do you see? Right? Type that in. I'll tell you why I like what I see with that. Okay? Type it in. What do you see? Okay, time's up. Sorry if you still type. SoCal or Boho gal or whatever. All right, cool. I'll just call you ultra cool, man. And go back to the other fire too. So here's our 12-hour time lapse. I have to redo it. Why isn't it available? Refresh. Refresh. See how quiet it's acting right now. There's been not much to really monitor. It's great. That's because the smoke is over it right now, settling in and keeping it on the down low. But what do you see? What do you see? The lake fire here. I'm in love with what I see here. Rapid burning of fuel. Yep. Apparently, it was a minor fire that the camera pivoted to for a bit, but uneducated me before I had my fire eyes, before the firefighters took me under their wing. I would have gone, oh man, every time I would have seen a lot bigger clouds and a lot of activity at night. Oh man, I thought I was all negative. But anytime, saw something burning, I thought it was negative. Hey, what? Okay, sorry. It's only relevant back here. So, what do we see for wind direction? Huh? A lot of times, especially if it's a pretty low-key day, not too windy, not too red flag, especially if the wind's going this direction, the wind is going the opposite direction of where the fire's been moving. You know what that allows them to do? The best thing that they can do to stop this fire, because they can't just make a bunch of roads. There's a bunch of roadless areas that are designated that way, and it would take an act of Congress or something probably to allow them to put fire access roads. I don't think the Santa Anas blow. It's I think they're seasonally October to January, but don't quote me on that. What is similar to the Santa Anas is called the Sundowners. I'm unfamiliar with this area. I don't think I've ever been here. But people have been trying to tell me about the Sundowners, which are similar, real similar. But look, the fire, this is looking north. Fire's been trying to go southeast day after day, east, southeast, because that's typically the way the wind's been blowing it. the wind blew the opposite direction today, so it blew it back on itself and gave them the perfect opportunity to light their own fires in front of it safely, perfectly safely. Because the fires that they light would just go up the hill and go to where the fire already exists. So what happens when the winds go back to normal? The fire tries to go southeast and hits a huge strip of black, right? Everywhere they've been able to light the ground on fire ahead of it. They had a perfect opportunity for backfiring today. I should call it front firing. Don't ask me why they call it backfiring. But that's getting ahead of the fire and burning off the grass, pine needles and crap, so that when the main fire comes, it's got nothing to burn, right? That strengthens whatever lines they're doing, and that's perfect. So that's what I believe they did today. That's what I think half of this smoke columns and stuff were, is they went, oh man, the wind is blowing the opposite direction. Sweet. So tomorrow they'll probably explain a bit today of what they did. But you notice this, the amount of smoke settling everywhere means that otherwise it would be kind of, this would smother the fire at the lower elevations. Protective. Deprives it of some of its oxygen down there. So it was a low key day down in the lower elevations, just eyeballing this. So they went, great. This tremendous amount of fuel that's been growing back since the last fire of 2007, the other Zaka fire, right? So there could be Santa Anas any time of year. Okay. The Diablo winds are seasonal, October through January. We'll have to. I don't know if that's just what people call it generally, but I'm talking about what the weather people call it. What weather people call it, like being very specific. I used to just casually throw around the word Santa Anas too, and I got corrected because I don't want people constantly living in fear that Santa Anas and Diablos can go at any time of year. What is good if we're very specific is letting people know, like that winter is actually California's worst fire season before the rains come. That's when we lost the Oakland Hills. That's the Oakland Hills firestorm, Diablo and Santa Anas, losing Paradise. Remember that was November 8th. I lost my friend to wildfire during true Diablo winds during October 10th, October through January, that they can happen. January is usually well into the wet season and do much. But you can have, even in wintertime, fast-moving grass fires if there's been a brief period of no rain, just due to wind, right? So there's actually some January through March crazy fires that we actually saw last season of a broadcast. See above, she called me Big Gal. Yeah. So, yeah, this season and generally a tad later in the year here, we've had 100-mile-an-hour firestorms in June and July. So it's true. That would be your sundowners and rather. Some are called phone winds, PHOEN, I believe, and that's what Captain John Bruno was trying to tell us about the other day. Not phone like a telephone, but like PHOEN. Look, I don't know that much about it, so I don't teach it or anything. But what he was trying to explain, because he was here during the last Zaka Lake fire in 2007. 2007, right? He was explaining what he thought it would do, and that's burned mostly within its own footprint like it did last time. But of course, you get those winds that pick up, sundowners. Unfortunately, we could see it like that one night, the 7th, where the wind suddenly changes direction and pushes it down the hill towards the community. You know, that's super dangerous. 88 or 86, yeah. So the phone PHOEN winds were involved with the Thomas fire as well. which was one of California's biggest and nastiest. What time of the year was the Thomas Fire? 2017 Thomas Fire, which everybody shudders about. December. A true Santa Ana, December. Fully contained January 12th. Started in December of 2017. Fully contained January 12th, 2018. So, Santa Ana winds. The unusually strong and persistent Santa Ana winds are the largest factor. So what people do, unfortunately, and this is why I have to be that specific, is they relax and think, oh, July and August are over, September's over. The worst fire season, it's over. No, it's just beginning. The worst fire season of California is October through January, the Santa Ana and Diablo wind season. This is when you get your town erasers, your mass death events. I mean, it's not a cakewalk, July and August, the lightning strike season. But, we have that to look forward to, the lightning strike season. So, description of Santa Ana winds, sometimes called devil winds, are strong, extremely dry, downslope winds. They originate inland, the deserts, and affect southern coastal California, northern Baja California, and blah, 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 blah. Fan destructive wildfires, blah, 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 meteorology, blah, blah. We have a lot to learn about it, blah, blah, blah. While Santa Ana winds are katabatic, I don't know what that word is. We have a lot to learn. They are not foehn winds. F-O with an umlaut H-N. There's different ways to spell those. F-O-E-H-N. They result from precipitation on the windward side of a mountain. And, there's so many different actual types of winds, right? The public, though, just needs to know the basics. So, related sundowners. Okay, similar winds in Santa Barbara and Goleta. Am I saying that right? Goleta? Not Goleta, it's Goleta, right? In this area occur more frequently in late spring to early summer, and are the strongest at sunset or sundown, hence the name. Because high pressure areas usually migrate east, changes of the pressure gradient in Southern California, and blah 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 happens. It's common for sundowner wind events to precede the Santa Ana events by even sometimes just a day or two. So sundowners, I believe, can happen at any time. So it's like I said, it's a lot to read about. And we used to have one mod who was a meteorologist, and I haven't seen her for a bit. SoCal says I didn't think we were going to get out of that alive. Oh no, man. Which one was it? The Ojai fire in the mid '80s. We have to keep looking back at what's going on in Oregon, the hellish landscape, the Cow Valley fire in eastern Oregon. What a crazy. This is my screenshot 6030 of insanity here. I have to keep checking with the other cams. They're going to look at it. They're not looking at it. Just thanks a lot. Let's see. Current satellite view. So our camera is not even seeing much of it. It's located somewhere around here in panorama view on the landscape. So it's even past it to the south, running the ridge line. We're not even seeing a quarter of this fire in this shot. This is just all that's happening in front of this camera, where the fires are mostly ready to progress. And you can see our clear day versus hell day view. Screenshot of that. Screenshot 64. And create screenshot 65. Yeah, we look back at chat for a second. Just Well, yeah, the 1980s fires in Ohio, we had a few that summer, nothing like driving by Braille on Bridge to get out of the burning area. Oh, man. Yeah, do you have any photos or anything from that era where we could use it like a teaching thing? I would, I was too young for that, you know, I mean, I would love to know what happened at that time. I'm glad you made it. Glad you made it back, exile. Uh, 88 or 86, we can look at it. SoCal says I drove fire crews up here in Ohio in the early to mid 80s, and we had some really bad winds that year. We lost firefighters, God, in the houses back then. Bad turnovers of the fire crews that year, too. Um, Big Al says they posted a red flag from the southern Sierras up 20 miles and 70 for the weekend. Yeah. Did I miss chat? Looking up, I'm sure I did. Yeah, SoCal and A Squirrel says little elbow grease make charcoal like biochar can go a long way towards fire hazard reduction. Yes, A Squirrel, how's Olympia doing, by the way? I'm definitely going to talk about that. SoCal says digital photography sends a lot of people down a lot of rabbit holes. Move the camera, it can make it look like things are disappearing and just moved in the wind. Yeah, I know. Um, I'm more immune to BS photography, just wanting to be a photographer like most of my life. Oh, Kathleen Danford, sorry I missed your chat. Caltrans has gotten better at posting. Amazing you give the firefighters a hand. Yeah. Most of the fires that started, these folks were in the top and snuffed 40 acres. Uh, yeah. So, see, looking back, sorry, I missed a lot of chat. Eighth World says fuel reduction prior to a catastrophic fire event has been proven to be the key to avert wildfire. Ding, 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 correct. Just like the fire at La Pine, they had, the county had Deschutes, I believe, La Pine, Oregon. Yeah, that was a crisis 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. Um, they had done major fuels reduction in forest thinning to the east side of La Pine, east of the major north-south road, and it showed. So that's part of why that's the only way they were able to cross the T and hold it at that cemetery road. Because when a firefighter arrives there, when a bunch of them arrive, if there's too much fuel and the fire's too intense because of it by the roads, they can't hold the road. They have to leave. It'll go right past that road. It's ultra important that the fire not be too dang intense, especially not right up against the road. On either side of it. So that's why they want to do fuels reductions by road. Like either wood chipper it down real quick with masticators or light it on fire and brighter lights. So that when the main fire comes roaring to life during the windy day, hopefully they can hold it. So yeah, good night, Big Al. It's almost 7 a.m. where you're at. It's 4 a.m. almost here. Yeah. So yeah, A Scroll, if you want to explain a little bit about biochar right now, maybe we can tell the people what we're referring to. I'd love to know more about it. So when we get a little bit of a lull, God knows when that'll be. That'd be cool to have like a 1 hour interview with you and others about it, because I want to promote any sort of fire survival products. And there's another group waiting to portable fire shelter. It's just this has been a pretty unusually active June for just back to back to back to back, and then into July. June often has like a couple crises, and then you got a week off, and a couple crises, and just a few to monitor, and it's been insane. Thanks a lot, freaking heat dome. Thank you for your service, Big Al, to us. Um, yeah. So, Well, I was trying to explain a little earlier that we were kind of like, I'm a lot like Harry Houdini, right? I love him. He's one of my heroes. Harry Houdini had a good show. You know, he was a good entertainer. Well, good morning, J. Cat. How you doing? Oh, you have Thomas Fire video? Yeah, please get in touch with me and let me have your contact info. I'd love to go down here and try to. I've never even been to Santa Barbara and live in Emory. I'm sure my family took me down there. I've been at Ohio, but it was significantly later after the crazy fires were. I don't remember too much about it. Somebody just posted some old family VHS tape as me as a wee thing. I really wanted to talk to Granddaddy, who it lived through everything. He unfortunately died as my step grandfather quite a while ago, but I was overseas. It's one of the most heartbreaking things is I had a horrible, heartbreaking decision: try to go see him or not go on a trip to Italy that was a once in a lifetime opportunity with the exchange student inviting me there, and like basically a free trip to Spain. And I thought I could quickly go and make the journey and come back, and he died before I could. But when I was there as a kid, here I am wanting to interview him by Ohio Ventura. He remembered the dam breaking, the massive uh, uh, disaster and scandal that was there with the dam that breached in the 30s or 20s or 30s. He remembered because he was in Ventura at the time and lived in Ventura. And so there was a cabin rental thing we did at Ohio, and I was asking him about like what was his past like. He's ready to go and launch into all these stories. And my freaking family says, "Oh, let's not talk about depressing things. Let's talk about our Christmas party." And I went, "What?" And so he went off talking about crap, you know. Oh, did such and so have a baby? Oh, what are they gonna name that baby? And I'm like, I don't care. Granddaddy has ancient knowledge here that's gonna die with him. If we have a we have a we have a VHS camcorder, and we should be recording him and his life memories, good and bad. And I really got into history, and I wanted to go back and see him and interview him. And got that once in a lifetime trip to Italy thing, and I just straight up made the wrong decision and left. And I wrote this letter to him, and it wasn't sure that we weren't sure he was dying. Um, I wrote him a get well letter from Italy, and explained how I was coming right back to be by his side, and totally broke down writing it because I just knew it wasn't gonna even reach him in time. Um, and I remember that card and that letter, and I remember my Italian friend who invited me there. He was studying Latin for a big test, and I was just living with his family. It became a longer stay than I thought. So he was at school, you know, finishing up his education, and then going to go to a bigger university. I was breaking down and crying, and didn't know how I could call from Italy and talk to him. It's a strange thing, you know. There's a lot of people who don't believe in any supernatural or anything, you know. Total atheist, total rationalist, total scientist, whatever. But I have unexplainable feelings and events happen to me, and I'm not sure where they come from. But in my heart, I knew I wasn't going to be able to ever talk to him again. Just knew what was happening across the world. And I looked into my friend's room and he was studying for his typing away hard for his Latin test and his final. And I didn't go running in there crying into his room and bother him. I needed comfort, you know. I just broke down early and just wept alone in his living room, just trying to write a card. Ever since that day, I can't write cards to people. It's so weird. They define psychologically a phobia as an intense irrational fear that causes extreme emotional distress, fear and pain, right? Like I see a spider, I can't let it touch me. Like I would climb a wall or fist fight my way out of somebody trying to bring a spider to me in a Kleenex, you know. Ever since that day, I developed a phobia about writing anybody a greeting card, any kind. I try to get over it, but I'm right back there at that day reliving what I was feeling whenever I pick up a pen and open up the greeting card. You know, I've never been the same. So it's weird. I ask people around me, I push a pen at them and I say, will you please write this greeting card to my relative or something? And I sign it, but I can't address it. I can't do it. I break down. But I really wish I could have heard his knowledge and wisdom. He lived through all this, everything. Granddaddy did. And many different disasters of Southern California, man-made and otherwise. Many different fires, and he had so many stories to tell. That's why I want to not do this. I don't want to fire track. I don't want to do this. There's so many old timers right now. Just the last of the greatest generation. I want to capture their stories and interview them before it's too late. Travel and do it. So I really want to retire, but I hope the government and news media get their crap together and do this. Why is this not over the news right now? This is, this is apocalyptic, but the news media barely mention wildfire. They're not treating them like this huge threat to the country that they are. And why not? They're supposed to. Everybody says that they cover negative things. They don't. Like they just go back to what is Justin Bieber doing. Yeah, SoCal Malheur, get in touch with me with your info, and I'd love to tell more complete and comprehensive stories about disasters. Well, what happens? The reason we need to study history is they repeat, and they repeat unless we do something different. They're not inevitable. These fires will behave the same way because it's the same terrain, the same geography, the same wind conditions that just repeat year after year. So we can stop them from getting this big though, because that's the great thing about them is they repeat the same way. They'll try to go the same directions and they'll try to eat the same areas because their fire's easy to figure out. Okay? Fire goes where the wind blows. We know the wind patterns and how seasonally they repeat. So if we want to stop this from happening, we just look at the past fires and then before the fire happens, you make your fire breaks and your fire access roads. Before the fire happens, on a low key, spring sort of wet kind of condition, you burn strips of the grass across the landscape, to make your pre-made, ready-made fire break. you can't build the city walls after the Huns are already on the horizon. You build your preventative measures before, and then you just man the stations. You man the city walls, and quickly all the fire crews can go there. This is completely preventable. You pour a couple $1 million into it, and boom, this will never happen again. Not the same way, or you decrease the likeliness to a 1,000,000 to 1 chance that anything rampages quite this bad. You can do a lot to prevent these situations. We're just reactive instead of proactive. But it begins with starting history. What happened before? History will repeat itself until you do what prevents the repetition cycle. Just accept that the fire's going to happen here a lot. It's actually pretty natural in the landscape, but now we live by it. Uh-oh, we actually have to do something about it. So we can do a lot of things. Get rid of the invasive weeds, at least around the cities, protect them, start there. The ones that promote fire. Right now, what's on fire right now in front of these Oregon towns is invasive weeds. The tumbleweed is an invasive woolly weed. And other. It wouldn't be this bad if these were native Oregon grasses and the like. This is artificially bad. Same goes for a lot of these places. So why are any of these people like evacuating and doing anything right now when they, like here in Oregon, to transition away from the lake fire story to here in Oregon? What if they already made some fire breaks, some fire access roads, and they already did a bunch of control rooms in front of this? They would be like, oh, well, let's go up into the hills. We'll go up there and protect a couple of ranches, and then just let it do its thing. It doesn't have to be a gigantic multi-million-dollar, let's scramble all the aircraft of the world. Like, who cares? You build your fire breaks around what you need to protect. You would have to rush to save the cattle where they are, but you would just let fire do its thing and watch it out the window, and it doesn't have to be an emergency or disaster. Yeah, SoCal, Bahrain. A scroll saying, unfortunately, oh dear, bio, I think what you mean by greenies is the extremist nut job, environmentalist fringe groups, like the very small percentage, yeah. Yeah, the extremists on each side, the ones who want to rape the earth and harvest everything and who gives a crap about the environment are extremists. Then you get you can never cut down a tree extremists on the other side, and man is a virus, so it's like a hate group. Hopefully mankind will go extinct and then the world will be fine. What the hell? Whatever man does is bad. Don't do anything. No. We do a lot of good things in the world. We just need to mute these guys. We just need the moderates to take control again of the narrative and of situations. There just needs to be laws that, like, special interest groups can't outlaw normal behavior of people. It's like, let's outlaw fur. Okay, just don't wear it if you don't like it. Seriously. Like, there's very few people that are actually anti-fur, but they, which is a normal, natural material that mankind's been wearing since the dawn of time. Like, but they want to go out and ban it, like special interest group thing. So they lie about how everybody skins animals alive and stuff, and then it turns public opinion against it. Like extremist groups turn public opinion against. And then they actually make animal cruelty videos and say, oh, furriers are doing this and them. God, there's a scandal when that broke out. But these tiny fringe groups that don't care about lying, you know, you go to their websites and they say, well, we are lying, but that's for a good cause. It's to save the animals. Because no animal should ever die for any reason. So the more animals it's like lying to save Jews in the Holocaust. You should do it. It's like, really? Okay. No, no, no. Don't lie about people, because the people who still go out there and trap beaver or whatever for whatever reason is oftentimes to save homes from flooding, get death threats, and get their homes burned down due to the hate machine for propaganda. Um, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of money in hate and propaganda. Unfortunately, there should just be some laws that just protect normal human behavior from extremists. If you don't like something, don't do it. That's okay. Some people say you should never ever cut down a tree. Well, okay. Buy your own property and don't cut any trees down. That's okay. Do whatever you want, but stop making everybody else vulnerable to wildfires. Stop lying and saying that all roads are bad and they lead to development and devastation. Nope, fire access roads are the only thing that save the wilderness. Otherwise, it gets obliterated by fire. Stop lying and saying that old growth never burns down. Yeah, it does. It's not immune to fire. What stupidity is that? Forests always grow back. Mother Nature takes care of itself. No, it doesn't. You have to replant it or it doesn't grow back. But when they take control and say you can't replant, you can't make roads, and you can't do anything, and you just get the desertification of the West, and that's what's happening. Forests are turning into desert. And if you, whatever environmental agency you support, you have to write them and say, please mute the damn extremists, please, or I'm going to stop writing you a check. You want to keep those roads are bad policy and push that narrative? They're actually trying to make a new bill right now that bans roads and more national forests and mandates the fact that they destroy the existing ones. Oh, great. You want to just destroy the few forests we have left? Okay, I'm not going to write you any more checks and push a hateful, stupid narrative like that. That's inappropriate, man. The humans are bad and we should hate everything the humans do. That's not appropriate. But that's too much of the way the message is going. Hate everybody and hate your fellow man and blame them for everything. A lot of people believe that most of these wildfires that kill and erase towns are caused by humans. No, caused by corporations, actually, because there's no laws that prevent them from. There's no laws that require them to go to prison. Like CEOs right now, they can make a policy saying, um, our power company can just let power lines fail, and our insurance will just take care of anybody that pay off victims' families. It's actually more economical to just let power lines fail and replace them once they fall down. They're allowed to do that and erase towns and kill people by the dozen or by the hundred. They don't go to prison. There's no law right now that says they can go to prison. There's no law that says they lose their millions of dollars and their jet airplanes and their yachts and their property. They just get away with it. So they don't have a financial incentive to not kill people and destroy, save 52% of the Plumas National Forest. So we can stop this. People know about it. Most of this can be stopped with changes in policy to be sane, changes to the justice system. CEOs can go to prison. There's a lot of ways they make decisions and kill people. Everything from the laws should have already been changed at the Ford Pinto scandal, but that was the 70s, man. Was that 70s or 80s? But we have to push for it. the Firestone tires. I don't think any of the CEOs went to prison, even though their tires were all faulty and exploding and making people flipping over families and cars at high speed on the freeway. And they just decided not to do a recall or tell anybody about it. Just keep it on the hush. We'll just keep having those repeated. It's not just wildfires. A lot of this can be prevented. Reasons for it. But you know what's weird is corporations have special rights. So if CEO does it, they don't go to prison, but you already do it. How will you go to prison? Let's go back here. But we keep in chat. They're a very strict rule. We don't blame sides. We can blame extremists because they're never rational. They have rabies, you know. Like arguing with somebody with rabies, but thank goodness they're minorities on the other side. But we don't, we of course go ahead and tear apart extremists. But we don't blame, like environmentalists are to blame. No, they're not. Loggers are to blame. No, they're not. The right wing is to blame. No, they're not. This party is to blame. No, it's not. We blame the actual fact. We create chaos and division. We will never change anything. To change anything, we have to unite. We don't have to like each other, but we have to unite. So we want to have productive conversations, discussions, nothing that will cause us to hate our fellow man. We need to look at the both sides and their very rational concerns and see how we're similar to each other. We are all similar in that we want to stop this. If we're divided, that's what everybody wants. The extremists get their way if they're divided. Corporatists get their way if we're divided. Corrupt politicians get their way if we're divided. And unfortunately, whoever was claiming to be behind a victim, conspiracy hoaxsters get their way and convince people with laser weapons, shadow governments, mold people, or whatever flavor of the week conspiracy. If you blame them, then the actual power companies and whatnot get away with murder. They're laughing all the way to the bank. They do not care. So what appears to be the situation pretty bleedingly obviously, when Hawaii Electric did not shut off the power but knew that their equipment was starting wildfires with Lahaina. If the victims blame direct energy weapons instead, that helps Hawaii Electric get away with murder, just like PG&E, manslaughter, whatever you want to call this, PG&E, and SoCal Edison, Civic Core and Civic Power. I think one's a subsidiary of the other. They just keep doing this. Yeah. So, A Squirrel says helicopters and air tankers are what the governor feels is a solution. That's exactly what the governor of California says too. Oh, we just need more airplanes and more helicopters and stuff. He's in bed with Pacific Gas and Electric. They put money in his pocket and he protects them. And so of course that's like Newsom has always been about screwing the fire victims like my brother. So I'm blaming climate change when his own policies are a big part of the problem. It's not like Trump had a much better narrative, blaming the victims. They should have raked more. So I got the press about it. They both just snarled and pointed at each other instead of working together for the people. It was awful. But the Paradise victims are between the jaws of both of those mad dogs at the time. I mean, at the actual time it happened. And then presidential debates that don't mention wildfire. Right? Oh, great. We have to pat them on the head. Sometimes they do good things. Increasing CAL FIRE's budget 4%. Good job, Newsom. It's actually something good. No matter how much we dislike a person, we have to acknowledge when they actually do something good. What is it? What really needs to be done? Is it? No. He needs to actually hold PG&E accountable and stop being their friend. He talks about that, but shaking little wrist slaps he does, and that's not good enough. The other power companies do. Legislation needs to be passed that says, hey, you keep doing this, you keep killing people and breaking stuff, the state of California will seize your company. How about that? With civil asset forfeiture. And your corporate jets and your everything you own as a CEO to go out and pay the victims. I'd love it if we passed legislation like that, but like civil asset forfeiture is what they do to seize the assets of drug dealers and drug growers. So if somebody's transporting drugs in a Ferrari, the state seizes the Ferrari and auctions it off. Fuel the drug war, unfortunately. Somebody grows drugs in a house, then the house is seized, and so is property. It's called civil asset forfeiture. So why can't the mansions and stuff of the CEOs that are in charge of the policies that promote wildfires, and they break the law and don't maintain their power lines, like why aren't their yachts and their airplanes confiscated to pay back the victims? We need a civil asset forfeiture law. That would go a long way helping the situation. We're starting to see a sunrise, friends. It's 4:20 in the morning. How are you guys? Yeah. Oh, I love what you're talking about, E Squirrel. I actually invented a form of government. When I was a kid, I started my little manifesto that invented a new form of government because I could see that the current one sucked. Called it communalism. But when we can't get too political here, but what what it was about is that when technology reaches a certain point, in the future, it will enable a new form of government where pretty much the end of scarcity occurs, where nothing is scarce, like nothing is rare on the planet. Everything can be replicated, duplicated, everything can be, technology is there, so almost everything can be duplicated, like copied, and no natural resource is rare because technology takes care of that. Like, for example, people think that gold is rare. It is not rare, but most of the gold that was ever mined in California, very little of it was, is still sitting outside of the mines in piles of rock and dirt. It's really weird. People don't understand that most gold that's mined in a hard rock situation, most of it is still in the carts that they dump outside of the mine. Why is that? Why is it just sitting there? Why don't people go grab it, right? If you're going to dig elaborate tunneling, shafts, adits, and everything, and spend a huge amount of money doing so, why do you dump most of the gold outside? Because of labor costs. and processing costs. So gold has a certain price, fluctuates, it's a commodity. And it's based on how scarce it is, ironically. So easy gold is taken out. Gold that's easiest to refine and produce, like the nuggets and the stuff on the vein, and everything else that takes longer to extract is left where it is outside. Because in our current economic system, you can't spend more money on getting the gold out than it's worth. It doesn't work. You're using. You should never labor to lose money, right? Don't work hard to lose money, to not make a profit. That doesn't make sense. Don't hire a bunch of people and pay them to process gold if the amount of gold that comes out doesn't even cover their wages. So even where it's chemically like extracted, look at this hellscape. I'm still taking screenshots, hoping that we'll get some new information about this. Now, gold was a set price back in the day. It's called gold standard. It was fixed. So there's a lot more gold mining activity, especially hard rock mining activity. Because at least they were guaranteed that what they're extracting and the wages they were paying their workers and infrastructure they were building, that it was all going to not be that risky, right? Gold isn't instantly produced. It first has to be hard rock mined, has to go to the surface, the rock has to be crushed, the dirt has to be sifted, the magnets have to pull the weight of iron, and then it goes to the next step, and then it goes to shaker tables where like the nuggets and stuff come out, and the heavier stuff settles, which is the gold, and the lighter minerals float away. Then it goes into the vats, which is the dirt and mud goes into cyanide vats, big pools of it, and then the cyanide helps extract some of the gold from that dirt. And then cyanide has to be recaptured so it doesn't go out to the environment, right? Expensive. Then it goes through the mercury. The mercury grabs onto the gold and gathers it onto itself. And then, wow, the camera's in perfect focus. That's going to be a good screenshot. Look at this apocalypse scene. Once all this stuff is done, then you end up with still smaller and smaller bit of dirt, but still, you're not done with your refining. So then it goes over to, I learned all this stuff going to the mine in the Grass Valley. It's a big living museum. It's amazing. And it goes over to the laboratories where under extreme high heat and stuff, they will separate the mercury from the other metals because they separate out at different temperatures. And this is all called refining. And the end product is like tons and tons and tons of dirt created an amount of gold that's the size of a button on your shirt. So all of this expense, all of that, and then finally it's not that pure. Even though they have a lot of scientists, they're creating it on site, it's still not that pure. It's only a certain percentage of purity or fineness, they call it. Then you have to send it to the end stage refinery towards the mint, where it would become gold coins and bars and bullion. It was usually to San Francisco, so the stagecoaches back in the day, later trains, were transported out of the California mountains towards San Francisco. That's where all the stagecoach robberies were about, intercepting this, right? Yeah. So this is so expensive, and then you have to hire the security guards, and you have to have stagecoach stops all the way down, or train stations, or what's going on. This extreme amount of expense means that the vast majority of the gold, even though they pluck it out of the mine, gets dumped. Because if you have to spend any extra time and any extra Like their blast furnaces are going, you know, this fuel, everything. If you have to spend extra time on the lower quality ore, the lower quality pay dirt, the stuff that doesn't have that much gold in it, quite as much. You have to spend more time on it. You don't get a profit from it. So it's dumped outside. Why am I telling you this? Technology and automation will change everything. This is the only reason why gold is scarce or rare. It's not a scarce mineral. It's not a rare mineral. It's all over the place. And it's all over the world. It's only rare and worth thing. It only has value because it's rare. Being rare means high value. If it has use, demand, rare, has high value. So why am I explaining this? If robots and such, or other new technologies such as research into bacteria, bioengineering, genetically engineering bacteria to do the work for us, what if you could just cut out most of that? You don't need your miners, your rock crushers, you don't need too much. It's all automated. It's not that expensive anymore. You don't have to pay wages, you don't have worker strikes, you don't have to feed your workers, you don't have to house them. Much of it becomes automated. It's automatic digging. You just set it, forget it. It's technology. Then you take the dirt and you put it in these bins outside and you add bacteria. You just set a timer and later you get instant gold nuggets of high purity. Not instant, but you get eventual gold nuggets of high purity. And you cut out most of the expense. Gold will not be scarce or rare. It will be extremely abundant to the point where it's not even particularly special. You look at the Native American cultures, Native North, South, Meso, and South American cultures especially, and some places like in Timbuktu, Africa, it was just too abundant to be any kind of currency. They scratched their heads at why the Spanish thought it was rare. They're like, they just ended up doing decorative things with it, painting their buildings with it and stuff, and making little figurines out of it, and then eventually, when it accumulated, just dumping it in the lakes and sacrifice to gods. Like, the gods want this pretty stuff, you know? So what I'm explaining is, we now know what causes gold nuggets to form. It's been a mystery to human beings until very recently. It's bacteria. It's bacteria that is eating the soil very, very slowly over time. And they can't digest gold, so they poop it out. Gold nuggets are bacterial poop. And it forms very slowly. But what if you genetically engineer this bacteria to go a lot faster? Process it a lot faster. All you would need to give the bacteria some of its food in that soil. And no rock crushing, no cyanide, no mercury, no environmental permits, no endangering workers, no housing them, no passive development, no open pit mining, no extreme environmental destruction, just little boxes outside and bacteria producing the gold nuggets like geese laying golden eggs. Yeah, Cat. So what I was explaining is I could see all this happening. That technology, the way it's going, will make whatever is still rare not rare. Aluminum used to be worth much more than gold. When it was first discovered, it was just ultra hard to refine and find, and it was ultra rare, ultra light, and had a lot of value that way. But now we just cover our green bean casserole with it and don't even think about it. And a lot of people unfortunately throw it away. So what I'm explaining is there's with new technology accelerating. And I invented my own new form of government. I invented that started when I was a kid. Just seeing the destiny here. that we would have to have a new form of government because the only thing that that makes the world go round right now is like money. It's currency, but currency is only has value because it's rare. And currency, it may not be on a gold standard right now. Like U.S. dollar used to actually be. The funny thing about it was on the gold standard, it was a guarantee of how much gold could you get with this paper money. Right? Gold coins were a bit hard to, and silver coins and copper coins were a bit heavy to transport around. So if you create paper money, it's just basically like this paper money buys you X amount of gold. That's what the gold standard is basing it off of it. But as everything kind of becomes not scarce, then what's going to have value and be currency? What? We'll have to have a new economy, a new economic system, and system of government too that revolves around that. So I'd love to explain that one day. This is not the place, but A Squirrel, I know what you're saying, and I hope you're digging what I'm saying. All right, are we back with sound? If that was you, Nick, thanks. I know a squirrel. Isn't that a weird thing? I start talking about moving beyond capitalism in a sci-fi kind of a way, like the distant future. All of a sudden, I'm muted. I'm talking about a couple hundred years into the future, perhaps, but isn't that weird? Yeah, thanks, Nick. Um, huh. And why is it dark in Santa Barbara and it's dawn in Eastern Oregon? Uh, Maybe it's just the horizon is visible in Eastern Oregon better. Maybe the cameras are on a different setting. Is it good? I don't understand. Okay. I didn't adjust volume, and why is it lower? I don't know. Oh, headset volume. Headset battery. Oh, we've got 80%. I've had this happen before. I start talking about certain topics, and all of a sudden there are problems with my stream. It's communist plot. Yeah, or it's the lizard people. Have we stabilized? It's communitarianism. Oh dear. Anyway, but yeah, I started writing sci-fi like that when I was young. They called me a writing prodigy because of that. They thought that I was uh, plagiarizing, and so they yanked me out of classes in sixth and seventh grade, and they were like, "Okay, write about such and such topic." I'm like, "All right, what do you want me to write about?" And then they went, "Oh my God!" Then they immediately put me in the talented and gifted classes. And ironically, I was on those advanced placement classes and college courses and going from seventh grade onward for oceanography, earth science, uh, and chemistry and the like. But my math teachers were like shaking their heads at me and telling my parents that I was special. They really didn't believe my other teachers who thought that I should be in talented and gifted classes. They were like, she's abnormally slow, not keeping up with the class. That's because they didn't realize I had a math learning disability. I just thought I was stupid too. That was unfortunate. How many people with dyslexia thought they were stupid because their teachers said, you're just not concentrating before they understood that disability. But that's where it is right now with dyscalculia. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Oregon actually is. We do have earlier sunrises and later sunsets because of the time of the year. That's right. Portland had one of the longest days of the year for the country, not Seattle, not Alaska, not San Francisco, but Portland, because of the exact tilt of the Earth's axis. So we have earlier sunrises and sunsets in Oregon than anywhere else. This time of the year, Earth tilt. I forgot about that. Um, all right. This is so freaking awful. Did we ever get an ODOT cam? Why did these other two freaking cameras stop looking at it? Fire marching straight towards communities. And these cams stopped freaking looking at it. Okay, making a note here. As soon as we begin talking about capitalism, communism alternatives, extreme problems. It's that. Seriously, back to reality though. This is an enormous, absolutely enormous fire. It's beyond, pretty well beyond 20,000 acres. We are not seeing the full extent, even from this high vantage view. Now this one, unfortunately, is too zoomed in and has been to give us a good. Sorry, I have to go with the 24-hour time lapse. I'll be right back, friends. I gotta close up the house. It's actually getting cold in here. It's like 54 degrees, but I finally got the heat out of the house. Be right back. Be right back, friends. Okay, I'm refreshed. I'm hungry. Sweet. I change it back to live view though, because that's one hell of a compelling situation. All right, hunger. Take care of biological needs. So unreal. Now, like I said, the winds die down early in the morning by right now, supposedly out here by Brogan, Oregon, and Jameson. Why is it not loud again? Okay. All right, going test. This headset's acting erratic. Edit filters for microphone 4. Pressure gain limiter. When I don't touch any buttons, why is it different? It's a boom mic that doesn't get further away from my face, so I don't get it. Man. Nope, there's no scanners out here. Malheur County is a dead zone. Angela rounds look very, very hard. We have nothing out here. We have one camera view. It's been insane all night with the possible burn over the camera's location, although it seems like there's still some dead vegetation in front of it. We had what looked like flames reaching up towards the camera. It may have burned the vegetation behind it because I think it ran the ridge line as far as we could tell with heat detections. We never identified exactly where on the Cottonwood Ridge this camera is located. I don't know how to figure that out if somebody else does. Like, is it actually, because this is Cottonwood Peak. There's many maps here that have multiple different radio tower locations. So which one's which? And I've never figured out from the actual alert cams if there's a way to figure out where the cameras are located. So there's that. The other cam stopped looking at it. But based here on CalTopo, I was looking at the, scanned maps here. So radio facility and radio tower. These are good candidates. The approximate location of the cam by Gray Horse Spring. So if you look at the heat, you see how on the Cottonwood Mountain Ridge, it's possible it already ran this ridge line. We've had heat detection. That could just be the stuff we're seeing down the hill. But it was as odd. We saw a lot of just red on the camera and smoke drifting up. Maybe it was because it was just too zoomed in the entire time. It's hard to say. But it's well beyond it into the southeast, beyond the camera's visual range. So we're not even seeing the whole thing. This is an enormous fire that just ran across the landscape. Historic maps don't go here. Forest Service maps don't go everywhere. I hate TF Outdoors. They're kind of primitive, and I think it's about time we purchased pro version of CalTopo. I just don't know what tiers it is or how expensive it is, but it's supposed to have, it even says it has real time satellite maps. How in the heck could that be possible? But that sounds like an expensive tier of it. Sounding good? All right, thanks. But no, we've been kind of deaf, dumb, and blind. The only thing that we've had is Cow Valley Fire Information as an official Facebook page. It's probably a screenshot of the fire earlier, much earlier. 6 hour ago update. You know, we've been looking at it. They opened up a Red Cross shelter in the comments instead of making a new post. The Red Cross explained that. The Malheur County Sheriff's Office explained that anyone in the path of the fire should just be ready, and in a generalized statement. But you back here you can hardly see it. The gray. Now you can see all the ghost satellite detection. It went from 0 to 16,000 acres in less than 24 hours, and then the next update we got was estimated beyond 20. It's enormous. I've taken many screenshots throughout the night manually because you can't time lapse a panoramic. You got an eerie, beautiful, ugly sunrise here. But yeah, I would love to have been listening to some sort of an audio feed. The Malheur County is blank for Broadcastify, and Angela Brown's did an awesome job looking. I should have gone deeper into social media and seen if locals were posting about it. I totally forgot to tweet. We were even live today. We were looking at the Oregon State Fire Marshal information. The Larch Creek fire didn't go so well yesterday. They expanded the evacuation maps as much further to the west, and just east of Mount Hood. But I saw scoopers working even beyond dark. But that'll be another one to watch. We've never had a camera on it though. No ODOT cameras or nothing. In fact, we could try to find ODOT camera map. Trip check, I guess. C. Burns, John Day, Ontario. Unavailable. Okay. Add camera. Highway 26 at Unity, but it's looking down. It's looking down. And see, there's Malheur National Forest. Where there's Vale. This would be it, and it's not. It's not up. Rip. The enormity of the fire that it can't even fit in the panoramic mode. It's just and somebody tell me about the thunderstorms in the forecast for California and Washington, California and Oregon. I know this weekend it's supposed to have abundant lightning in eastern Oregon. We know that the forecast was coming up for possibility of thunderstorms for the Shelly fire, which I tried to broadcast live at 7 p.m. and they apparently just took it down and broke the links on purpose or accidentally that we couldn't watch it live. I don't know if the community meeting was posted again or not. Look at the lake fire. Been peaceful. Pretty peaceful. I have the lake fire battle maps. I could go download some more. I'm getting really fatigued though, and low blood sugar, so gotta do something about it. What should I eat? I'm trying to think about that. Got Zipro brought some groceries. The old lake fire stuff. All right, I was checking Twitter. Lake fire is not in dawn mode yet. Okay. Was I checking on hashtag? Maybe hashtag Cow Valley Fire probably. Remember, I'm at K Wildfires. Please hit the like button, guys, and the Twitter link is in the description of the video. I'm gonna retweet the satellite image of the red spot of the fire. Oregon State Fire Marshal spoke about the Cow Valley fire. They posted updates on Larch Creek and the Cow Valley. We have structural protection resources from Oregon Fire Service mobilizing to both wildfires. I can show you that in a second. There's some gnarly images of Oregon of this Cow Creek fire. So I'm retweeting everything. I can't show copyright stuff, so you can just see it though on the Twitter, the X, wherever it is. So here's the. Wait, did I already have it over here? Oh yeah, something happened in Maui. We go to Oregon State Fire Marshal. This will be works in the United States government. So this one is photos of the Larch Creek fire, which is much further west than this, where things weren't going that great yesterday, and they increased evacuations because I think it went over this ridge towards. I think it was on the west side by Tygh Valley and went over it, so they evacuated the community on the other side. It was going so well until yesterday. But the scoopers heroically worked out the dowels and up until dark and maybe a little bit after dark, just bringing their water. So here's the Cow Valley fire, just some of the images from I've like retweeted here. This tumbling tumbleweed sage stuff is not I mean, sage itself is, but the Russian sage, meaning tumbleweeds, is not normal. It's not natural. Excuse me, not native. Yeah, Tyrian. I don't like links on my show. Oh, it's fine. If people need emergency fire info, go ahead, share links, and go there and come back and see us. I'm saying what is considered generally polite on streamers. It's a politeness to streamers in general, Twitch, YouTube, anywhere, is you don't say, oh, there's another streamer with some info. Watch that channel. Then everybody goes off and does it. And so what was impolite was, especially against the rules, was somebody who may or may not have been a fake Lahaina victim, we don't know, said, go watch this other channel with the real information. Catherine's not an expert. This is a person who understands fire and understands that laser weapons are to blame. The do's, the do's, the do's. I mean, that's especially freaking rude. So one time somebody came in and said, hey, such and such is live covering this. They link earthquakes and wildfires. There's a connection. And rainstorm. And so I just watched. The viewers were like 78 viewers. All of a sudden I'm at 29 viewers because everybody went off there and did it. So that's not nice to do to a streamer. So when Holt Hanley, though, goes live, and I know he's a good source about fire information and weather, I don't know anything about weather. So when he goes live, I put a link there and I say, please go watch Holt Hanley, get your info that you can. There's a link to his page in the description of this video. When he's done, come back and see it. When there was a streamer who was parked by the post fire by the roadside and streaming what was going on in LA County, we didn't have any good cameras except very, very long distance ones. I said, go ahead, go watch that and come back and see us. Because I had no permission to rebroadcast the stream, and I don't like to show buildings burning down, and that was potentially what he was live filming. That's traumatic for people with PTSD. They don't want to see a structure burning down. It reminds them of losing their own place, and it triggers bad things. So you know what? I would have 1 million views by now, 1 million subscribers by now if I showed buildings burning down. That's what the algorithm does. And this is the new evacuation expanded map of the Larch Creek from what happened yesterday. I would have tons, and I'd have no problem getting 1 million subscribers if I was willing to show homes burning down, neighborhoods being erased. If I had these fire chaser media people, and I could say, let's go to so and so in the field right now. She's filming this neighborhood meeting destruction, like tornado chasers do. Showing the devastation after tornadoes, and they're digging people out of the rubble. You know what YouTube does is it's analyzing every frame of everything I'm doing. If it's exciting, if the AI sees a structure burning down, or a car on fire, or somebody on fire, or half burned up animals crawling across the road, it's going to understand I'm broadcasting exciting content, and it will put my video and suggest it to everybody else. And I will just be suggested in everybody's feed as a live, exciting show. That's not, I have principles though. It's not what I do. People ask me, please don't show homes burning down. And I don't want to watch your show. I want the information that you provide about fires, but I don't want to watch your show and then see my own house on fire. I won't watch if that's a possibility. So who am I trying to help? The people evacuated. I'm not going to do that to them. And I can't help anybody if everybody stopped looking anyway. So because we're not showing extremely exciting death, destruction, heartbreak, the crying on camera, the half burned up animals, the the dead horses in the field as they go and shoot them in the head, the living ones who are half burned up, the cows missing half their faces with their eyeballs melted. Because I'm not doing that, I struggle to find viewers. So we have to spread by word of mouth. But I'm proud of not doing that. And also, I think a reason why we're not at 1 million views, we are at 1 million views, but not at 1 million subscribers, is what is YouTube's goal? Is to make money. It's a corporation, owned by Google Alphabet or whatever now. So the way they make most of their money is showing advertisements. That's always been Google's thing, an advertisement company. And so I have advertisement turned off. So there's a limited amount of money they can make from me, and that's just what people donate via Super Chat, and 30% of that is what they make. So they're not going to promote me. They're going to promote the content that runs ads. Why we get spread by word of mouth. That's why when you hit the share button and put the link in your own social media and tag the people that may need this information, that's why it's so important. We just don't get found, even though this is life-saving info. So the when somebody's actually giving real, actual, factual fire advice, right? I'll never want to send anybody to the crazy BS lasers BS broadcast, right? I'll never do that to people. But when somebody's giving factual fire info and I can't rebroadcast it, I send them there immediately. Say, come back and see it. But what happens? Like, people come in and say such and such. I'm not going to quote them right here, but the people who say they can predict earthquakes, whatever. Okay, sure. Such and such is talking about the real reason for the fires. There's a volcano beneath our feet right now that the U.S. Geological Survey is hiding from everybody. That's starting the landscape on fire. That total, utter nonsense BS crap. The load of crapola that is. I'm not going to mention them so that people even find it. That's just complete nonsense. We're the facts only resource on the fire, the only one that's on YouTube that I have ever seen that consistently broadcasts. I'm the only one. Blanco Lirio does quite fine job whenever he finds the time. He's a working pilot and he covers airplane crashes. And he is not as, he's friends with Cal Fire pilots and all that stuff. He has really cool info. But he still needs to know some more basics. Unfortunately, one time he said, oh, here's where the fire is. And it was just a pin on the map. And no, that's not where the fire was. It was the firefighters put the flame on the map with the fire's name on the road you needed to turn to get to the fire, which was far to the west. It was by Big Sur or something. He goes, oh, I know where that is. There's a bridge there. I bet the homeless started it. They always start these fires in these bridges. I'm like, Blanco Lirio, one breath. Whoa. Oh, please, wait. So he started like this, a blame thing. And just because you didn't know that wasn't actually where the fire was. It was just marking the road you turn west to get to it. And so what I worried about was, and until he can, know a little bit more about that, tracking where they actually are, identifying where they are. I once thought that he would just take over for me, and I even said after 2021 when he was doing good fire tracking, I said, viewers, watch him instead. I'm going to go back to history. But he only once in a blue moon covers fires, and then I mean, he's got an honesty. He's got the work ethic. He's got honesty. But tracking them where they're going, he will just be live for an hour. He'll put the video up, and that's it. He's not there to answer your live questions or, track just as things progress and move. So he has a different kind of show, a different kind. Totally watch his content. I promote it. I link to him and all the time. Respect the man. I wish I could meet him. Flies over wildfire aftermath and covers all kinds of different disasters, especially his neck of the woods, which is Nevada County. But he is a working pilot with a job. And so when I found out that wildfire tracking wasn't going to be his career, he wasn't going to learn too much more about it, as far as I know. Dang, it's best that we're affiliated or meet one day and team up or something. But I can't be replaced, unfortunately. Everybody has a life, and so they just can't sit there all day and all night covering fires. only I don't have a life. Sorry, what was this? I just had an update from Watch Duty. I got it. Hopefully, we'll get some official information somewhere, somehow. Great. I just did the bug. I just had 5 Watch Duty updates. So I clicked a little caret on my phone to just show me the 5 notifications. It took me to Watch Duty instead. Whoops. So I go to the back button and I go back to the notifications on the phone. They're gone. So I have no idea what the last 5 updates from Watch Duty were. It's a stupid thing about Samsung. The Point Fire has an update at Humboldt County. That was 9 hours ago. So why did Watch Duty take me to that? Great. I have no idea what Watch Duty just said. Screw it. Watch Duty needs a list of all the latest notifications. Right now, you can sort of get that. You have to zoom out and try to get all of the state of California in there to just know about the last notifications of California. You have to zoom out as wide as you can to try to fit all of Oregon in your cell phone. And then see the last notifications about Oregon. So 3 minutes ago, there's a vegetation fire West Street of Reading. In Reading. 50 by 50 foot fire burning mid slope per engine at the scene, getting hosed to it right now in Shasta County, west of Reading. Okay. Trying to fit Oregon now in Watch Duty. The Falls Fire in Hardy County is updated to 1,200 acres, but that's not the latest update. There's an update on the Pioneer Fire in Chelan County in Washington. Take another screenshot. I'm quite tired now. What are we? 8 hours at the street. All right. That is Watch Duty. Shasta County, the fire can be handled by the 2 engines on the scene per radio traffic. That's great. I'm turning off those notifications. Shelly fire, almost 10,000 acres now. They never posted the community meeting. It was supposed to have occurred last night at 7, and I tried to stream it, but all the links broke, so I don't know what the hell happened there. I would love to have watched that. Lake fire, is it in color dawn yet? Nope. Not much to report there. Last update was 13 hours ago there. Not much to look at. Yes, we should read the red flag warning stuff, California. Excuse me. A chance of thunderstorms is basically the major reason for this. I read it earlier, but I'll read it again. The affected areas of the southern Sierra Nevadas from Kern County to Yosemite National Park. There will be wind, terrain-driven winds 6 to 12 miles an hour, stronger erratic wind gusts possible, and thunderstorm outflow. We'll look at the radar in a second. Humidity in the southern Sierras will be minimum daytime levels of 15 to only 25%. Below 30 is just critically, oh God. 15 to 25% humidity. 20 to 30% chance of thunderstorms, including dry lightning each afternoon from Friday through Sunday. Less than a 10% chance of wetting rain with the storm. Thunderstorm potential is greatest in the afternoon and evening on Saturday and Sunday. Impacts: any fires that develop will likely spread rapidly due to the super dry fuel. Outdoor burning is not recommended. Okay, I'm going to just kind of change that and say outdoor burning is retarded. Okay, forbidden. Great. Now they've got a special weather statement I already read for, using the window changes. For Eastern Oregon, dry lightning storms incoming. So we'll look away from the lake fire for a moment. Back. Close some tabs. Wildfires skew. See, this is where I was really trying to, that's where they said the live community meeting would be. Wasn't. We had an evening operational update for Shelly Fire and no community meeting. It's supposed to be going on at 7. And all the links were broken. So 18 hours ago updates talking about how they're trying to protect that now and strengthen the lines from Patterson Ridge to Whiskey Butte, trying to halt the fire's eastward progress, which threatens the whole Fort Jones area and region and Etna. Let's go back to looking at the crazy Cow Valley fire. Look at the sunrise. How can that be the sun if we're looking north? Oh, this is 60 degrees in this northeast. Makes a little more sense with the weird panorama mode. Wow, I didn't realize you could back frame in panoramic mode. Wow. You like almost manually make your own time lapse. It's been insane. Totally insane. Why isn't there a button that just says panorama mode? Is this me clicking backwards a lot? Coin TV is reporting that over 100 wildfires so far this summer have been human caused in the Pacific Northwest. People be more careful. That's actually pretty low. The thing is that right now statistics are a bit skewed. there's a very fuzzy line being drawn by the media and with other agencies that are explaining, quote, wildfires, that they're including vegetation fires, some of which just really are in people's literal backyards and don't get beyond half an acre. So until they actually explain what their statistics are, this is kind of ridiculous. If you think about anything you got of any considerable size and how large the state is, it's bigger than a lot of countries of Europe. That's pretty low if they're including all of the vegetation fires too. Oregon is huge. People don't get it. I think people are being extraordinarily careful with fire. If you look at this extreme heat dome event, uh, people keep getting pissed off at their fellow man. Um, this is me just manually come back at the frames. Sorry, manually clicking this. What I don't like about these statistics is you have to be specific. What are you talking about? Vegetation fires, true wildfires? Did they get bigger than an acre? Because are they going back for the entire year? Because during the winter time, there's still a wintertime season, the grass fires. Um, okay, how many fires were started by lightning? 2. Compared. So, like California has a lightning strike season, which is July through August, and lightning will start. There'll be about 8,000 strikes all across the state after back-to-back monsoonal dry lightning storms roll through. Each storm has many hundreds of lightning strikes. So they will go chase after hundreds of them and try to put every single one of them out, contain them before the next big wind event. That's what California does every time. I'm going forward, and this is our nighttime insanity that you guys are seeing now. So, hey, Broke Fishing, how you doing? What's your link? Let me see. I'm showing people the crazy panoramic images all night. What happened with this Cal Valley fire? You can't even fit the entire fire in the frame, and this is at a 6.5 foot thousand elevation. This is looking over a huge area. So if they actually got specific with their statistics, I'd give a damn about it. But right now, I'm just frustrated. Cal Fire was loose and wild with their statistics. And definitely including just small vegetation fires in their statistics, making it sound like humans are just constantly out there throwing sparks. If you think about just the heat dome conditions with 100% ignition chance of any spark into dry grass making a fire, we've had a astonishing amount of fires breaking out. Considering everybody who's been camping, statistically, this has been the busiest holiday weekend, 2 weeks in the movement in the entire country. It's for some reason been. Actually, I know the reason. Last, the winter was so harsh that not that many people went around. Too many flights canceled due to the blizzard, wintertime blizzards we had, and the airport disruptions and shutdown. More people were on the road in the western states here than during Christmas and Thanksgiving, pretty much combined in the last couple of weeks, just because the weather was good enough to do it. And a lot of people decided to go on trips, especially the lakes and the ocean, to beat the heat. That's an extraordinary amount of fire safety that people have been cautious, considering that very few have become these huge mega ones when almost all of them had the potential. Sharon73 says hi. Hey, Sharon. So Yeah, of course, people need to be careful. I'm actually very proud of the public, and I'm pissed off that they're not putting anything in context. They're not putting anything in context compared to last year and other years. Is it improved? Maybe it has greatly. I think it has. And public is doing a lot of cooperation and being very careful with fire. The agencies will stick their finger at them and kind of promote anti-human hate against their fellow man. I'm delighted with, in general, you consider how freaking dry everything is, with much of the state having like 10% humidity and like 114-degree weather. I'm delighted that we just haven't had about 15 mega fires break out at the same time. That could have happened. Of course, a lot is the response, the quick pouncing of on things of our crews. Yes, but most of it is public absolutely cooperating. Of all the millions of people in California, the America's most populated state, only a couple got big. Like, wow. I don't know why Shadow 73 isn't saying hi. Yeah. What I'm pissed off at. What is that link broke? I don't know. I was just about to click on it. Hey, Blistering Barnacles, how you doing? Welcome here. Shadow says hello. Cool. She can restream me as much as she wants. She's probably doing a cool morning walk. Let's promote her channel. If you guys want to relax in the morning, it's usually the freaking crack of dawn or 4 in the morning for us West Coasters. But if you want to relax after fires, oftentimes I tune into her stream. So let's promote her, man. She's got a nice, gentle, does amazing history walk. Hey, she's live, man. So let's get her
There's not a
boosted.
bull, is there?
Sorry, she's afraid of cattle. She's interacting with cows and she's afraid of cattle. So let's do this. This is fun, guys. Go to her channel, like and sub, man. Let's restream Shaz real quick.
Can't be. Yeah, luckily I don't have to walk through that. Frack, how you doing? Count a wreck. Now she's at it. Ladies, behave. Really? She looks like a giraffe. Look at her coat. She looks like a giraffe. Ladies, so Ilax. What's your name? Akeva?
Did you?
What oh, who named you Gop? Look. Brindle's at it again. Mrs. is make a nice rug.
Whoa. Why is a female doing that to another cow? What's going on here? This is X-rated.
Cheers, Steve. Catherine, I love you.
We love you too.
Oh, right, hang on, behave. Catherine, thank you. Catherine is amazing. I'm sure her channel don't want to see that.
Yeah.
They're going for a walk.
Yeah, this is cow
So,
porn.
you've got Scotland in the background. And you've got the Lake District over there, the start of the Lake District that runs right round that way. So that is a lovely Catherine. If you haven't got Catherine, click on it and go over. Scylla, if you click on her name, you can go straight to her channel. Hey, Logop. Oh, you little muddy. Scotland is on the horizon all the way around. Catherine. They're letting me down. They're showing me up. You heck. That's a step. I've had tongues. I need to wash my hand. She was trying to suck my hand.
Okay, that's super pornographic.
Catherine, we've had deer. We've had kingfishers. I've got some more pains. I'll send you a picture on Telegram. Catherine, what I've been up to.
Cool. Yeah, so
Tell me about it. If there's a gate or a fence, I don't mind so much. But if I'd walked around a corner and seen all those in there, I would have freaked. Because usually they all want to chase me. Oh, look at the sticky balls. Catherine, I should have brought my compass out.
You got a compass. Good.
Catherine got me a compass, she rocks.
She keeps getting lost. But she goes, okay, so let me mute her for a second. We love each other. So what Chat 73 does is these awesome morning walks.
She's amazing. This actually used to be a main road, believe it or not.
No, you're amazing. Probably was a Roman road. She goes on historical and country walks in the morning, almost every morning. So if you're like stressed out about fires and want to sleep or just wake up early, her channel's
What's that?
super awesome to relax to. And then she'll walk by Hadrian's Wall and all sorts of places. So I want to. J. Cat says new channel, Catherine's World of Wildfire Tracking and Cattle Porn. Oh my god, we're gonna get banned. We're gonna get banned. Here I'm thinking she's gonna show like some awesome historical thing, and she's showing cows, female cow on cow action. Oh my god, we're never gonna live this down. We're never gonna live this down.
I'm not going to be silly and try and cross this road.
Oh, but
Because it's on a hill, the car's going up fly.
okay,
It's
I gotta
got
say
a
bye.
double lane. So we'll go over the top, round and back past my horny friends. See how they're doing.
So we always joke that her show is full of smut because she'll show barnyard animals and they'll just start going at it in front of her. We're like, what are you showing now, man? But yeah, her rocks were on Hadrian's Wall. I don't remember how I found her, but they're very good. I relax. She does come walk with me. So anyway, once again, this is a link to her channel. Yeah, they broke. Yeah, you're on it. You're on it. Like when it stresses you out, you know, you can unwind there. So I watch her stream a lot. It's great. Apron 35. Well, that green is so beautiful. I hope they get that contained. Well, that's England. She's walking around England. I just, what she did was she just basically rated me, which is send me some of her viewers to like the stream, please. She mentions me and I mention her in our different streams. Sometimes we stream at the same time, and so she does walks around England. You could tell about her accent. She's in northern England right now, and but she's concerned about the fires and comes in and watches. And I don't know how the magic of the algorithm works. She found me, and I found her. And I'm a moderator in her stream. All you see is green at the moment. Well, here it's tumbling tumbleweeds. Not too much green, and I hope where you are at. Where are you at? APRN 35 or apron 35? It's been horrible chaos. This is what we've been watching all night. This is an enormous fire. Absolutely enormous. It's just been running all night. It's way bigger than all the red stuff here now. It's trying to eat the town of Brogan and Jameson, and we already had heat detections over the actual town. The current heat detections here in Eastern Oregon are as follows. I'm very surprised it didn't go on the other side of the valley. So maybe they did something to stop it, or it reached something where it naturally stopped somewhere around this canyon. I thought it had climbed over. Maybe they caught it. Maybe it stopped at this creek and couldn't. Maybe it's still up here and ran into, I don't know, previously burned areas from other small lightning strike fires or other wildfires or something. Or maybe it's just the wind pushed it back a different way. The wind has been wild and erratic. But yeah, we've been watching apocalyptic scenes all night. This camera I thought was going to burn over. It looks like the wind changed because it was climbing the hill at one point. And we were also watching it from 3 other angles, but these other stupid cameras, they're not looking at it. They showed good nighttime images of it. I'm going to screenshot the pretty sunrise. But then they looked away from the fire. We had 3 different angles, wondering if Brogan was in danger. So this is the sunrise, a different screenshot. This is enormous. It went from less than 24 hours to 16,000 acres. And see the big lookout, Reinhardt Butte, both capturing the sunrise in different ways. And then later we got an estimated 20,000 acres. It's beyond. It's way beyond. Wind has been blowing all night. And near dawn is about when it was supposed to peter out a little bit, give them a window of opportunity to get ahead of this thing. But they slammed it with aircraft. Let me see if I can do some of these will be best in 6-hour time lapse. See? And then it moved away and didn't look at the fire. So like this one is looking from far to the northeast of the fire. It's looking to the southwest. So we can see its progress going east towards the town of Brogan. And then it just decided to look away. The camera was like, whoever was in control of it, like went to bed or something. Like what the beep? So we lost a good camera covering the fire there. With this one, if we do a 6-hour time lapse, this was awesome. I guess I have to go to 12. I'm sorry, flashing light warning. The flashing light in this tower. This one was showing, this is from more than 30 miles away to the southwest, looking to the northwest. Showed the fire just march across the landscape, and then it looked away. But we were watching its progress the best from this one. Can't hear anything. Officials not saying anything. They just stopped giving updates. So Brogan is over here to the right as far as I could tell. The city lights in the foreground. And just as dusk fell last night, it goes into nighttime. It just rampaged and moved southeast and east up there. And we were trying to pinpoint where it was with satellites and everything. And the camera didn't follow it. It just moved out of frame. We're like, wait a second. And then it just decided to go look at random bull crap in the middle of nowhere. And that was the last, still facing that stupid direction. It could be looking at the fire right now. I just want to call people and shake them and say, what the hell are you doing with the camera controls, friends? We see that happen on a lot of fires. And then somebody said, well, maybe the cameras are either to detect new fires, not really track the old ones. They're looking around for new ones. Well, when they just randomly stare in one direction, they're not doing that. But here's as the fire approached. As the fire approached, and then it just got huge. So this is our current view. But here, let me just click backwards. Click, 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 click. And you'll see the apocalyptic scenes from last night. Just going backwards in time. I'm just clicking as fast as I can here. At least this one didn't look away, for God's sake. Just totally nuts. The current acreage, I can only take a wild guess at. Probably on 20,000, 25,000, 30. The Bonita fire, which is just west of where this camera is, was a separate one. Three basically broke out yesterday, and I was asleep unfortunately because I'm sick. I've got a sinus infection. I meant to wake up around 2 in the afternoon and then go live by 4 to 6, depending on how hot it was in my room again. We're having a massive heat wave in Portland. Um, I woke up at like almost 8 p.m. Or 6:38, really confused with my cell phone out of power on my chest, and I had apparently been looking at fires right until I went to sleep. And then I plugged it in, but I woke up with my 6-foot USB cord wrapped around my body. I apparently rolled around, yanked it out of the wall, and destroyed my charger and the cord. So I had to run around looking for a charger. All my people were trying to text me like, dude, there's fires breaking out in Eastern Oregon, especially. I'm like, I'm out. So I tore the house apart. See, this is about when I thought the camera was about to burn over. But the wind changed direction again. Still just randomly clicking here to the left. Click, 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 click. See how distorted and weird it got? So I finally got in touch with the people who were trying to say, hey, go live. C-Probe couldn't walk over and wake me up because he was at a doctor appointment and he went to he gave a speech or a presentation. I think it was about ODART, the pilot volunteer program to bring disaster relief after the giant Cascadia quake hits, whenever it does. Private pilots volunteer to transport medical personnel, medical supplies, and food to coastal communities that'll be cut off because of the massive tidal waves that'll happen with any kind of Pacific quake, really, but especially thinking about the Cascadia one. So you can just keep randomly clicking. It's going to destroy my wrist, though, but you kind of see what happened here. I think I just refresh to go back to current. But it's crazy how this is 6,500 feet, how far you can see here. Oh my God, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't see this little bar. Oh. Okay. Shoot. Back to the clicking. Yeah, what's happening here? It was still nighttime. How far to go? Far to go. Now, see the upper right-hand corner? You see that big red line? That's where we're seeing. Yeah. So that's it. Marching. See how I look? This is showing where the camera's view is at the time. So I got to there. We can't see it very well now. Shoot. I thought my panorama was great. I should have moved the bar. Okay. Whoops. Or, wait a second. Ultra widescreen. Ultra widescreen mode. I'll take a screenshot of that. Whoops, now I feel stupid. I didn't realize you could pan to the right. Oh well. That bar is very small down there. That's all I gotta say. In my defense. Okay, I gotta turn this to that. I'm also very tired. We have very little information. about it. This is Oregon State Fire Marshal. Mostly what was posted was images about the Larch Creek fire, which didn't go so well yesterday. They expanded their evacuation zones. But I retweet this and other images. Let's see, what is my Twitter link again? x.com/K wildfires. There you go. Try to get rest now. Yeah, I think that's a good reminder, J.E. Cat, that maybe I should try to sleep right now. Get food, rest. I'll lose my voice if I just randomly talk all the time. There's no I even give advice to people. Don't just watch the cams constantly. You'll drive yourself crazy. Man, that's a nice sunrise, though. I don't know that I can stream in the early afternoon because of the heat again. We're still in the heat wave. This air conditioner can't keep up with the amount of heat that the computer makes while streaming. This video card processor. Yeah, it's streaming and mostly speaking for 8.5 hours straight. I mean, you're right about that. So what I've been doing is starting streams later than usual, but I really wanted to by 6 or 7. But that community meeting that they were supposed to do with the Shelly never panned out. They said that it would be there on this website, and the links all broke. The ones that Watch Duty showed, I don't understand. We watched their evening one, but that's 10 hours old. This is the current view of Fort Jones, 12-hour time lapse. I think you're right. That April 35 says I'm sleeping. No caffeine yet. Well, England looks splendid. Yep, it does. Yep, it does. It helps me relax in the morning. I'll watch Shaz 73's morning walks. I think it's adrenaline. It's feeling what I'm doing all night, you know. And also the pats on the head of encouragement. Hit the like button. Please donate if you can. We don't want to be advertisement based. But there's a tremendous expense in doing this. So this is the Shelly fire all night. Oh, sorry, flashing light warning. I didn't realize it was going to go to strobing. Sorry, friends. But every time I looked at it, mostly we were looking at a pole or something not particularly. This is what happened. This is what we looked at most of the night with the Shelly. There was just not much to report. Same thing with the lake fire. Very mild night. Sucked in with smoke. But the weather will be changing throughout the weekend with thunderstorms. That's right. We're going to look at the current weather. My radar. I just kept forgetting to do this. All right, my radar app. Keep forgetting to eat. You see how there's a lot of wind off the ocean. Take some notes here. Cow Valley. There's time lapses. Now we're going to do the weather, wind. Okay. It's 7/12/24. I don't even know what day it is. It's Friday. Oh no. So the weekend thunderstorms. Are they going to start today? Where are they supposed to be coming from? The Pacific? we should probably look at Holt Hanley's video. I can't just rebroadcast his stuff, but I put a link to him. Holt Hanley, I call him Hanley the Kid. Like, it was myself, Daniel Kearns, Holt Hanley, like during the 2021 Dixie and Caldor fires. Myself, Daniel Kearns, Holt Hanley, some of the awesome fire chasers like Sarah Luna and media people. Sarah Luna, Craig Phillip Hott, a couple other media people I can't really remember. And Zeke Lunder. We were like the people keeping the people informed, especially when there was so much BS from the officials at the time. There's good information from the officials, but a lot of BS where they were just holding back and not telling people the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Like, oh, Tahoe, you won't have to evacuate. We'll let you know if you need to. As the Caldor fire was roaring towards it. You know, but Holt Hanley was very calm, very chipper, awesome. Just finishing up like a, I don't know what degree, but a major degree in weatherology, you know. And he got a job at I think Southern California. I can't remember which news station. So he's totally official, totally legit, takes questions, and does fire weather forecasts. And so I gave him a Wild West nickname called Hanley the Kid because he's just so youthful and chipper all the time. Always really bright and sunny, nice and refreshing. Now he explains weather really well, and then if you have questions, sometimes he can answer on his live streams or at least later. Sometimes with comments and such. So I would oftentimes during those days and to this day go and watch his show live, and when he's got the time, he would answer our questions in chat. One time his professor was right behind him back in the day, who was when he was finishing up his degree. So my question was at the time, let's see, I have to put different layers on. I was like, wait a second, why am I not seeing the red flag stuff? I have to put on special alerts. Okay, now we are. Heat advisories and fire weather watches. Where are the thunderstorms supposed to originate from? They keep talking about them, but where are they supposed to come from? Baja, the Pacific, over California itself? Where? I don't see anything with any kind of moisture anywhere. Okay. Okay. If we go like to the Insano, fire over here called the Cow Valley. Already read the fire weather watch, excessive heat warning stuff. National Weather Service of Boise has issued a fire weather watch for lightning, which is in effect from Saturday afternoon to Sunday. Thunderstorms. Scattered storms with little to no precipitation and abundant lightning are possible Saturday through Sunday. Outflow winds up to 15 miles an hour, 50, from Saturday afternoon to Sunday evening. Nuts. The only thing good about having this massive fire already occur, even as bad as the weather is right now for fire and as fast as it spread, is it's gonna burn all the bushes off much of the landscape that is in front of these communities. So when the even worse weather happens Saturday to Sunday, a lot of that lightning will do nothing, as it'll just hit already burned up bushes. There's always a weird silver lining to be had here. But the rest of Eastern Oregon, watch the beep out, you know. Everything around Cave Falls has also got red flag. Siskiyou County from the Cascade Mountains east and south to the Shasta Modoc County. Blah, blah, blah. Red flag warning remains in effect from 2 p.m. this afternoon to 8 p.m. this evening for strong gusty winds and low relative humidity. Everywhere around Cave Falls here. Excuse me. This section. Where's I read? For strong gusty winds and low relative humidity, fire weather zones 284, 285, 624, and 625. Like the public even knows what their fire zone is. So the National Weather Service in Medford has issued a red flag warning in effect 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Friday, and a fire weather watch has been issued. That's in effect from Saturday afternoon to Sunday evening. So fire weather watch is just one step below red flag. Pretty much the same thing in this climate. I don't care. They should just call it orange flag and people would get it better. So it goes all the way through Sunday evening. So hold on to your butts weekend. Affected areas, blah, blah. There will be southwest winds, 15 to 25 miles an hour, gusting up to 35. Humidity will be 7 to 12%, with isolated, scattered, high-based thunderstorms, likely to be mostly dry or have a little precipitation. But where are they coming from? Outflow winds gusts up to 35. And I imagine they're coming from the southwest because it says southwest winds. But like, seriously, where are they supposed to be coming from? Because we have similar things that will affect the Shelly area. They said possibility of thunderstorms. Yeah, I've just hit a tired wall. I'm sick. I'm sick with sinus infection. I'm sorry. Suddenly, boom. It's refreshed current. Hey, broke finish. Hey, Shaz, how you doing? How are you doing? Have you concluded your walk? I was just promoting you, man. Here I go, Shaz, trying to promote you. And I said, she does these amazing walks. They're so family friendly. And all of a sudden, you have cow on cow lesbian action in the fields with your hot animal prawn show that I had to report, because I just can't tolerate the smut anymore. And no, just kidding. I'm very proud of you. You're afraid of cows, and you even petted them today. That's amazing. Oh, yeah, good hearts. We love you. But everybody, you should go to Chaz73 and subscribe. She does daily morning walks around rural northern England. I missed the stallion afterwards. Oh boy. Oh boy. You're gonna make me snort laugh. Stop it. Oh my god, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, she has these family-friendly streams, and then the barn animals, the animals in the field do their call of the wild all the time in front of the camera for some reason. Just dude, why am I saying be right back in a few? I never fixed my text, and nobody tells me about it. But yeah, you want to see that the Insano, it looks all peaceful right now. It's not peaceful. This is what we've been watching all night. This. Chance says, I think there's something in the water today. Hey, it's midsummer. It's not even, mating season, but okay. But what was the cow doing on the other one? Is it? But in reality, I think it's a dominance game. But wow, So we've had this horrible. I'll show you the what is a 24-hour time lapse. This is one of the fastest growing fires I've seen. I mean, Eastern Oregon's famous for it. It's kind of a high desert, but they slammed it with passenger jet aircraft, but to no avail. I thought the camera was about to burn over, but then the wind shifted and it burned it to the other areas. But like they had DC-10s trying to dump retardant, and it just didn't work. So this one zoomed in too much while the hillside in front of it was on fire, so we lost the images. But it's been apocalyptic all night. Looks fairly peaceful now. But this is what it's supposed to look like. So it's well beyond 20,000 acres, and try to eat two towns, Brogan and Jameson over there. The enormity of the heat detections is crazy on satellite. That's a huge chunk of Oregon right there on fire. There, near the Idaho border. So the main active part of it is still traveling down this mountainside. Yeah, it just was enormous. The only thing good about where it was headed, and it may even merge with a fire that's to the west. The only thing good about the towns that tried to eat is they're flat and they've got lots of irrigation, as you can see. They had to do a lot of structured protection of more than 50 homes. But you can see the enormity when you realize just how tiny a home is. How tiny, like that's a large barn, and that's a home. You know, if you find a vehicle here in this mess, that's just a pretty narrow 2-lane highway. So like, if we can just find a vehicle on it, you just get the idea of this, how huge this is. All the big squares are margin of error for the heat detections, but these are just enormous fields. Neighborhoods here. So when you zoom in and see the tiny vehicles, excuse me, and that might even be like big tractors, huge barns, you could just zoom out and realize, oh my God, this is a huge fire. The gray is the oldest heat detections. Some of them may have disappeared. They're beyond 6 hours ago, but 6 to 12 hours ago. So I just took a bunch of screenshots of apocalypse on landscape. We had other cams that were watching the situation from 50 miles away, 25 to 50 miles away, and then they looked away from it. Sorry, flashing light warning for seizure folks. Just that it was crazy. To the right is we're looking northwest. So to the right is Brogan. It just ran across the landscape. Like when the camera finally turned. Now the hot smoke goes pure white, so it's a little bit, can't really tell what's going on. The flames are not that high, but see that just got crazy. And hey, morning, Kate. As Catherine said, hold on to your butts. Yeah, we got thunderstorms in the forecast. Great. So I'm gonna go to bed. I've been looking at this all night, but that camera moved away from covering it instead of this one, which is rugged Oregon Mountain Wilderness here. We do a 6-hour. Yeah, we have to go do a 12-hour show. Remember, still flashing light warning, friends. How night fell, Eastern Oregon Wilderness, and this is looking to the southwest, so left side of the screen is east. as it went marching around, we had decent views. It was out of focus. A couple of them, we could see it just running across the landscape. And then this camera turns away. It stops looking at it. So we were left with this one camera. We have no radios. The officials haven't been saying much at all. But that's our morning sunrise. Hey, RJ Walters. Yeah, I'm sick. Like I said, I can't really go live on these hottest days of the year before 6 p.m. It's too hot to be in this room where I will faint and pass out. It's ultra humid too. Nevada's gonna get thunderstorms, yeah. But I at least wanted to check on things and be live. I tried to go live at 7 for the community meeting. It got canceled or something, or at least never hit the airwaves at the Shelly fire. But I went to bed early before 3. Decided to sleep in as much as I could to just regain my strength because I was awake for 2 days again. And then I wake up at 6:30 p.m. confused. No alarm went off and no texts came in because I woke up with a 6-foot USB cord wrapped around my body where I tossed and turned. Didn't breathe, didn't get good sleep because of my sinus infection just started. With the phone, I yanked out the plug of the wall, damaged it, so my phone was dead. I had to search the house for a decent charger today. And not only is Nevada, but Northern California, parts of the Sierras are in red flag because of thunderstorms without letting rain. Much of California, much of Eastern Oregon is going to get dry lightning storms this week. So, Sea Probe could have come and woken me up. Smitty and the others, like Angela, tried to reach him. But he was giving a presentation about ODART, which is trying to get new members, new pilots to volunteer for the disaster response team. You can go to odart.org, guys. odart.org. You can make a tax-deductible donation there. Remember, I keep warning people it's unlikely during the crazy part of this heat wave in Oregon. It's pretty unusual that I can be live in the early afternoon like I want. But I said to Smitty, call C-Pro. He can drive over here real quick and wake me up if there's like a true emergency. And he was off giving speeches and stuff. So as soon as I could, I struggled with the whole 7 o'clock hour trying to find to broadcast what was supposed to be a live Shelly fire meeting, which never got broadcast. Maybe never even happened. It said public meeting right here. That it will be on these links at 2 different Facebook live streams. And I clicked them and they were all dead. So I thought it was something wrong with my internet or something, and I was doing all kinds of networking troubleshooting when I realized they probably just changed who could see it or deleted the meeting or it didn't happen. I don't know. So I was really sick and confused and trying to struggle with that. I don't know that it happened, and they never uploaded it if they did. But while this crazy heat wave is happening, my current air conditioning cannot keep up with the tremendous amount of heat that the computer produces while streaming. And I just can't go drop $300 or something in a pretty high BTU air conditioner that would accompanying it when we only have a couple days of the year that is like this. So, yeah, RJ says, not good. I've been doing my day chores early and hibernating in the swamp cooler like 18 hours a day. Yeah, I know. In California Gold Country, I know it's worse for temperature where you're at, California. But up here, I don't care if it's 114 degrees out. I walk around and I can jog in that. It's the humidity that I've never adjusted to in Oregon. We have high humidity and extremely high heat, and that's what kills me. So, in general, it's going to be after 6 that I can even think about truly streaming. Oh, look at the Fort Jones camera with the front view of the Shelly. Hey, Ginger Hannah. But yeah, people are saying I'm on the 9th hour streaming. If I will lose my voice if I keep going. That's Shasta. Yeah, this is Mount Shasta in the distance. How picturesque. Yeah, see it points at Mount Shasta, the red thing. I'm screenshotting that. I like to watch the morning cams. So what else, RJ, is where are these thunderstorms supposed to originate from? This is what I don't know. Are they coming from monsoonal stuff by Baja California offshore and then running north across California and into eastern Oregon? Are they supposed to be coming from the Pacific Ocean from the due west and then run east? Are they supposed to be forming off the Sierras? That's where these weather people are not explaining stuff, and I don't get it. This is sunrise, Fort Jones. No, yeah, screenshot. Thanks everybody who's hit the like button here. We have had nothing to listen to. I wanted to just set up the stream and put on the one apocalyptic camera of the mega fire that broke out in Oregon yesterday that just ran. If you guys don't know what I mean by apocalypse, that we've been watching apocalyptic scenes all night. Don't let the sunrise fool you, the current view. But thanks for being here, Jan. I need to eat and save my voice, so I think we gotta wrap it. Thank you everybody who has donated and sat with me all night, and mods, everybody. It's been, sorry, I'm not really that with it. Everything's been peaceful pretty much. Got the night on the lake fire. Wrong camera. Excuse me. Oh, I do want to show people one thing with the Santa Ynez Peak. Maybe it's still there, the 12-hour time lapse. Maybe that's not a good time lapse now. But there was a mushroom cloud situation. Yeah, this is no longer a good time lapse. We have to go to 24 hours. There's a mushroom cloud situation, and people were concerned. So let me. Version of camps. Okay, this has 24-hour time. Let me go to Santa Ynez. What I have to say about this 24-hour view, sorry, there may be a flashing light thing. It's current at 24-hour. People are concerned with the whole mushroom clouds showing up on the lake. I said I am not at all concerned by that. Sorry, flashing light a little bit from last night or the day. Still gotta keep going here. Wait a second, this is not the right Santa Ynez Peak. May have been, yeah, that's the wrong Santa Ynez. There's like 3 of these. Is it number 1? Peak West 1. And we got a nice, sunrise there. Oh, which one had the mushroom cloud? Sorry, flashing light warning again. Yeah, this is a zoomed out view. Okay, so Santa Ynez 1. So people were like, we were worried about this all day, and I said I'm not. I love what I'm seeing. This is yesterday. And I did a little pop quiz for people. I said, what do you see here? I did hint wind. And people are like, I see a lot of things on fire, like a lot of fuel burning. Yeah. But wind is the clue here to why I like what I'm seeing. Hey, Blister. Uh, okay, too long didn't read. What am I talking about? The wind was the opposite direction of where the fire was spreading day after day. Usually the fire, we're looking north. The fire is usually trying to spread southeast day after day, south and southeast. This was a rare, wonderful opportunity because the wind was blowing the fire the wrong direction. They could get in front of it and light the landscape on fire to make a big, solid black area of already burned fuels, so that, like, say, today, when the fire tries to go southeast again, it will run into burn strip. In some places, maybe even stop. This was their golden opportunity because the wind was going the wrong direction that the fire wanted to be in. The fire was going, man, I want to go southeast and east. Wind, why aren't you helping me? So the fire crews have been using a strategy of, they call it backfiring, but they're getting in front of the fire. They light the landscape on fire, the grass mainly, and it just goes straight to back where it's already burning. Later today, if the wind changes, it tries to go southeast, may even stop in some places. This is awesome. Totally awesome what happened yesterday. Then the camera moved and looked at a random fire. And then they had very little activity during the night. Almost no heat detections because the smoke settled in and smothered the fire. Every once in a while there's a little bit of a flare up, but it's probably where they were still doing their own firing in front of it. Like, this is probably the fire crews doing their own thing. So when they do a morning update, we'll know what they did. It's usually around 7 in the morning though. So I'm happy with everything I saw there. Going on with the lake. We still don't have an update. Last 14 hours. Look at the Twitter of the Scott Safechuck, the San Bernardino County information officer. Yeah. He's got cool videos, helicopters and stuff. It's very good info. By the way, you should follow, guys. RJ Walter says, just looked at the CAL FIRE map and the ranch fires at the Dixie Fire burn scar. What? What ranch fire? Oh, Lassen County had a small thing, a small blip that they chased, and we also looked at the Bullard's Bar area had a fire that was a little blip, like a trailer of some sort. We never understood if it was a little home park or what. They eventually have names. The ash fire was actually way at distant Lassen County. Just had a blurb on. CAL FIRE map. Yeah, let's check. I don't remember any ranch fire happening in the last 24 hours though. Wasn't that something from like last week? Like the current ones are the Lake, Basin, Shelly, North Vista, French Shearing Cow, Bogus Royal, the Blue Water, the rail bridge, which broke out in Butte County and was a done deal by the time I woke up. Poppy, the ranch. Lassen County. Did they rename it or something? Oh no, I don't like this. Oh, yeah, yeah. I like North Up. Sorry. That was maybe car sick. I thought the ranch fire was the one by Grey Eagle that one night. Not a Cal Fire incident. Updates maybe as they become available. Last updated today, started yesterday. Cause and investigation. Let's check into web then. That's on the border of Nevada? So no, it's not by Grey Eagle. Yeah, thanks for bringing it to my attention, but 20 acres at the intersection of Reno Junction at 395. Let's check into web then. Maybe it was on the, maybe it's Nevada's fire. HT, that's a week ago. I don't know. Royal and Shelly are at low containment. I'm surprised if there's any containment on the Shelly, if there is any. Good job, guys. That's one of the hardest fires that there will ever be to fight. No, that's 46% containment. That's pretty high in the Royal, considering the rugged, steep terrain. I mean, it's an extreme. It's by Donner Pass, the North Fork of the American. I almost died there. I should know. On a hike when I was a kid in June. I almost died there of the cold, freezing to death after a thunderstorm rained our fire out, and then lightning struck everywhere, and all of our sleeping bags got wet. That's a different long story. I already told it 2 nights ago. Yeah, that's really the middle of nowhere. They had hikers that they had there's a major trail system that goes from Tahoe down the North Fork of the American, very rugged, but very, very groomed, trail system, very, very popular. It goes by Snow Mountain, which has I think there's ski resorts and stuff up there. But I was showing people what it looks like on regular Google Maps, and the Royal I haven't been concerned about for a very long time. We don't even have heat detections. Haven't for a long time. A lot of stuff is above tree line and mostly rocky, tiny, scraggly trees up there trying to grow. But early June is still winter in the mountains in many ways. That's how I almost died there in June of the cold. A long time ago. I imagine it was started by one of the hikers under investigation because you have to keep warm at night up there. Right? You have to cook your food, burn ban or whatever. People can get out their little stoves. So, not one of the rescued hikers, but hikers in general. It's a huge high traffic area. That area. But they pounced on it. There are just solid granite cliffs and stuff to hedge in the fire up there. But it's something to look at. If they got super high winds, it could blow down the Fork of the American. But it's I mean, that could change. But I haven't really been actively monitoring it because you can't see any smoke on the cam. You can see heat detections, and so the lake fire. The reason for the low percentage on the lake is it keeps growing. Okay, there's something people have to remember. There's a fire perimeter, and that's how they kind of put the acreage. Is the acreage inside the perimeter, right? So you got I don't know why it's not even showing the perimeter. Oh, this is broken, by the way. Watch Duty apologizes for the map being broken. It's not their fault. the perimeter mapping thing from where they get the data is broke. So unfortunately, I can't show you, but there will be a red. Here, let me show you the battle map. Let me just show you where their battle map. Oh, no. I know the crows. You know it's morning when the crows are going. Rah, rah, rah. You know. I Shelly do battle maps for the lake fires. You. Uh, do a quick thing. Lake battle map search for a folder real quick. See, there we go. Battle maps lake fire. So then you put up a briefing map. It's from the 7th, so don't. This is outdated, right? Remember what percentage of containment is? Is a ring around the fire. It's the perimeter, right? It's the big red perimeter. So remember, this is from the 7th, right? This is their true. Oops, I may have zoomed in too much. And here's the problem: as the fire is still growing and still growing. Oops, zoom in a little more. Now, where they began to get some containment percentages, right here, where it says canyon, they penciled in black as black lines. So there will be a fire perimeter, and containment is a ring around that perimeter where they are confident the fire cannot pass anymore, no matter what happens. All but the most insane of wind events, the fire cannot pass. It's Gandalf and the Balrog. You shall not pass. Okay, that's black. That's what they'll start penciling in some of the red as black. So they did a little bit right up here. At the time, they called it an 8% containment. But remember, if the circle is growing bigger and your percentage of containment is percentage of the size of the circle, they could actually be increasing the black line and having less and less containment percentage just because the fire is getting bigger elsewhere and that circle is increasing. So even though they may be making awesome headway in large geographical regions and making things safer and safer there, you could have this stubbornly low percentage making it look like they're doing nothing. It's just because the fire is growing in different areas. Remember, it's percentage. If they did it differently, like how many miles of containment do they have? The miles would get bigger, 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 but not because of percentage. I hope that makes sense. So let me look back at the chat. Lake fire has a lot of smoke there, just kind of sitting there. But I think the only real activity on the fire was mostly when they were doing fire ops. Broke Fishing says 6:28 in the morning. Briefing should be done by now. The day shift rolling out, right? But they will upload. Who knows? It's usually after 7:30 when they brief the public, and they give the morning operational update to the public. Yeah, you're right, Broke. Thanks for being here. Yes, the Royal were burnt out. They're actually really on it. They're in full suppression mode up there. They had a lot of hiking and helicoptering in there. We see time and time again that a lot of aircraft work in it, dipping out Tahoe and stuff. So today, meaning yesterday, it's around 215 acres. Today, crews had success with suppression efforts. The containment is now 46%. Placer County Sheriff's Office has lifted evacuation warnings for the Cedars area. Forest Service closure order remains in effect for the perimeter and surrounding areas. Tonight, meaning last night. Tahoe National Forest is transitioning out of unified command with Placer County Sheriff's Office. Blah, 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 blah. the Tahoe National Forest would like to thank all the agencies as they're handing it over to CAL FIRE or whatever. They had an incident update from yesterday, and the amount of, let's see, yeah, yesterday containment jumped from 30 to 45%. So unknown cause / under investigation. What is the resources on it? Uh, oh, they're not saying how many crews are on it. Just kind of crappy, low information update, but explaining where it is. Resources: the County of Placer encourages residents to sign up for Tahoe alerts. That's not the resources on the fire. That's telling people to sign up for alerts. How many resources are on the damn fire? Okay, well maybe when they make updates worth a damn, they'll explain. How many dozer crews? Okay. Okay, here. Yesterday they said, okay, here we go. 361 individual personnel on it. 5 Type 1 helicopters, one of which nighttime capable. I saw 2 buzzing around the region last night as I was trying to get info on the Cow Valley, which is enormous. So they have 2 Type 1 helicopters, 1 air attack, 1 Type 1 24-hour hoist-capable rescue helicopter, 11 crews, 6 engines, 5 dozers, 4 water tenders, and an excavator. It's they slammed it, you know. So they're doing good. There were several cameras on it, but after it initially broke out, there was really quickly a lot less smoke. So who knows when they're going to do a morning briefing? But look, I'm going to lose my voice. I'm starting to get a sore throat. I have a sinus infection. I'm just going to slam my eyes shut, eat some food. I was hoping they'd have a video or something coming out right now. Someone somewhere about something. A current view of the Insano fire. I could get like fire briefing maps, but I'm not doing well right now. I'm really tired. Couple more minutes, you go to feed the animals. Which animals do you have again, RJ? You had horses and donkeys, right? I'd love to see your animals next time I go by there. I'm glad you're back with us. I was like, what happened to RJ? Did I offend him over that pizza meal? Does he hate us now? Does he hate us now? Mm. Oh, well, look at that. Whoa. It's alive, friends. Look at the new view of the insane fire. It just poofed up. This panorama is live. So it looked relatively peaceful. Supposedly around dawn, the winds are going to die down. Maybe they're picking back up. It's not a great forecast. There's for this insanely huge 20,000 plus acre fire that grew that big in less than 24 hours. It's alive. Definitely is alive. But no, I'm kidding. It was cool meeting you, and I'd love to go back. I wanted to be in California around June, early June, but not having a laptop didn't allow me to take the show on the road, and there's all a bunch of personal crap I have to deal with here. Up in Oregon, it's frustrating me before I'm freed up to go down there. And once we get the laptop, and thanks so much for your kind donations, friends. Really, even donating $1 to it will help. We had almost 3,000 views. If we can get 20% of the viewers to donate $1 every day, we'll be well on our way. Very grateful. I'm sorry if it's been too hectic to individually thank everybody, or even at the end of the stream, I go and hit the thank you button for things like Cash App and Venmo and PayPal, and I am not caught up with that. The free way is to hit the like button and subscribe, or you'll never find us again, really. But the best thing you can do, the free way to help is, the free way you can help the stream is share it. You hit the purple K, go to the channel page and share that link. Text it to anybody you think needs this info. I don't know that anybody near this fire last night that we covered all night even knew we existed and tuned in. That's a sad thing. We got to spread by word of mouth by people just doing that. People come in years later and say, like, CPRO tried to get fire info. All of when he was affected by the glass fire in 2020, and all the Napa fires down there. He couldn't find us. Found us a year later when I was covering the Dixie. But yeah, I was all over the Bay Area, even going kind of viral there. And he never found us, even Googling for it. That's because Brokefish says, so are you seeing something this afternoon going to be active? Like, I keep telling people I can't stand to be in this room when it's this hot during the hottest part of the day. It's a freaking epic heat wave slamming Portland. This computer makes too much heat to be on, like on, during the hottest portions of the day. So, earliest I usually can get on with this heat wave affecting us, the heat dome of Portland. We've already had a lot of deaths in the city from it. Like, it's killer hot and humid. I thought I was gonna faint the other day. The earliest I can possibly be on is as the sun starts to go off, like towards maybe 6 in the afternoon, 7 sometimes. I tried to go live at 7 yesterday, but noon to 4 is like totally out of the question. With my air conditioning running day and night at the lowest possible setting with no even turning it off, it cannot keep up with the amount of heat that the computer creates right in here. It's because my windows are broken. I won the settlement lawsuit thing and to fight over the winter time to get my broken windows replaced. They said they were replacing them on April 30th. So April 30th, I moved all the furniture in my entire place. This is why I'm so freaking busy and I was not online during the winter and spring. Multiple lawsuits and crap I always have to keep going on with. They said they were going to come April 30th, so I had CPRO and friends move all of my furniture away from the walls, and I couldn't stream. My computer's disconnected and shoved aside. And somebody came, they knock on the door. I'm like, okay, ready to start? They go, what? So you're replacing the windows, right? No. Well, you're the window guy, so what are you here for? Oh, we're just taking some more measurements. I said, you already did that 4 times. Like 4 different times I moved all furniture away from the walls and you measured. So why are you measuring again? He looks at his clipboard. Oh, I don't see any record of a measurement. We don't have any records of measurement. Oh, for God's sake. But I'm stuck with the people I won the settlement with, basically. It's a much more complicated story. This is nutshelling it. So I have hot air just blowing into the actual windows, like the panes don't line up, and all the blizzard stuff, like snow, basically came into the windows all winter. Okay. So my air conditioning units cannot keep up with what's happening. So but there were other people affected by the same company that did defective work and all that. So I got in touch with some of them, and they're like, "Yeah, they already did ours." Really? So they prioritized everybody but me, and on the 30th they went to some other job instead of mine. I was livid and just yelling at them the other day. What can I do though? So they are rescheduling me, and I'm sure it'll be at an inconvenient time. This fire is still rampaging out of control, by the way. We're still seeing it go. This is new, the new smoke columns. Wish I could be live constantly covering this, but that's all we have to do is look. That's all we can do is look. There's no radio from Malheur County. They didn't update us the entire night. Red Cross just said they're doing a shelter. There's nothing to do but just, if I did this, left the computer and went to sleep, all it would do is heat up this room and just store my power bill. So the low here in Gold Country was 77. Yeah, at night. Last night we had relief, so I ventilated the house, got down to 59 or so. But the other days where I just haven't been online during the afternoons, it was still 90 degrees at night. So I just died. And, tossed and turned and couldn't sleep very well. And there's no way to cool the house at night. The air conditioning just went day and night. So once the heat craziness passes by Portland, we'll be back to our more regularly scheduled thing. I prompt to open the windows again. It's 64 right now. Even though it says high of 87, it's not true. The actual thermometers and stuff I got around here, it was like 94 degrees and still high humidity. God awful. It's like being in the South. So, earliest I can stream is. See, I've been trying to eat for 4 hours and I need to go back and eat. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, RJ. Thank you for being here. So I was just trying to answer a Brokefish question. No, I the Portland Heat Dome situation, and it's evening streams until it's back to normal. So thank you everybody who's been here, and these are the camera links. You can watch what's going on in Eastern Oregon for yourself. I have the links in the description of the video too with these links. We are dependent upon Malheur County Sheriff just kind of telling us what's going on, or their Facebook page. Malheur County Sheriff's Office. They never even made an evacuation map. Cow Valley Fire Information Facebook. We're just dependent on them too. Whenever they feel like updating us on the situations, and we'll know about it. But this is the other link here in the chat. So if I speak constantly, I'll lose my voice. So I've been live for 9.5 hours. Thank you for your kind donations. We made $37 with Super Chat. If you've donated through PayPal and Cash App and Venmo, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to keep up with that. Hopefully, I didn't just stream for 9.5 hours for only $37, but we'll make it somehow, right? But I know many of you have given generously towards the laptop fund already, and I'm so grateful. We have to tally this up soon, and Amazon Prime Day is coming up, and there might be sales at other, competing places that are better places to buy a laptop. And then you take this show on the road, and if it's too dang hot to stream here, I can go to somebody else's house where they have non-broken windows, and like take the show on the road, wherever we got to do. Library, I don't care. We can, wherever we got to go, whatever we got to do. And your donations will make it happen. Thank you, friends. But I'm going to bed. Hopefully they can get ahead of this somehow, slam with aircraft again. And you have to watch the situation over by, it worsened, yesterday. They're doing everything they can with the Larch Creek fire. Tygh Valley in Oregon. Oregon's got tough days ahead. California too. So I have to get my rest, friends. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for donating. Thank you, mods, especially for helping me hold down a fort. We had more trolls come in and just scream at the top of their lungs. And I have to report on the energy weapons that are causing wildfires. No, I don't, because they're not real. Sorry. They're helping me deal with these people. Often they seem to be actual children that are coming in, so I hate to be too harsh with that. I mean, they actually seem to be children. Yep, Bookfish, thanks for sharing that. There's a lot of road closures. East Oregon wildfires. You can always go to tripcheck.com. But it's, I'm just saying thank you, Moms. Thanks for being here. And I'm going to go get my rest. So we'll check in tomorrow evening. I don't know exactly when, whenever I get my rest. And see what the day brought here. Thanks so much for being here. And we'll see you soon.